JustinFREAKIN is a formidable voice in the culture.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
This is the Troll Patrol, live with JustinFREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. It's a freaking Thursday. It's a freaking debate night where we're going to be covering the Massachusetts Senate debate, the Washington State Senate debate, and then the Nevada Senate debate. The Massachusetts Senate debate happening in less than 10 minutes. We're getting ready to join it live here at the top of the hour. The Washington State Senate debate taking place at noon 30 today. We're going to be watching it on tape delay directly after whatever debate I said, Massachusetts Senate debate. Then we're going to find out what that news be doing. for like an hour. And then we're going to be doing the Nevada Senate debate, which is taking place at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 7 o'clock Nevada time. I asked the chat the other night if you want me to break out the Halloween decorations. I didn't get around to it the last couple nights. Usually when we do debates, I do the election coverage news. But I am excited to show off my Halloween graphics, but they weren't ready. I just had a few more tweaks I had to make to them. That opening video is pretty much the same opening video I've been using since the first Halloween. But I added all the other stuff into it that exists in the normal opening video. M-Lord, Holiday, Warlord, good evening. M-Lord and Warlord should fight it out. The Lord of Lords tournament is what we're going to do here on the Troll Patrol. I love you guys so much. Here's your meme of the day. Okay, I'm going to fight this hotel balcony. Damn, Gravity got hands. Why am I like this? Why do I do things like this? I hear he was a perfectly good kid. He totally went one direction off the balcony. Ow! I didn't come up with that. Everybody fucking said that shit. I don't even know who the kid is. I'm horrible. Warlord posted it in the Discord. I'm like, was it suicide? Was it an accident? CJ, good evening. I didn't see Warlord. I had no idea, like, you were talking to him, and I'm like, what? Warlord's here? So you say he popped up. I didn't see it. DJ Dub, good evening. Once again, we are going to be doing the Massachusetts Senate debate in about 5 minutes. We're going to be doing the Washington State Senate debate directly after, and then at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 7 o'clock Pacific Time, we're going to be doing the Nevada Senate debate. We're going to be taking that live. We're going to be doing the Massachusetts Senate debate and the Nevada Senate debate live. This is Tim Walz currently campaigning. This is live in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. That's Horseman country if you didn't know. Zon, good evening. Just as soon as we took it, we lost audio, which is weird. Early voting starting in many states. Check when your state starts early voting. Mine starts on Monday, I believe it is. Your state probably starts early voting if they do early voting, and most states do now. They have started early voting, or will start early voting next week. Sabby, good evening. And once again, we're minutes away from the Massachusetts Senate debate. It was the Tim Walz campaign that we were with in Winston-Salem. Meanwhile, Harris in Wisconsin
Democrats trust women to make decisions about their own bodies.
I can't remember what this woman's name is.
Passes a bill.
She spoke at the convention.
I mean, I'm going to be front and center on that bill. Vice President Harris will sign it.
I feel like we watched her do something else too. So it's bugging me that I can't remember her name. Does anybody know it?
We are going to need each and every.
No. She's like a Wisconsin Democrat.
Single one of us is going to have to.
Seven Heavy Steel. Good evening.
We need folks.
Would somebody be a dear and shout out Seven Heavy Steel for me? Torchy in 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. The Massachusetts debate starts in 2 minutes.
To getting the word out there. You think you can do that, Green Bay?
Our first of 3 debates tonight.
So before I hand things over to my friend, Jim Ritterbush, I just want to
Jim Ritterbush.
I'm going off script. Everybody's nervous and back right now. You know, we've got this stadium across the street that...
They have not faunted her. But I know her name. She spoke at the convention.
And there's this cheer that we do every Sunday and more frequently than every Sunday.
If you like Final Fantasy content,
Sing it.
totally give Seven Heavy Steel a follow.
Hey, that's really good.
There are several
Something different.
Final Fantasy fans in the chat I know of.
I've got another word with 3 syllables. It's ka-ma-la. You want to try it?
Oh, this is cringe.
Bum-ba-da.
Oh my god.
La. Yes, let's go.
Oh, even PBS is cutting away from it. Nope. Oh shit. The shape of your body, it's you. It's cruel summer. Sorry, trying to give you the atmosphere of the arena without breaking copyright rules. And she cried like a baby coming home from the bar. So that is Thriller. We got Thriller coming on next. That is the Harris campaign in Wisconsin. We are going to Massachusetts, where the Republican nominee John Deaton will be debating incumbent Senator Elizabeth Warren. This is the Massachusetts Senate debate. Do they not have audio? Is it me? Is it a me thing on this audio issue here? I don't know how it can be me. But we were just watching another one that had audio. Come on. It can't be me, right? Yes, it can't be me.
In the critical swing states of Nevada and Arizona.
So I don't know what the fuck is going on over here. Ugh. I've been having the weirdest issues. It's on them. They don't have any audio. I don't know how to fix this. Boo. It's their feed has no audio. Everybody in the chat is saying there's no audio. There's no sound on the TV either. Yeah, totally not me. I was freaking out because I thought it was a me thing. C-SPAN is covering it. C-SPAN is covering it. C-SPAN has no audio. We have no audio. C-SPAN has a chyron that even says audio difficulties. I'm sure what Elizabeth Warren is saying is spectacular. They don't have audio either. That is where C-SPAN's getting their feed from. Uh-oh, here we go. They're aware of the problem. C-SPAN has completely lost the feed. Here we go.
Russia and China. It's a national security crisis. But you also, it's a humanitarian crisis. No one can identify with these migrants more than me. I come from extreme poverty. I know what it's like to want a better life. But here's the issue for Senator Warren.
So here we go.
She blames it on Donald Trump. Senator, I got news for you. You had a vote. Donald Trump did not, and you voted no. And now,
Fubar, good evening.
Warren is saying, oh, I'll look at another immigration reform bill. Vice President Harris said she will bring back the same exact bill, and Senator Warren still won't vote for it because she's not here enough to know the damage it's doing to this state.
Coming back to you, Senator Warren, a quick follow-up. I just want to note that a recent Suffolk University and Boston Globe poll showed that more than a fifth of likely voters here in Massachusetts do blame Congress for the state's emergency shelter system being put under strain. They also say they blame Congress for now the state being on track to spend more than $1 billion this fiscal year. I understand that the bill was a sinking ship, but if it had come down to your vote, would you have been for or against it?
That's the point. It didn't come down to my vote. Because here's the deal. The Republicans sunk the comprehensive immigration reform back in 2013. The bill that was led by Marco Rubio, Republican, I voted for that bill, and we got enough people together to do comprehensive immigration reform. And what happened? It went over to the House, and extremist Republicans said, no, we want to keep this as an election issue. It's exactly what Donald Trump did in 2016, 2018, 2020, 2022, and 2024. Yes, we need comprehensive immigration reform, but we need to negotiate a bill that actually gives that to us and that doesn't let extremist Republicans continue to block actually making change.
Yeah, once again, a non-border state starting off with immigration.
Talk about drug cartels. He wants to talk about Iran terrorists. But what he doesn't want to talk about is one way that we could actually help cabin that some, and that is to put rules in place on crypto that are actually used by the drug traffickers, the terrorists, and Iran.
Senator,
all of the bad guys.
Mr. Deaton,
I hope I get the same amount of time. Listen, you know, to the voters out there, Senator Warren in the last two debates is talking about 2013 and Marco Rubio, and she voted for some bill a decade ago. Senator, the voters need a senator today. They don't need a senator reminiscing about some vote that didn't actually happen and get passed in 2013. So listen, the bottom line for everybody out there is
he put his glasses on and took them right back off.
Donald Trump. Do nothing. And here's what I want the voters to know, that the bill was not perfect. I can assure you that. I'd like to see more.
He put them on just to do the dramatic taking them off.
More, and then have a zero tolerance for illegal immigration. But Senator Warren is so extreme, she objects to President Biden placing a $2,500 per cap per day. She doesn't want that. She supports open borders because she doesn't know our airports, our train stations, our ERs, our urgent cares, everything's being maxed and stressed out. And Senator Warren's not here enough to know that. She should answer the question now. If Vice President Harris said she's going to bring back the same,
just licked my foot.
Will you vote for it?
Look, if it's the same,
that's Republican John Deaton.
Take a hard look at it, especially if it's not already dead.
Democrat Elizabeth Warren.
Understand this: when a bill is already dead, part of what you do when you vote is you're signaling where you want to go on the negotiations. I made clear in every speech I gave, in every time I talked about this, that it is not enough to do half of it. We also need, if we're going to do this, to do it right, we need full reimbursement for what the states are spending, and we need to make sure we have a pathway to citizenship. If you're going to negotiate for that, then you got to be in there willing to negotiate.
Senator Warren, that's time. Mr. Deaton, we have a lot to get to.
No, I know, but let me just add.
We're going to move along. We have a lot to get to.
We do have to, forgive me, Mr. Deaton, the next question heads to you. You suggested, this is something you want to talk about, I know, from the last debate. In the last debate with Senator Warren, you suggested that the aid that the United States has provided in connection with the war in Ukraine, nearly $200 billion, would have been better spent on domestic priorities. But if we had gone that route, wouldn't it have guaranteed that Russia would have taken over Ukraine? And wouldn't it have put a number of countries in Eastern Europe, many of which are our allies, at grave risk moving forward?
To the voters out there, Ukraine war is the single biggest issue in this election, period. One mistake and we're at World War III. Listen, I was in the Marine Corps for 7 years. I taught generals, admirals at the Naval War College. And as a military trained officer, I can't tell you what our plan is in Ukraine because I don't think we have a plan. One day they tell us no American-made missile will land in Russia. The next week they tell us that might happen. Vladimir Putin says if it does happen, then it's war and nuclear options are on the table. This is frightening. We spent $200 billion and it's a stalemate at best. And many people believe that Russia is winning, and you can see it on Zelensky's face when he's here begging for more money. Look, my vote will have to be earned like any other vote. And of course, I favor democracy, but we got to know what the plan is. And to the warmongers in Washington saying Ukraine's going to win is a plan, that's not a plan. That's a hope. That's a wish. $200 billion. We would have had universal pre-K for the country for 10 years and $50 billion left off. We could have spent Medicaid money and expanded Medicaid in the states that didn't adopt it, giving millions of more people health insurance for 20 years. Okay, you know, it's been 30 years since Tupac said it, but I'm going to say it now. They got money for war, but can't feed the poor.
Tupac!
Senator Warren, you have 90 seconds.
That was Republican John Deaton.
Keep in mind that what Mr. Deaton has already said is that he would not fund Ukraine. Look, I sit on the Senate Armed Services Committee. I have been to Ukraine. I have met more than once with President Zelensky. The Ukrainians are fighting the frontline war for democracy. Anyone who
he could have been vice president right now
backs on Ukraine and that Vladimir Putin won't take the whole country, and after he takes that country, take another and another and another, is just kidding themselves. I want to give real credit here actually to Joe Biden, because he's somebody who pulled together all of the nations of Europe to say we are going to support Ukraine, because we understand that if Putin takes Ukraine, he's coming for Poland, he's coming for Estonia, he is coming for the other nations in Europe. We are a partner for Ukraine as they fight for democracy. And I think that's powerfully important. You know, this is the question we have to ask ourselves is why are these handful of Republicans who've turned their backs on Ukraine? And the answer is because Donald Trump is still angry with Ukraine because Ukraine wouldn't help him try to dig up dirt on Joe Biden back when Donald Trump was president. Remember that originally the Republicans were all in for Ukraine, and then this extremist group broke off and said, no, 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 Donald Trump doesn't like it, so they want to turn their backs on a nation that's an ally.
We have to leave it there with you at the moment, but Mr.
She's great at explaining things.
To the Senate.
She would have been a fantastic vice president for Bernie Sanders.
No, I didn't say that. I said my vote has to be earned. Her vote is taken for granted. I want to know what the plan is, just so the American people know this. In the first month of the invasion, Vladimir Putin was willing to back out, go back to Russia, as long as Zelensky agreed that Ukraine would not enter NATO. Why was that deal turned down? Why was it turned down? Now, I don't have the briefings that Senator Warren's getting, but I want to know what the plan is. All I'm saying is the American people deserve to know what the plan is. And just coming back every 6 months and giving billions and billions and billions of dollars when people can't pay their rent. I just want to know.
The plan is to grind Russia down.
The American people.
And not expend any military lives of the U.S.
It wasn't in America's vital interest for Ukraine to be in NATO. Why?
That's their plan, you dipshit. I thought you went to military school.
The senator can share with us why it is so vital in America's interest that we need to be, that Ukraine needs to be a member of NATO.
30 seconds for the last word on this.
So let's be clear. Mr. Deaton has already been quoted in the press saying that he will not support funding for Ukraine.
That's not true.
Well, that's what the press has said.
Well,
but
find it now.
He says he wants to know the plan, then we'll make the plan clear. And that is we are going to push back and fight back against Vladimir Putin's invasion of a neighbor. This is a violation of international law. And if Mr. Deaton wants to be an appeaser, then he can take that label. But we stand up and fight back for the boundaries that exist, and we do not support Vladimir Putin taking over Ukraine.
We have to move on to the next question.
We're going to move on to a different topic, and one that's of local importance here in Western Massachusetts. A long talked about issue here is east-west or west-east rail, expanded passenger rail service between Boston and the western part of the state. Some people say this would provide not just transportation options, but also could unlock jobs and housing opportunities as well. Senator, I'll start with you first for the next 90 seconds. If you're reelected, what will you do to help make this a reality?
So I am all in on East-West Rail. I think it will fundamentally transform not just the economy in Western Mass, but for every part of Massachusetts. Look, I'll tell you what it's going to take to get it done. I work with Richie Neal on this, and we are now laying the foundation for this. We've been working on this for years. But here's the problem. Republicans have blocked doing a really big infrastructure bill. And the kind of money we're going to need for East-West Rail to get it right and make it work is going to take a significant investment. Remember when Donald Trump was president, how Infrastructure Week was the punchline to a joke on late night television? And that was because you couldn't get the Republicans to come along and actually build up the kind of infrastructure we need. We've had underinvestment in infrastructure for years. Finally, in the 2 years that that Joe Biden was president and Democrats had control of both the House and the Senate, we got the biggest infrastructure package in history actually passed through. And that means we have started the money for building out the plans for East-West Rail. I know that Richie Neal is committed to this. I am committed to this. We know the governor is committed to this. We're going to get the money together, and we will get this done.
Mr. Deaton, you have 90 seconds to respond.
to the voter, during this debate and last debate, every time Elizabeth Warren speaks in her sentence, there's three things. There's a verb, there's a noun, and then there's Trump in it. And you're going to see that repeatedly. But on this specific issue, obviously, I believe this is very critical.
Did she even say anything about Trump?
This is what it could do for the entire
Oh, the infrastructure week.
We have such a housing problem in Massachusetts. In Greater Boston, it's $980,000 for the median home price. If you go statewide, it's $650,000. That's $200,000 more than the national average. So people are being priced out of the economy. In this state, we are now the second most expensive state to live in for working families. And I see incorporating Western Mass is a way to alleviate that. So yes, obviously it's going to come down to funding, but Senator Warren and I certainly can agree that we need to invest in Western Mass. Also, alternative energy, it's screaming here in Western Mass to be a part of the alternative energy, renewable energies, wind, solar, even a very small limited nuclear here in Western Mass. We could get hydro from Canada, maybe even go over the Berkshires and get it here. And that would create jobs and it would help the economy. So I'm all for it. We've got to do it. It would alleviate all kinds of issues, not just for Western Mass, but for the entire state.
Senator, you have 1 minute.
So I am glad to hear Mr. Deaton endorse East-West Rail. In fact, I want to hear everybody in Massachusetts endorse East-West Rail. And that's why I'm in the fight alongside Richie Neal to make sure we get all of our colleagues in Washington to sign off on this so we can actually get the funding for it. And part of the way we get that funding is when Democrats can stay in the majority in the Senate and in the House in order to get this done. But I want to hit something else that Mr. Deaton raised, and that is housing prices. Absolutely right. Housing prices are out of control. We've been sitting around for 40 years talking about how housing prices keep going up and up and up, and it has truly reached crisis proportions. It is time for the federal government to make an investment and to partner up. And that's why I have mayors all around Western Mass, including in Pittsfield, saying, I want to be part of that. The Warren plan is a plan to build more housing and bring down costs. Mr. Deaton's plan is to say, let the private market fix it, like it's fixed it for the last 40 years.
Mr. Deaton, you have the final 30 seconds on this one.
Yeah, listen, the fundamental difference between Senator Warren and I is she believes that the government is the solution to all problems of society. And she believes that every issue, I'm surprised she didn't say, oh, we're going to fund it by tax the wealthy, because every single thing she says, climate change, housing, education, every issue is tax the wealthy, right? And she didn't say that, and I'm curious, but listen, the bottom line is the government is the problem most of the time. Builders are taking 2 years just to get...
That's all she says.
Cut the
she didn't say that.
And tax credits for those builders.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the issue of public trust. And Mr. Deaton, this is for you. Because you haven't held elected office, we don't know much of your record. What we do know comes mostly from your book and the stories that you've shared publicly. One of them is regarding an incident involving one of your siblings where you misled law enforcement knowing that you wouldn't be called to testify against her as a Marine Corps prosecutor living in a different state. In your book, you said, quote, although I lied to the cops, I wasn't under oath and I would never testify against my sister for something she did.
Well,
my question is, what should the public make of your willingness to break rules and in this specific case, lie to law enforcement? Why should people trust you?
Well, listen, I would encourage all those voters to read my book, and they would learn that I come from extreme poverty, a single mother on welfare and food stamps, living in one of the single worst dangerous neighborhoods in America. My mother was stabbed when I was 6 in front of me. For 2 years, I was raped by a predator in the neighborhood. At 17, my best friend died in my arms from a drive-by shooting. And the first day of high school, I had a gun shoved in my mouth. So I was a high school dropout. And I got lucky. A principal of a tiny Catholic high school gave me a chance. And
Jesus fucking Christ.
And he made me earn it, and I worked my way through high school and then at college and then law school here in Boston. And the Marine Corps chose me over all the other law schools to represent the Commonwealth. And for 27 years of active duty, and for 22 years, I've been representing working families. Senator Warren represents bankers. I represent plumbers, going against the biggest corporations in the world. And I've done it for cancer victims. I am a small business owner. I am a proud father of 3 daughters, and I am the American dream. And when you look at the Senate, you don't see someone like that. You don't see someone who's overcome poverty, someone who knows what the daily struggles of everyday people are. I do, and I think it's time we send someone like that to the Senate. My sister was OD'd twice. She was flatlined twice. I had a decision. Do I save my sister's life? And I chose that decision to save her life. And my sister texted me that I saved her life. Tina, how are you? I know you're watching. She texted me, John, I'm proud of you. You did a good job in the first debate. I'm the American dream. I know what it's like to struggle, and I will work for everyone that's watching this right now. I will dedicate my life to make your life better.
Time. Senator Warren, you have 90 seconds.
I think this is a question of trust, and I'm glad you asked that question. You know, when John Deaton was arrested for assault at a kids' football game, came up, and John Deaton told him to back off because he, John Deaton, knew all the judges. And when the officer decided that he was going to go ahead, put him in the car, take him downtown, and book him, John Deaton told the officer that he makes so much money that he paid more in taxes every year than the police officer earned in his annual salary. I think there's a fundamental question here about who you can trust. And I think you can't trust someone like John Deaton with power. I appreciate that John Deaton grew up in a really poor family and under really difficult circumstances. And I have some sense of what it's like to listen to your mother cry because she can't pay the bills and worried you're going to lose your housing. But the question is, what do you take away from that? For me, I'll tell you exactly what I take away from it. I've spent my whole life fighting for working families. John Deaton, I think we know the story. He takes care of himself first. Take a look at his tax returns. Worth what? Tens of millions of dollars, maybe $100 million. And he couldn't find more than $56 to give to charity across 2 years. There really is a question of who you trust to fight for your family or to fight for themselves. People of Massachusetts know me. They know I'm fighting for them.
Wow.
I want to give you a chance to respond, but I also want to remind you the question is, why should the public trust you?
The public should trust me. The same thing Vice President Harris said last night when she was interviewed, her life experience and my life experience. Listen, I'm an open book. I wrote a book and I explained all the problems, and I'm not going to get into that. I will tell you this.
It's always a goddamn book plug.
After reading my book that Senator Warren referenced, I went before them and questioned, and they agreed with me because the police had an arrest incentive program where they were arresting people based on the number of arrests. You were getting time off and you were getting money, and I sued them and I stopped that, and that practice ended. But here's the thing, Senator Warren, instead of looking at my life and saying, wow, that's a good example of someone who came from dirt poverty, who was raped as a child for 2 years, who saw his mother crawl on the ground and thought he was going to lose her at 6 years old, and watched my mother beaten over and over again. You would think she would say, you know what, that's good, but she's back to demonizing everyone. And Senator, let me tell you this. I've made mistakes in my life and I've owned them, but I've never claimed to be someone or something I'm not.
Mr.
Can you
Deaton,
say
that's
the
time.
same?
Senator
Can you
Warren
say the same?
Gets the final 30 seconds here.
So let's be clear here. This arrest at a kid's football game, when he told the police officer just how much he thought the police officer was worth, is not something that happened back in John Deaton's youth. It happened just not too long ago, living in Rhode Island. And what he did after he did this with the police,
now I have
arrested
questions.
him and prosecuted him.
Rhode Island isn't real.
Sued the police, and he lost that lawsuit. That's the part John Deaton doesn't. That's the part John Deaton does not want you to see. He is not someone we can trust.
Senator Warren, that's time.
I have to.
And we're going to move on.
I need to
We're
address
gonna move
that.
on.
Give me
We have
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
We have
please.
we have
that is what Senator
if he
Warren
gets 10
said is
seconds,
not true. It's not true.
Oh,
Mr. Deaton, that's enough. Mr. Deaton, we need to move on. We have a lot to get to. I understand where you're coming from, but we have to go to the next question, which is for Senator Warren. During an earlier debate this week, your challenge
this is great.
You were partially responsible for 2 hospitals.
What's the Vindman dude doing there?
Medical center closing. 2 questions. How do you respond to these accusations, and what role did you play in trying to keep these medical facilities open specifically?
So understand why these hospitals closed. They closed because private equity came in and sucked $1 billion in value out of these, what originally had been not-for-profit hospitals. Think about how our nurses, what they could have done if that $1 billion had been reinvested in those hospitals. But they didn't. They took all of that out of the hospitals and basically used it to buy yachts and airplanes. Look, I am fighting to make sure that private equity does not eat out more of our healthcare system. Mr. Deaton's complaint is that I don't think we ought to have one more giant company come in and buy up our hospitals. We need to get this profit motive out of our healthcare system. And it's true for our hospitals. It is true for our pharmacies. It is true for our doctors' practices. It is true for our nurses, people who are trying to provide care. And keep in mind, if we end up with Republican control of the United States Senate, these are people who have tried over and over and over to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Donald Trump says he's coming for it again. That will cost
light one up, tip one back,
billions of dollars and result in more hospital closures here. We need to support our health care system, not tear it apart the way Mr. Deaton and the extremist Republicans want to do.
Mr. Deaton, you have 90 seconds. I'd like to ask you, what could or should the senator have done in this instance to keep these two hospitals open?
The first thing she should have done is stayed out of it, because listen, there was a deal on the table. United Healthcare was going to buy the hospitals. She objected to it immediately, just to object, and we lost Kearney and we lost Neshoba. Now pregnant women in central Massachusetts.
Did she object to it because of antitrust?
To drive to give her birth because she wanted to fit her brand of going against companies. Just like when Amazon was going to buy iRobot, Senator Warren objected to it and then said, I object, and hundreds of people lost jobs. She talks about trust. I hope that Senator Warren, she talks about trust, yet she's proven to be corrupt in Washington. Senator, are you going to address the fact that
Warren is corrupt?
And Gary Gensler, who she's supposed to oversee and keep responsible, hold him accountable, she gave him not only the questions, but the answers to what she was going to say. She said, here, I'm going to ask you these questions under oath, and I want you to give these answers, okay? And then he did it. And then Senator Warren gets on TV and says, don't take my word for it. Gary Gensler said it. When she's the one that told him. That is corruption to its core. And Senator Warren's guilty.
Warren is laughing at him.
Prosecutor under 18 U.S.C. 1622, suborning perjury cases. And I could convict Senator Warren like that on this. And I hope she addresses that, because, Senator, you were a law professor, and I'm going to ask you, when you give the student the exam and the answers and then give that student an A, would that professor get fired?
Your minute.
What in the fuck?
So let's start with healthcare, where this question started.
You're not going to deal with Gary Gensler?
Let's start with healthcare, where this started.
Exactly.
And that is that twice now, my opponent has alleged that United Health had offered to buy the hospitals. Those are not the facts. They offered to buy up the doctor's practice. The hospitals were out there loose and on their own. Go back and check the facts. But here's the deal. Listen to what he says each time. What is the solution to the fact that our hospitals have been hollowed out by private equity? Bring in the 9th largest corporation in the world to just buy them up and squeeze more profits out of healthcare here in Massachusetts. What is the answer to every problem for Mr. Deaton? And that is bring in more people who can squeeze out more profits. He wants to talk about corruption. Let's use the 80, 90, 100 rule. 80% of Mr. Deaton's wealth is tied up in crypto. 90% of his funding for this campaign is coming from crypto.
Senator, that's
and
time.
100%
Senator,
of his
that's
loyalty in Washington.
Mr. Deaton, you have 30 seconds to respond.
That is corruption.
Senator, thank you.
It's just starting out. Yeah.
Damn.
You notice that she didn't even mention, I called her corrupt, and she wouldn't even address it. She won't address it. She won't address the Epstein stuff either. She just wants to kick it under the carpet and pretend that
Elizabeth Warren flew to Epstein Island.
I come from extreme poverty. I made all my money that I've made, I made it before I went to Washington. What people are sick of are people like you going to Washington, D.C. broke, and then coming back 10 years later and being multi-millionaires. And so I don't think you should ever condemn anyone in the private sector who came from poverty and food stamps to make it
be a multi-millionaire.
When you say I didn't donate, Senator, I sued the SEC. I won a Lawyer of the Year award,
Mr. Deaton,
Consumer Advocate of the Year,
Mr.
Freedom
Deaton,
of
thank
Defender
you.
Award, because I
Mr.
did all
Deaton,
that
thank
work
you very
pro
much.
bono.
We need
That's
to move
called
on.
pro bono work,
Wait,
something you didn't
Senator,
do.
Mr. Deaton, we need to move on.
Crypto? Are you kidding
For
me
token
that
holders,
counts as a
small-time
charitable contribution?
investors that you abandoned,
Senator Warren, Mr. Deaton, we need to move along here. Staying on the issue of health care, Mr. Deaton, this goes to you. You have said you are the pro-choice candidate in this race, and you told our GBH colleague Katie Lannon in a recent interview that putting a bill on the floor that codifies Roe v. Wade would be a top priority for you if you were elected. You have also said, though, that you don't support...
Oh, yeah, she's worth multi-millions for...
...ongoing debate about what a federal abortions rights bill should and should not include, along with questions about fetal viability and religious objections for healthcare workers who don't want to be involved in abortions. Can you please describe what specific...
I knew it was going to be something like that.
...federal bill to codify Roe v. Wade that your Republican colleagues would vote for?
Well, I can't tell you whether the Republican Party colleagues would vote for it, but I can tell you what John Deaton would do, something that Elizabeth Warren hasn't done. She talks about it, but she doesn't do it. And what I would do is I'd look to Massachusetts. Massachusetts actually got this right, which gives a woman a right up to 22 weeks.
4 million is not a lot for somebody that lives in D.C., in Massachusetts.
She's not allowed unless it's for her health reasons or there's a fetal anomaly. And we're talking about the viability issue around that time. And so that's what I support.
You probably wrote a book.
There are 6 people who are responsible for the overturning of Roe. Donald Trump, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, Neil Gorsuch, Harry Reid, and Senator Elizabeth Warren. And right now I'm going to have my campaign staff, I want you to post the 2013 media advisory by Elizabeth Warren where she bragged that she was going to push Harry Reid to get rid of the filibuster, even though they were told that Republicans would then use it for the Supreme Court. So you understand, everyone out there, that
you got rid of it then.
All over this Roe decision.
What?
The Supreme Court would not look the way it does today if Senator Warren would have honored the fact that in the Senate it takes hard work. The filibuster rule was in place for over 100 years, and it required...
Yep, Shelley, she wrote a book. That's probably where most of her personal wealth comes from.
51. And by the way, she says she's going to codify Roe. You have 51 votes now in the Senate, Senator, so I would encourage you to do it. I'll help you write it if you want me to.
Mr. Deaton, that's time. Senator Warren, your response.
So this comes down to a question of trust. Can you really trust John Deaton? When he was asked who would he vote for Supreme Court, you know who he named? Gorsuch. One of the people who turned over Roe versus Wade, who vetoed Roe versus Wade, who got rid of Roe versus Wade. And what did we know about Neil Gorsuch at the time the vote came up? Well, we knew that as lower court judge, he'd done the Hobby Lobby opinion, which had restricted access to contraception. We knew that he had come from a list that had been pre-screened as people who would be anti-abortion. And we knew that 50 groups that support access to abortion had opposed Neil Gorsuch. And yet John Deaton says, you know, if I'd had that information, I would have voted for him. And now John Deaton gives us the big defense of the filibuster that keeps us from making Roe versus Wade law of the land. That's the problem. We can't pass it with 52 votes because the Republicans filibuster us. So here's the deal. If Republicans are in control of the Senate, there will be no bill to make Roe versus Wade law of the land. It doesn't matter whether we have 50 votes for it or 51 or 52. With Republican control of the Senate, we will have no bill to codify Roe versus Wade. And that means when they're coming for us in Massachusetts, we have no defense.
Senator, thank you.
That's time. Right? I get 30 seconds, right, on this one, based on the format. Listen, on June 22nd...
You just took it.
1 minute.
Oh, she gave him 1 minute.
Of 2022, that's when the Dobbs decision came down. Joe Biden was president. They had the House, the Democrats had the House, and they had the Senate. They could have codified it, but Senator Warren didn't do that. She didn't go to the floor and say, I demand that every United States senator take a stand right now. You want to know why? Because they wanted it. Just like Donald Trump wanted immigration as an issue, they wanted it as an election issue for the midterms. And they didn't want to upset maybe Joe Manchin in West Virginia. John Deaton doesn't, I believe in term limits, so I don't subscribe to sitting back trying to maneuver how we can have control this day or that day, or I don't care if there's a senator in West Virginia, a Republican or a Democrat. I don't care about them. I care about Massachusetts. And so John Deaton was in the Senate. As a Republican, I would have stood up and I would have demanded every United States senator take a stand now. That's what advocacy is, not what Senator Warren's talking about.
So Mr. Deaton needs to recheck his facts. We have voted on Roe versus Wade. And I stood up and said we should vote on this. And the problem we have is because the Republicans filibustered it, we could not get to 60 votes. Yes, we put everyone on record, Democrats and Republicans, on where you are on Roe versus Wade. Mr. Deaton is just wrong. He just doesn't know what's happened here. But listen to him. When he defends the filibuster, what he's doing is saying, don't get anything done in the United States.
Senator Warren, that's time.
The filibuster.
Mr.
They had
Deaton,
the vote.
That's time. We're moving on.
We are going to stay with the court, though, for a moment. The two of you had radically different reactions to a pair of decisions that were handed down this past year. The Chevron doctrine was overturned by the court. It had granted broad authority to regulatory agencies for decades, and the court found that presidents have absolute criminal immunity when it comes to exercising their core powers. Senator Warren, I'd like to start with you and then go to Mr. Deaton. Why do you think these two rulings are so dangerous?
Well, they're dangerous for two reasons. One is that we don't need a dictator in this country. We don't want a dictator. Shoot, we founded this country because we didn't want a king. And yet this extremist Supreme Court has said that Donald Trump can do whatever he wants to do, and as long as he's president, they're not going to interfere, and the law can't interfere. We have a central principle in the United States, and that is no one is above the law. The Chevron doctrine, a little bit down in the weeds here, but the basic notion is that our agencies need to be able to do their work. So, for example, the Environmental Protection Agency needs to be able to set clean air standards. The Department of Education needs to set standards to make sure that our special needs kids are getting the services and help that they need. That's true throughout government. Department of Transportation does landing slots. And yet, what the Chevron doctrine used to do is it said that the courts have to defer. Maybe Congress didn't write down that the parts per million on how much mercury can be in air has to be 0.0003. We left it up to the agency. And what this Supreme Court is doing is they're saying, no, we don't want those agencies to function. We want to grind government to a halt and put all of the power with judges. We can't run our country that way. It will hurt us all.
Mr. Deaton, you cheered Chevron's reversal, and you said, I believe, that the reaction to the immunity ruling was premature, that we should wait and see how things played out. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, listen, remember when I noticed the agency that Senator Warren didn't bring up was the Securities Exchange Commission. Earlier, I just said that I literally looked her in the face and respectfully said that she's corrupt, right? And this proves it. She had Gary Gensler, who oversees the Securities Exchange Commission, the chairman. She's supposed to hold him accountable. So what she did is, because she had a specific agenda in mind, she said, and this is proven by FOIA request, that here are my questions I'm going to ask you to an upcoming hearing under oath, and here's what I want you to say. And then she asked those exact questions, and he gave those exact answers, and they're not truthful. Then Senator Warren goes on CNBC and other stations and says, hey, don't take my word for it. Take the word of the regulator, the expert, who's Gary Gensler, who taught at MIT. They were her words. She told him what to say. And Chevron ended that. It ended the regulatory capture from senators that are like Senator Warren, who don't care about the truth, but only care about a specific agenda. I said, as a special assistant United States attorney in the District of Arizona, I prosecuted people under the suborning perjury statutes when you encourage someone to not tell the truth in an official proceeding. She is absolutely guilty of that. And it may seem harsh for me to say it, but it's the truth. And she didn't even respond to it. Maybe now she'll explain to America why that's not corruption.
Senator Warren, you got a minute, and then we go back to you, Mr. Deaton, for a minute.
So, Mr. Deaton is just spinning this whole fantasy story. Look, my responsibility is oversight, and I want to make sure that we cover the issues that we need to cover. Nobody said anything that was untruthful, and Mr. Deaton has no evidence of that. But understand this, there's a reason that Mr. Deaton is very, very, very focused on the SEC. And the reason for that is the only agency that seems to have a little wedge on regulating crypto and has held these crypto multi-billionaires accountable when they go out and make wild claims about investments and how it's a great investment to buy crypto. Gary Gensler has been pushing back on that. We need regulations covering crypto. But when we've got the guy who follows the 80-90-100 rule, 80% of his value in crypto, 90% of his funding from crypto, and 100% of his loyalty to crypto, it means that we're not going to have somebody who's going to support the SEC in trying to do their job.
Senator Warren, we have to leave your remarks there. Mr. Deaton, one more minute.
Yes, listen, I sued the United States government because they hurt small-time investors. And you want to know, it went viral. 75,000 individual token holders, not billionaires.
He's kicking
people that
authority
have
in the balls.
$5 grand invested, okay, $2 grand invested. They joined me. 627 of them here live in Massachusetts. And we sued the SEC, and I said that XRP token was legal. The SEC said it wasn't. And Judge Annalisa Torres, who was appointed by Barack Obama, agreed with me, cited my work, cited the affidavits that I submitted to the court, and ruled in my favor and said Deaton is right, basically. And it gave relief to these individual token holders. Now, she keeps talking about crypto billionaires. Senator Vice President Harris was just donated over 1 million XRP tokens by a crypto billionaire that supports me. So I'm going to ask you, what do the crypto people expect from Vice President Harris that they don't expect from me? That's what I'd like.
That is time.
May I answer that? He asked me a question.
Very, very quickly, 15 seconds.
Do it.
15 seconds to Mr. Deaton, and we're done.
I think it's a problem when any candidate receives 90% of the funding from their campaign from one industry, whether it's the crypto industry, the oil industry, the pharmaceutical industry. So far as I know, Mr. Deaton is now the all-time champion.
Yes, if you're just joining us, that's Senator Elizabeth Warren.
15 seconds.
Warren,
we have to move on.
Is absolutely lying. A super PAC.
The Republican challenger, John Deaton.
$105 is the average donation. I put $1 million of my own money in this race.
Massachusetts Senate debate.
Crypto billionaires or somebody who did a fund that's about her. She wanted to ban an industry, and so they
have to move on from this. We could go on for a while. Adam has the next question on a different topic.
Thank you, Adam. I have another question for both of you, and this is part of our Connecting the Commonwealth initiative. And this question comes from our sister station CAI on the Cape and Islands. Massachusetts recently committed to New England's largest ever purchase of offshore wind power. At the same time, fishing groups and local communities have raised some concerns about impacts to our oceans and our coastlines. You'll both get an opportunity in this, Mr. Deaton. I'm going to start with you for 90 seconds. Two-part question. Where do you stand on the push to create an offshore wind economy, which has received significant federal funding over the last 4 years? And would you support the pause on offshore wind development demanded by opponents?
Yes, listen, this is a problem where people rush without actually thinking about how to do something. This comes down to where Senator Warren's wrong. She thinks the government is the answer to every solution, when I believe the government is usually the problem. And here's an example. They've created so many regulations that commercial fishermen here in Massachusetts have basically been bankrupt and put out of business. They literally, the Chevron decision that was talked about earlier dealt with the fishermen because the government, people like Senator Warren said, hey, we're going to send someone on your boat and they're going to count how many fish you catch and you're going to have to pay for it out of your own earnings even though you're trying to support your family. That's insanity, and that's not how you approach things. And so we have to have renewable energy, in my opinion, has to be focused in the right areas. For example, I brought up Western Mass. I believe Western Mass is the prime place where we could establish renewable energy and revitalize this economy in the state. And that includes wind, that includes solar, that includes hydro, and like I said, it includes a limited amount of nuclear. And so I do support a pause at this point in time because it's just like when the government said, here's $7.5 billion to build EV charging stations. After 3 years, they didn't have one online, and they've only got 7 right now, and it's $7.5 billion. In the meantime, Tesla in 1 quarter built 359 of them. So of course the private sector's better.
Senator, you have 90 seconds.
So
he's an Elon fanboy.
We also need to listen to our native nations about who are affected by offshore wind and offshore wind development. I think it's important that people be compensated. I think it's important that they be fully consulted. But I do not support leaning back on offshore wind. We are in a climate crisis, and offshore wind is one of the ways we're going to work our way out of that. Go down to New Bedford, go out to the Cape and see the development that's coming from this. Look, this is a big difference between Democrats and Republicans. We don't have somebody here who says he's a climate denier, but he just doesn't want any of the things it's going to take to move us to a clean energy economy. I am very proud of the fact that I helped pass the biggest climate package in the history of the world, and it was paid for.
I got a big package for you.
% minimum tax on billionaire corporations that were paying little or nothing. Corporations like Amazon. And that has resulted already, you can see it out here in Western Mass, 25 new electric school buses already that we have here. The resilience that we're building right now. This is a part of how we build a clean future. And understand this, I'm proud of what we've done, but it isn't nearly enough. We need to double down on our investments in climate again and again.
Mr. Deaton, you have 1 minute to rebut.
Listen, Senator Warren does nothing but engage in class warfare. You notice that she keeps talking about billionaires, billionaires. For example, she supported 87,000 IRS agents, and what was her answer? It's for the billionaires. Well, let's talk about something she doesnthey like to, which are facts.
They have apparently paid for themselves many times over already.
Cumulative wealth of $4.5 trillion. So Senator Warren, instead of just taxing them more, let's just take all their money for a second for this conversation. That $4.5 trillion that we take from them, you know what we could do with it? We could pay our interest alone for 4 years on the national debt. Not a dollar goes to education. Not a dollar goes to the climate change. Not a dollar goes to immigration reform. Not a dollar goes to anything. It just goes to interest. And so her slogan of tax the rich on everything is that's just a slogan. And by the way, the 87,000 IRS agents, if it was for the billionaires, we'd only need 735 of them, and they could be assigned to each billionaire all year long.
Thank you, Mr. Deaton. That's time. Senator, you have the final minute.
So understand this, the IRS agents he's talking about are the people who are hired to do enforcement against tax cheats who make more than $400,000 a year. And it is an incredibly successful program. In fact, for every dollar invested, we're getting $6 and $10 back in revenues from people who just don't even follow the current law because they know under the Republican regime that the IRS doesn't have the manpower to come after them. Look, John Deaton stands here and tells you who he is. He wants to defend the billionaires, and that makes sense. It's the billionaires who are funding his campaign. 90% of the money that is moving this campaign forward comes from the crypto industry. And the crypto billionaires are going to expect a big return on their investment if John Deaton can take this Senate seat.
Thank you, Senator. We have a little bit more to get in.
Where was this Elizabeth Warren in 2020?
Involving political ambition, Senator Warren, if Kamala Harris is successful in her presidential run, would you consider serving in her administration? And if she is not,
for 2019,
running for president again yourself in 2028?
No and no. I am asking the people of Massachusetts to elect me for a 6-year term, and it's the 6-year term here in Massachusetts that I want to serve. And the reason for that is because
I don't think she runs again.
I'm doing for the people of Massachusetts, and this is my opportunity to get more of it done. You know, I got the endorsement from the Berkshire Eagle. Thank you very much. I sit on the Senate.
She would have been Bernie's VP. It doesn't make any sense to me.
And I am working hard to hold the Department of Defense accountable.
Biden would have never made her VP.
So that other young people don't lose their lives. I've gotten $500 million into our local military installations, mostly in western and central Massachusetts. I brought home more than $20 billion, and it has touched every single community here in western Massachusetts. We've gotten broadband. We've been able to support Soldier On for homeless vets up in Pittsfield, to support the Latino Business Development Group right here in
her and Bernie would have been amazing together.
Getting started businesses. I've also been in the fight for climate, which is so important here. You know, I stood in Deerfield in the mud and the muck watching the latest flooding, and I hope everyone's sitting down because I actually work now with Ted
Senator
Cruz
Warren, I'm afraid
to
I
get
have
the
to
rules changed so
stop
that
you right
well, let me
there.
at least explain so that
no, I'm afraid I got to move on to
so
Mr.
that
Deaton.
FEMA
People
can
read about
actually offer disaster
your collaboration with
relief for these
Senator
folks.
Cruz. John Deaton, you have never held elected office before. Why are you starting off with a run for U.S. Senate as opposed to, say, running for a job
he's a rich guy,
or even the Bolton Select Board?
Because we're in crisis. We have illegal immigration bankrupting the state. We have an opioid addiction killing Americans. We have a debt crisis. The government's going over a cliff. No one's talking about it. And we have inflation that's pricing Americans out of the economy. But the single greatest crisis we face is a crisis of leadership. You have people like Senator Warren, so divisive. They sit back and they fuel the division amongst us, and that has to change. You know, Senator Warren was asked a question about why is Trump so popular? Why is this race close? You know what she said? She threw her hands up in disgust and said, I just don't get it. I think it's your job to get it because 74 million Americans aren't racist and xenophobes. These are good people who think the country's headed in the wrong direction. And I realize because I don't support President Trump that maybe I'm the right messenger for these elites to get them to understand. So here you go. First, every member of Congress, take a look in the mirror because you're part of the problem. And maybe people are tired of foreign wars. Maybe they're tired of working 50 hours a week and can't pay their bills, or being shocked at the grocery store when they get their energy bill, or that their parks are becoming crime scenes. Or maybe they feel betrayed, Senator, that they watch billions of dollars be spent on migrants who just got here, but we can't save Neshoba, we can't save Kearney, we don't have any for wildfires, and we don't have any for hurricane victims. Maybe they're in disbelief that in today's America, it seems far better to be an illegal migrant than a homeowner in North Carolina who's been here all your life.
Well, then go be a migrant then.
Seconds to rebut.
Look, you just heard John Deaton say he doesn't support Trump. And yet, less than a year ago, when he still lived in Rhode Island, he actually posted online that he would vote for Donald Trump over Joe Biden. He has said that he likes Donald Trump's foreign policy better than he likes Joe Biden's. He has
I'll drop out of the race
You'll have 30 seconds in a moment, John.
Can I have my time?
Please.
We're claiming my time here. He has said that he likes Donald Trump's foreign policy better than he likes Joe Biden's. He has said that he likes Donald Trump's economic policy better than he likes Joe Biden's. And what is he now wants to come in front of the people of Massachusetts and just tell a different story.
Okay, 30 seconds to you, Mr. Deaton, to rebut, then we'll move on.
Senator Warren just looked you all in the face and lied through her teeth, just like she lied about her heritage, just like how she lied how she got into Harvard. She just now lied to you. I have been the biggest critic of Donald Trump than anyone. Google
No way.
X account and search in Trump. It was published in the Boston Herald of all the things I've said, like you might be the worst human being alive and all of these things. Yet Senator Warren looks you in the face and just makes bold-faced lies. That's why I'm running to answer your question.
It's probably like he might be the worst human being alive, but he's the best person to be president or some shit like that.
We are near the end of the debate, and we're going to shift up the format a little bit, increase the pace, do a lightning round.
Well, it's Massachusetts, Lucky. It's a blue state.
On the same questions, starting with you, Senator Warren. Other than Springfield, what is your favorite spot in Western Massachusetts?
Jacob's Pillow.
John Deaton?
Pittsfield, because I think of my clients that I've represented that worked at the GE plant in Pittsfield that had mesothelioma, and I took on General Electric and got compensated. Pittsfield.
Okay,
and
I'm going to stay with you for a second.
Sure.
Name a political role model who is currently in office.
Currently in office?
Currently in office.
I like Amy Klobuchar.
Really?
Because she's a moderate, by the way.
Senator from Minnesota.
Yeah,
okay.
I think she's a moderate.
Senator Warren, political role
Klobuchar.
model currently in office.
You know, I give a lot of credit to President Zelensky, who has been on the front lines for 3 years.
Give him a lot
now.
of money, too.
No crosstalk is allowed in this. President Zelensky is your selection.
That's
Thank
right.
you,
Someone
Senator
who's on
Warren.
the front lines fighting for democracy.
Ballot question 4 in Massachusetts would legalize the use of some psychedelics. Senator Warren, do you support question 4?
Yay.
Yes, but I want to say it's going to take a period to get into it, and we got to get the right regulations in place to make sure people are safe.
John Deaton, how about you?
That last question, I'd go with Nayib Bukele from El Salvador instead of Zelensky. But as relates to this, no, I'd vote no, because we got to deal with our opiate problem, with the fentanyl that's coming across this country, and they're pushing it too far, too fast. And so I'm a no on it.
You're a no on psychedelics.
Except for medical purposes by a doctor.
All right, both of you, like me, are transplants from elsewhere. What is one thing you really didn't appreciate about Massachusetts until you lived here? John Deaton, you first.
That I didn't appreciate?
That you did not fully appreciate until you actually lived here.
The seafood.
The seafood.
Because I worked at Legal Seafood for 3 years.
Senator Warren.
Oh, how beautiful the trees are in the fall. I grew up in a part of the world that doesn't have a lot of trees. And Massachusetts, especially out in the Berkshires.
Where'd you grow up?
All right, I think final question for both of you. Senator Warren, what kind of candy are you going to be giving out for Halloween?
Mounds and some Almond Joy, if we can find it. So
Ooh.
It's hard to find.
Ooh. Because it sucks.
I eat them all.
There we go, Reese Cups.
30 seconds left, so I'll throw one more at you. If you don't win this race,
we have trees in Kentucky.
Meal going to be, John Deaton?
Probably chicken nuggets with my daughter Layla. This campaign has taken me away from her. Hi, honey.
Okay, Senator Warren, your consolation dinner?
It's probably going to be something at Frank's with French fries on the side. It's
a hot dog place.
There it is. You can tell my mind is on food. It's getting late. That is going to close our debate. We want to thank the candidates, Senator.
You don't even know, Warlord.
John Deaton for participating in this NEPM and GBH News debate. And thanks as well.
Just in here stirring the pot.
Today is November 5th. Make sure you vote. Good night.
Okay, so at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, in 2 hours, we are taking that 7 o'clock specific time. We're taking the Nevada Senate debate. When we come back from break, we're going to watch the Washington State Senate debate that happened earlier this afternoon. So, quick commercial break. We're going to come back and watch the Washington Senate debate.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
I'm sorry if anyone wanted the media winch to sing. I almost played it, but I was like, no, I probably need to switch it up a little bit. Okay, here is breaking news. Before we get to the Washington State Senate debate, a Texas judge has granted a temporary restraining order. An innocent man is not going to die tonight in Texas.
Robert Roberson was set to die by lethal injection just 1 hour from now, but a number of last-minute legal efforts, including some by state lawmakers who have some questions about his guilt, ended up working. We've got J.D. Miles in Huntsville tonight, right outside the prison where that execution was scheduled to happen. So what did happen?
Doug and Nicole, we're going to get to that. There's a lot of legal maneuvering taking place in this final hour. We have moved just outside the front entrance to the Huntsville unit. You can see behind me, the execution chamber is just over my shoulder, just to the left of that glass there you see in the front, not far away at all. Now, as you've reported, Travis County judge has issued a restraining order that was filed to try and stop this execution from going forward, but it's yet to be determined if it will work to stop it. This latest development in the highly controversial case began yesterday when, in a historic move, state lawmakers issued a subpoena to Robert Roberson in a last-minute legal effort to stop his execution. Both Republicans and Democrats on the House Criminal Justice Committee believe Roberson deserves a new trial. That's because the medical theory that the death of his chronically ill 2-year-old daughter was caused by violent shaking, known as shaken baby syndrome. It's been widely dismissed since by many as junk science. Now, late this afternoon, a Travis County judge scheduled a hearing in Austin over whether the subpoena has the legal authority to stop this. That hearing resulted in this restraining order that will now lead to more court hearings, presumably. It's certainly an unprecedented moment we are experiencing right now since the death penalty was reinstituted in Texas in the 70s. Roberson has been transported to Huntsville from death row earlier today. We're told that he is spending his final hours with his spiritual advisor. We can only imagine that he's strapped on the gurney inside the execution chamber at this moment, but we don't know that for sure. Where it looks like from everything we're seeing out here that this execution is moving forward as planned. The guards have expanded the security perimeter. The witness.
Wait, what?
Side, but it's likely that this execution could be held past the 6 p.m. Time that they normally have them. We'll have to wait and see, and we'll, of course, keep you updated from here in Huntsville. Live in Huntsville, J.D. Miles, CBS News Tech.
What? Wait. What in the fuck is going on right now? It's been halted by a judge, but he just said he's probably strapped to a gurney in there. What? The Attorney General's office says it will appeal. The district judge in Texas has granted a temporary restraining order. That's what we heard that. Do we have a live stream of this? It's going on like right fucking now. Is Texas executing an innocent man as we speak? There's a virtual vigil going on currently. Let's see if they have any information of what the fuck is happening.
So let's see, Wendy, I see you've your hand up. Wendy, if you want to say something, go ahead. You can unmute. Okay.
There we are. Can you hear me now?
Please tell us about yourself.
Yeah, I'm a retired social worker and worked in a couple of prisons. And the one thing I wanted to say today is I am totally blind, and due to my blindness, I have been accused of being drunk, retarded, etc., because my body language does not always match what others expect to see at any given moment. So this day's affecting me very deeply.
Thank you, Wendy. I want to share with you, there's at least 2 people that I know of in the audience here who are also blind and regulars in this space. So we're grateful for you sharing that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see here.
I need to know what's going on.
Here we are.
This is the live vigil for the execution of Robert Robertson, the man I'm trying to find out if Texas fucking killed him or not. Because apparently a judge has granted him a reprieve, but they also have him strapped down currently. Like, yes, that's right now, Warlord. That's why why do we not have like a live stream? We do have a live stream of Tim Walz in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
The hell it's not. The hell it's not. So look, that's not what freedom means. Where I come from, we respect our neighbors. We respect their personal choices. Now look, I wouldn't make the same choices some of them make, but you know what? It's none of my damn business what their decision is. America works just fine if we treat people with respect and we allow them to make their own decisions. These guys are oddly and obsessively focused on what you're doing in your bedroom, what you're doing there.
Your genitalia.
Right, people, and you all know it. When Kamala Harris and I talk about freedom, here's what we mean. We mean it's the opportunity for you to make your own decisions. Now, men in here, I'm talking to you. We know that women are getting this right, and they're voting in waves for Kamala Harris. We get that. Waves.
Oh!
But here's the thing.
I was like, Torchy, who the fuck has a tie on? Walls doesn't have a tie on. I'm looking at the crowd like, nobody has a tie? Oh, this guy. This guy got a tie on. You got a couple pimping bow ties up in here. Earlier today at like 12:30, they had the Washington Senate debate. Oh, hold on. Do we have it? Yeah, here we go.
Senator squares off against the doctor. Your money, your safety, and your health. The candidates taking your biggest questions as we fight for the answers you deserve. Will Senator Maria Cantwell earn a 5th term, or will Dr. Raul Garcia swing the seat? KIRO 7's U.S. Senate debate starts right now. And we are welcoming both candidates to the stage. Senator Maria Cantwell.
Once again, we're going to be doing the Nevada Senate debate live at 10 o'clock Eastern
today. And thank you at home for joining us. I am your moderator, Monique Minglavin. And today, with the help of
I thought she was going to say, I am your mommy. And I was like, yes, you are, ma'am.
Facing our state. And you're in for a spirited debate today, so let's meet our candidates. First, the incumbent, Senator Maria Cantwell from Edmonds. The Democrat has held public office for more than 30 years, including...
I assume this is a safe Democrat
since
seat.
2001. She has also worked in the private tech sector in Washington. Now her challenger is Republican Dr. Raul Garcia. Dr. Garcia is originally from Cuba and now lives in Yakima. He has worked as a physician for 26 years and is the medical director at Astria Toppenish Hospital.
Yakima is a fun name.
Garcia has not yet held an elected office, but he has years of community service.
Bad Mall, good evening.
Both candidates have agreed to rules for this debate. There will be no opening statements, but they will have time at the end for closing statements. And you at home will hear pre-recorded...
I vote for the moderator.
...from Washingtonians. I will also ask questions formulated with help from the League of Voters, a nonpartisan political group that neither opposes
put me in warning jail
or political parties. Each candidate will have 90 seconds to answer each question. Now, candidates may call for a 30-second rebuttal once during the debate. My primary role is to ensure the questions are answered and to ask follow-up or clarifying questions as needed, and 30 seconds will also be given to respond to those. Now, Dr. Garcia won a coin toss before the debate. He opted
follow her on social media.
So Senator Cantwell will go first, and we'll alternate from there. And let's get started with a basic but important question. Why do you believe you are the best candidate to represent the people of Washington in the U.S. Senate? Senator Cantwell, you first.
Well, thank you, Monique, for that question. And thank you to Cairo. Thank you to the League of Women Voters. Thank you to Dr. Garcia. I'm here to ask the Washingtonians that I know and love so much for ability to continue to fight for us. I went to Washington not to argue with my colleagues, not to get on cable TV at night, but to get things
almost
done.
Sounds Canadian.
Three major bills. The Inflation Reduction Act, which basically helped put a cap on prescription drug prices, both for out-of-pockets for seniors and insulin at $35. It got us negotiated rates that is helping us save money, just like when you buy at Costco.
Like people from northern Minnesota.
In the Medicare
they kind of sound Canadian as well.
We passed an infrastructure bill that helped us build the West Seattle Bridge, and it's helping us get light rail to Snohomish County. And it's done so many other things. And we also passed the
which is cats.
Increase jobs here in the state of Washington and drive down costs. That is so important. So I want to continue that work because we have created so many jobs. We have seen them in our Northwest economy. But what we need to do now is train and skill people for the jobs of tomorrow that are here today. I want to fight for those apprenticeships, increase wages, and lower costs.
Thank you very much, Senator. Dr. Garcia, why do you believe you are the best candidate to represent our state in the Senate?
Well, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Raul Garcia, and I'm here to be our next U.S. Senator to represent the people of Washington. I want to thank the League of Women Voters and Cairo 7 for putting this debate together.
He talks really weird.
Being here and recognize 24 years representing the United States of America. You know, public service is not easy. And as I say that, I want to thank my wife for...
it's Ricky Ricardo meets the Mountie.
I wouldn't be here today. But mainly I want to thank you, the viewers, who care enough to view this debate and care about our future. Tenemos una linda oportunidad de elegir el primer senador nacional latinoamericano en la historia de Washington. Quiero representar nuestra cultura, nuestros ideales, pero principalmente asegurar el futuro de nuestros niños. I hope that everybody watching this debate will see a contrast and a choice, not from a career politician with polished answers, but from an immigrant that fought hard for the American dream, was lucky enough to become a doctor, a medical leader, a professor, a dean, a medical...
That's racist to me to do that.
...business owner, but more importantly, a father and a husband and a scientist that would look at all our problems and bring science into politics, and according to results, come out with solutions that are effective.
Thank you. Gracias to you both for that opening question. And now we're going to turn to the cost of living. Washingtonians are struggling with a rising cost of living. The basic necessities, including food, housing, gas. Inflation in Washington state has consistently outpaced the national average. One example here. Grocery prices up by over 7% in the past 2 years. So here's the question. What specific measures would you support to address inflation? Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Monique. Well, we are in a bad situation. We have had numerous families now go to food banks to get food because they can't afford it. They put their groceries on credit cards. You know, I have 4 children that put gas in their car every month, and eventually they call me to see if I could help them out. We need true answers, and disinflation has been a result of largely government spending. I think that we need to cut our government spending. I think that we need to audit our federal government and see what programs are effective and what programs are ineffective. And those ineffective programs turn into money that we could bring back to our communities. So we could have more money, and Economics 101 tells us that if we have more money in our pockets, we spend more money in our communities, and then growth happens. You know, Senator Cantwell talked about the Inflation Reduction Act, but unfortunately, that has proven to not lower inflation. As a matter of fact, it has raised it. And academicians all over the country have said that this was not going to be good, and continue to say that the results of the Inflation Reduction Act, especially for the state of Washington, we have been the piggy bank for the rest of the country. That means that we have put more taxes into it than we have rewarded from that IRA. So better solutions need to happen. We deserve better.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Senator Cantwell, what specific measures would you support to address inflation?
Well, thank you, Monique. It's so important because we had a global pandemic and obviously the situation in Ukraine that affected all sorts of prices. So first and foremost, it was to get through the pandemic and, as I said earlier, bring the supply chain back to the United States and lower costs. But right now, we've gone from 9% inflation down to 2.5% today, but it's still not enough. We need to see lower prices. When a Kroger executive says that he knows that he raised grocery prices above the rate of inflation, that is just not right. So I am opposing the Kroger merger because the Kroger-Albertson merger will give less choice and increase costs. Secondly, I believe in building more affordable housing. For every 2,000 units that get built in a city, that lowers the annual rent by about $2,000 for those individuals. So building more supply will also help us because housing is still one of the stingiest aspects. And I also believe in giving more people access to lower prescription drug costs. This notion that we now got a cap on insulin at $35 for seniors is something that everybody on insulin deserves to have. And certainly being able to negotiate on drug prices and these PBM middlemen who are basically taking money out of our pharmacies like Kelly Ross Pharmacy here that actually had to close because of PBMs and their clawbacks. We need to stop that, and I have a bill in the Senate to do so.
Thank you, Senator Cantwell. We're going to move on to public safety right now because this remains a top concern for Washingtonians. Violent crime in our state decreased by 4.8% from 2022 to 2023, but it remains more than 23% higher than in 2019 before the pandemic. Now that outpaces the national average, and the drug crisis, particularly fentanyl, contributes significantly to crime. So what would you do as senator to address public safety? Senator Cantwell.
Well, thank you, Monique. First of all, fentanyl is a scourge on our society, and we passed a law, the Fend Off Fentanyl Act, to make it an emergency nationally. That is giving us more resources here in Seattle to fight this pandemic, and we also are this crisis that we have. We also are helping with law enforcement what they've requested, new technologies to detect the vapors of fentanyl so we can detect it sooner. But I believe in putting more community police.
The vapors of fentanyl?
The notion that we have put 136,000 policemen from the federal level to help.
It don't work like that.
Or to help Tacoma or to help Spokane is a critical part of helping the local law enforcement in their communities. It's important because the community policing is about knowing your community and helping stop that crime. In Bellevue, where they've had a full fleet of officers.
No way. Does it work, though?
They've had more success at fighting this. I think we should learn a little bit from what the mayor of Bellevue has done.
Thank you, Senator Cantwell. Dr. Garcia, what would you do as senator to address public safety?
Well, public safety, as I've traveled around the state, is the #1 thing on everybody's mind. You know, we all have children, and we want them to be safe when they're out there playing. Our streets aren't safe. And I think that we need to change the culture to reinforce our support for law enforcement. Seattle itself is 375 policemen under. We can't take the 911 calls and be there on time if we do that. Second, we need to revive the.
I just got the dogs and the bees talk and chat.
Businesses. When we had that, we knew who didn't belong in our streets. But most importantly, we need to start prosecuting small crime again. Small crime leads to bigger crime, and this is what our permissive society so far has done to our city here in Seattle and to our state, and truthfully to our country. When it comes to fentanyl, there is no bigger crisis in America. A human being is dying every 4 minutes and 40 seconds. I walked 185 miles from Toppenish Hospital to Seattle to bring awareness to this.
And he'd walk 185 miles more.
Died from this senseless death. That's why I'm proposing the Americans Against Fentanyl Act, which will give manslaughter charges to drug dealers and put them in prison, and give involuntary mandatory rehab to addicts. I could tell you as a physician that their brains is telling them to lie, cheat, and steal to get that next fix, and we need to take them out of that environment.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Let me get back to you on this matter, Senator Cantwell. You mentioned community police in particular. That has seemed a local resource. How would you be able to influence that as U.S. Senator?
Community policing, so that is something that we do as part of the COPS program. The COPS program, very successful effort by the federal government to help supplement what communities need as far as resources. It can be for training, it can be for skilling, and it can be for just hiring officers. It is shown in research that if you increase the capacity by 3%, then you actually lower the crime rate by 3.5%. So helping our local communities from the federal government is something I support. This was in the American Rescue Plan. It helped us, and I'll continue to support these kind of resources for Seattle and the greater cities around.
Thank you, Senator
This is
Cantwell.
the incumbent
Dr. Garcia,
senator,
let me ask you a little bit
more
about your idea of involuntary commitment there. Now, the process of confining someone is generally governed by state law. So how would you,
Republican
as
challenger,
influence that?
Washington.
30 seconds.
Well, you know, I've moved to Seattle to be in the streets with the addicts, with the people affected by a program, by the problem. I have a
Wait a minute, you don't mean in the streets like I thought he did.
solution. You have to dive into the culture of people that are affected by it. And they all have come out and said, thank you for making that decision for me when I couldn't make it for myself. We need to take them out of that environment because their brain is not going to volunteer that, to bring them into a rehabilitation facility that is comprehensive, that includes mental health.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. I'm sorry you're out of time here. Yeah. We are going to turn now to housing. We touched on it briefly, but we're going deeper here. The price for home ownership remains out of reach for many low and middle class families in Washington. According to Redfin, the
Monique just told me to go deeper.
State is up more than 52% from 2020.
You live in sexual
now, with that
anarchy?
as the backdrop, here is a question from viewer Ryan Donahue from Renton.
What specific policies would you advocate for to increase the availability of affordable home ownership?
Now, if you were unable to hear that question, Ryan said, what specific policies would you advocate for to increase the availability of affordable home ownership? Dr. Garcia.
Well, unfortunately, housing is a big issue in our state, and one that we should pay very close attention to and give more resources to. Now, this is largely a state issue, but the federal government, we spend a lot of money helping states with housing. My wife was a product of affordable housing, and I remember, you know, when I got here from Cuba, my mother and I lived in an apartment that is half the size of this studio, that we paid $110 a month. She lived in that apartment for 24 years until I graduated from a residency and was able to buy her a home. And I remember the picture of her face when she came into her new home. What our friend is asking us is about being able to have that affordability to buy a home. And I want to come up with something that, according to results, bringing science into politics, has worked. VA loans have worked because veterans don't have to come up with a down payment to buy a house. I want to turn that into the regular public. Let's have programs with our lenders that our regular citizens could afford to buy a house without a down payment. They still have to qualify, but in our economy today, it's very hard to come up with a down payment. The other idea is zero-based regulations. Let's start building more homes with less obstacles so we could find a true solution.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Senator Cantwell, Ryan's question to you again. What specific policies would you advocate for to increase the availability of affordable home ownership?
Well, thank you. This crisis that we have in the inflation rate impacting housing is that we haven't built enough supply. We need to build more affordable housing across the United States of America. I had a sheriff in Eastern Washington tell me he tried to hire a deputy who accepted the job, but then basically called back and said, even in my rural county, I can't afford to live there. So I am the leader in the United States Senate with a Republican colleague, Todd Young of Indiana, to increase the capacity of the affordable low-income housing tax credit. This tax credit is 95% of the affordable housing that gets built with this tax credit. Yesterday, I was at a site, Madrona Heights in Edmonds, Washington, that was the opening of an affordable project just like this. And what was it doing? It was providing workforce and previous homeless people housing. There's a grocery store right across the street. They came over and said, can I hire some of these people because we need a workforce with the holidays coming up. So building capacity is important. We can't have firefighters and police officers and nurses traveling 3 counties away just to have affordable housing. We need to build more supply. So unfortunately, this bill got stopped by some of my Republican colleagues. When we go back in the lame duck, I hope that we will get it over the goal line. We need to have a significant increase to build thousands of new units in the state of Washington.
Thank you, Senator Cantwell. Dr. Garcia, let me ask you a little bit about the impediments to building that you referenced. Are you talking about zoning, or what are you referring to that you as U.S. Senator could influence? 30 seconds, please.
Well, I have a lot of contractor friends that want to build, but they say...
Oh, I'm sure you do.
Multiple. The time that it takes for them to try and build is excessive. The regulations are not about safety of housing. There are other regulations that don't pertain to fast access to building these affordable housings. And truly, they tell me, when we finish with it, it's not affordable because of all the regulations that we have had to follow.
I'm sorry, you're out of time there.
Yeah.
Senator Cantwell, my follow-up for you. You reference legislation that has failed. If it's failed in the past, how can you bring this across the finish line?
Well, I actually was successful in getting a bump to this program in 2018, and it lasted for about 4 years. I wanted it to continue because we needed to build more supply. But even that little bit of supply helped us in the state of Washington add additional projects. So now what I'm trying to do is raise the voices. AARP is supporting my legislation. So they are one of those voices that is saying, let's get this over the goal line and hold members accountable.
Thank you, Senator. Our next topic is health care, and Robin from Silverdale wrote to us, concerned about what she calls health care deserts.
Kitsap County is now considered a healthcare desert, in large part due to the downsizing of Naval Hospital Bremerton. It can take over a year to see some providers in our area.
Well, again, if you were unable to hear, Robin said Kitsap County is now considered a healthcare desert in a large part due to the downsizing of Naval Hospital Bremerton, and it can take a year to see some providers in our area. So adding to that right now, the average American's healthcare costs in 2023 totaled $12,900. That is up from 2019 when it was $11,500. Now, higher costs for hospital care, prescription drugs, and insurance premiums are factors. So what action would you take to make healthcare more affordable and accessible for someone like Robin in Kitsap County? Senator Cantwell.
We need to make healthcare more affordable. It's going to be a continued task. But obviously, we focused on prescription drugs right away. And we need to build more capacity for primary care physicians. And this is one of the reasons why the Affordable Care Act was so important to do. The Affordable Care Act increased capacity to see more people at clinics and to give them access in different ways than just a hospital facility. So now what we need to do is continue to drive down the cost, as I was mentioning, on healthcare, because part of our whole healthcare system is the enormous amount that goes to prescription drugs that PBMs and others are driving huge costs on. But I believe in giving more access, besides growing more primary care physicians, with the University of Washington as a lead in the nation in, so giving them more resources to train and skill people, to also increase access to telehealth and telemedicine. It's not the only solution for the person who just asked in Kitsap County, but it is the answer for driving down cost overall in healthcare. So I want to bolster what we've done in the Affordable Care Act and extend more cost-effective insurance to those individuals and get more coverage. I remember being in Kitsap County, and the hospital told me there, sometimes one person visiting the hospital on a repeated basis because they didn't have insurance ended up costing that hospital hundreds of thousands of dollars of uncompensated care. So let's get everybody covered in our state.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Garcia, what action would you take to make health care more affordable and accessible?
Well, healthcare is somewhere that we can do better. You know, I'm an emergency physician, and I've been at the other end of holding patients because we don't have medical beds in the state of Washington. And what has happened in our country is that healthcare is no longer controlled by physicians and patients. They're controlled by insurance companies. And to that, we need some better solutions. I propose that we deregulate some rules so a citizen of Washington could actually get a quote from any state in the country for insurance, that way lowering their cost and bringing more power to their hands. I also don't know that insurance companies, although I believe in free enterprise and that they can make money, that they should be on Wall Street answering to investors instead of the patients that need an MRI or another study and are being denied. But healthcare deserts is a real thing. You know, OBGYN has had many closures over the past few years and truly under Senator Cantwell's watch. And the women of Washington need health care. We're not talking about the issues of autoimmune disease and perimenopause and cancer and all these things that are popping up in women's health care now, and we don't have the OBGYN facilities to provide that care. Mental health is another healthcare desert. I was in Everton, Washington, with the first urgent care for mental health for children. That is a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. And I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I actually heard an answer from either of you to the second part of Robin's question, which was, what would you do to address these healthcare deserts specifically?
So there is a bill in the United States Senate that myself, Senator Wyden, is the lead on, that is trying to fight to make sure that we give more access and more cost reimbursements to these facilities. We need to have rural health care. We need to have capacity for that, and this would help stabilize it. But I do think, I don't have time in 30 seconds, but maybe you can ask me a follow-up. But there are some strategies.
Yeah, he's too boring to be on cocaine.
Pooling the physicians together across the county that have allowed them to help keep the care within the community.
Thank you very much, Senator. Dr. Garcia, how would you address the healthcare deserts?
Well, Monique, in 2008, I visited Senator Cantwell and I warned her that lower reimbursements from our government would make us lose services in Washington State. And her response was that we were going to bring all the other reimbursements down to our level. And certainly that has not worked out. What I propose is for Congress to open up the critical access designation for these rural hospitals to be able to have better reimbursement, and they could afford all these services and then bring those services to the community.
Thank you both very much.
I want to just follow up on this because this is an important point.
Each one of you, just so the people at home understand, each of you has the opportunity to have one more 30-second rebuttal. You're exercising.
So my opponent has said he thought the Affordable Care Act failed. And it obviously increased capacity across the state of Washington, not just in covering more people on insurance, but helping those facilities, those critical access hospitals, in creating clinic access to people who didn't have care. So what we're trying to do now, and the University of Washington is the lead on this, they actually have an innovation grant that basically is saying, how do we help pool the resources of physicians, get people to work collaboratively together, increase the access and reimbursement to telehealth, and reward them with a value, and that's a higher reward.
That's
Thank
your 30 seconds, and we're going to move on unless you were going to exercise your rebuttal as well. Okay, so we are switching now to women's reproductive rights. In the last 2 years, the landscape has drastically changed across the U.S. following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. 13 states have now banned abortion access. That includes our neighbor, Idaho. Now, meanwhile, an Associated Press poll in June found 70% of Americans think abortion should be legal in most cases. A viewer named Gilda submitted this question for you. As a senator from Washington state, what do you believe is the state's role in protecting women's reproductive care? And will you support national legislation to safeguard reproductive rights, including a woman's right to choose? Dr. Garcia.
Well, the short answer is yes. We live in Washington state, and the voters of Washington state have made it very clear that this is a pro-choice state. And as your next United States Senator, I am going to protect and defend that choice. I know the Dobbs decision has caused a lot of anxiety and mistrust in our government, and I'm asking every woman in the state of Washington to trust who I am and what I have stood for. I am the physician that has prescribed contraceptives. I'm the phissician that has been there at bedside when a mother had
giving you your birth control.
A husband had his wife almost dying of an ectopic pregnancy, a fetal demise, or other OB emergencies, that we have to send those patients to the operating room to terminate that pregnancy, or those women will die. My wife was a trauma nurse that specializes in sexual assault. I have a long career where I would never handicap the medical profession from performing procedures that are life savings. So the long answer is yes. I think there should be a safety net all over our country for those women that choose to have an abortion to do so. The Dobbs decision has caused a burden on Washington, bringing other patients to our health care to provide those procedures, because those states don't.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Senator Cantwell, what do you believe is the state's role in protecting women's reproductive care, and will you support national legislation to safeguard reproductive rights, including a woman's right to choose?
I think a woman's right to choose is a constitutional right to privacy. I would hope all Washingtonians would view this as an issue of our freedom. This should be a decision between a woman and her physician, not a politician, not somebody in government. My opponent will definitely go cast a vote for a Republican leader, and their agenda in Washington is to stop Roe v. Wade. They, in fact, are often leaders in trying to stop even IVF. So what I want to do is go back to Washington and fight to codify Roe v. Wade into national law. While our state has passed this by initiative, we are now seeing the strains in our state of people coming from Idaho and other states just to get reproductive care. You might be coming from Idaho and you want to keep a child. In the complexity of your pregnancy, they don't want to see you and they ask you to go to Seattle. That's not the way the United States of America should work. Reproductive choice should be the law of the land across the United States.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Garcia, you're
here. Excellent answer.
You have 30 seconds to respond to what the senator just said.
Yes, I want to make sure that everyone is clear on my position, and whether we have a Republican leader or a Democrat leader, these are issues that affect our everyday family. You know, one of my mentors was Dan Evans, and Governor Evans said that he'd rather cross the aisle than cross the people of Washington. And that is my mentality. I'm going to do what's best for the people of Washington. I'm going to represent their ideals, and in this case, is to uphold and protect that pro-choice status that our state is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Garcia. We're going to move to immigration right now, a hot button issue across the country. And we have a pretty straightforward question now from Susan Martin.
In Washington,
Earlier this year, a comprehensive bipartisan bill on immigration and border security.
White woman in Washington.
Would you support this bill if it comes up again?
Well, I know you'd like me to repeat this question. So Susan, again, she asked earlier this year, a comprehensive bipartisan bill on immigration and border security failed to pass in Congress. Would you support this bill if it came up again? Senator Cantwell.
Well, I did support this legislation. We do want to increase border security. It was a compromise. I have voted for, I think, 4 or 5 different compromises for border security, starting way back with Larry Craig, an Idaho senator, and Ted Kennedy. And so, once again, a very constructive bipartisan bill that would have put more resources into protecting our border got killed by Republicans who'd rather campaign on the issue than actually solve the issue. What's really important, I think, to Washingtonians is that we take care of our dreamers, that we have a comprehensive immigration law that allows people to come here and work and then return to their home country like so many people do from Mexico, and to make sure that we continue to focus on what is the right asylum laws, not as President.
It looks like the Texas Court of Appeals has ruled against the Texas State House in their effort to subpoena Robert Robertson and stop his execution. So it looks like it's going forward. They have until midnight Texas time. Yeah, there's like one last ditch effort they can make. But it looks like Texas is going to move forward with executing an innocent man again.
Trump tried to do, put kids in cages or separate families. This bill that was done by my colleague Senator Langford, a Republican from Oklahoma, and Senator Sinema, was a great idea to try to put this to rest and give the resources to the border. But Republicans chose to kill it. So that's why I want to make sure when we go back, we do take another attempt to get this over the goal line.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Dr. Garcia. Earlier this year, a comprehensive bipartisan bill on immigration and border security failed to pass in Congress. Would you support this bill if it comes up again?
Well, I wasn't there for the bill and to study it, but I like the word bipartisan. You know, as I just said, I'm a Dan Evans Republican, and I think that the answers lie in the middle. And if we have a bipartisan bill for immigration, it would be hard not to vote for it. You know, I was an immigrant to this country. I could tell you about the night that I arrived in Miami, and there were a lot of people. They were at that airport to receive me. That fire that my mother had to come to this country is the fire that every immigrant that comes to this country has. Y quiero decirle a todos los inmigrantes que yo siempre los representaré. The Dreamers came to this country under 18, not to their fault that they broke the law, and I don't know why we haven't given them citizenship already. The other individuals that have been here that did break the law but have lived great lives here are our neighbors. We don't even know that they're illegal. We should have a path to legalization, maybe a permanent residency. And for those that break the law, no, you won't come to our country to break the law. I understand that Washington State relies a lot on our economy relies on immigrants. That's why I'm a big proponent of H-2B and H-2A workers, and I will always support immigrants in this country and be a champion of them.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Just to clarify here, Senator Cantwell, that bill came up for a vote again in May, and when it was divorced from some aid to Ukraine and
I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to pay attention to this debate with what's going on in Texas. I'm going to try to keep you updated on that.
With this bill as is, if it were to come up.
Even with Monique, I can't focus
we obviously have a legislative
my
process,
attention.
But yes, the core of this deal is to, again, have some normalization of our immigration process and put more resources on the border. And that's an important thing, to have a bipartisan bill, not have Republicans kill it because they'd rather talk about the issue than actually solve it.
Thank you. And Dr. Garcia, if it were bipartisan and supported by members of both parties, you would support?
I would support it. You know, every sovereign nation deserves the right to vet who comes in and out of their country. And when we lose that, we are no longer sovereign. The embarrassing point for our government today is that we don't know who's coming in and out of our country, but the cartels do know exactly who.
Cantwell has pretty eyes, him Lord.
We need some more discipline and leadership at that border, but again, support immigration 100%.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Now, we have covered a lot of ground so far, but we're going to take a quick break right now. We're addressing the climate crisis and efforts to keep your kids safe online. When we return, that's in about 2.5.
So yeah, if I can get a live stream, I don't know if they cut the commercial break out or not. If I can get a live stream outside of the prison in Huntsville, Texas, we will take that.
Senator Maria Cantwell on my left, Dr. Raul Garcia on my right. They have been addressing the biggest issues facing our state. And we continue now with the topic of online safety. The average child spends 4 to 6 hours per day looking at a screen. That's according to a study this year conducted by the American Academy of Child and Adolescent.
That's nothing. You got to pump those numbers up.
That number is closer to 9 hours per day online. The Surgeon General recently issued an advisory about social media having a negative impact on the mental health of children. And the FTC is raising
rookies indeed.
Companies are collecting children's data. So what would you do at a federal level to ensure children and their data?
4 to 6 is just me on the troll patrol.
Well, we've been working hard.
Looking at 4 screens.
We actually passed 2 bills out of the United States Senate that put more restrictions on social media companies to communicate with the tools themselves to allow parents to limit some access their children have to those websites. And
I tried to look at this one.
In place against those companies.
This is like the what's going out over the
House of
the stream.
Stymied those bills.
But sometimes I need to look at this one
House floor.
so I can read
I'm gonna
things.
Continue to fight to get those over the goal line. I also introduced legislation with
I catch myself. I try to look back over here.
Rogers from Spokane on a major privacy bill that would give the United States citizenry the ability of a privacy right. If these companies violate your most personal information and cause serious harm to you, you should have your day in court and be able to go and stop these bad actors from the things that they have done with your information. In the world of AI, we can't have insurance companies who know how you drove your car and then charge you more. We can't have somebody like Uber see that your battery on your phone is about to die and charge you a higher rate. We can't have hospitals who sell information about or make information through the network available who's there in the hospital at that time. We need to have some rules of the road for everyone, but especially get these kids' bills over the goal line.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Garcia, what would you do at a federal level to ensure children and their data are safe?
Well, you don't know the times that I have sat at the dinner table and asked our children to get off their phone and to live present in our
I always ask, is our children's learning?
They're in on their phone. And I wouldn't say that the government needs to get into that. That is, our jobs as parents. But the government's job is to protect the privacy of our citizens and the privacy especially of our children. And I will support any piece of legislation that will enable us to have that privacy. Senator Cantwell talked about the bill that she has put forward with Kathy McMorris Rogers, a friend of mine and a mentor. And I'm happy that Senator Cantwell has come to our side on these privacy issues, meaning we believe in privacy. Unfortunately, the Washington Post had an article about Senator Cantwell talking about her being the biggest impediment for privacy over our internet over the last few years. So I'm glad that we're all on the same page now. Privacy is of the utmost importance for the government to protect its citizens and for us to feel that our internet interactions are private and that our information is ours and ours alone, not anybody else's to get.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. I'm guessing one of the things your kids are paying attention to is TikTok. So a quick follow-up for both of you. Would you support a ban on TikTok, Senator?
Well, I had to help work with my House colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, the White House, the FBI, the Department of Justice, the State Department, and craft a solution that basically allowed our federal government to say that the Chinese government can't have an outsized role in the information that is on TikTok. That now has passed, went to the president's desk, and was signed.
Why?
What we're asking for is to just make sure that no deleterious information by a foreign government affects U.S. citizens or our U.S. military.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Garcia, would you support a ban on TikTok?
Oh, absolutely. I think that what was passed was the right thing for us to do. Again, privacy is paramount, and not only for companies out there to get our information for their benefit of making money, but for another government to have our information for strategic planning. That should never be the case. So yes, I 100% support it.
Thank you, Doctor. And we're going to move along now to the subject of climate change. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, last year, a record 28 disasters cost taxpayers more than $92 billion. Now, recently, Congress allocated $20 billion to FEMA for hurricane season, and $9 billion, almost half of that, was spent in 1 week following back-to-back hurricanes in the southeast. So that brings us to this question from our viewer, Ellie, on Mercer Island.
Hurricanes Milton and Helene have reminded us all that no place is safe from the increasing effects of climate change. What are the most important policies you believe Congress could pass to reduce carbon emissions?
So Ellie's question there, Dr. Garcia, what are the most important policies you believe Congress could pass to reduce carbon emissions?
Well, I think that I have said already that one of my mentors in my life was Governor Dan Evans, who created the Department of Ecology here in Washington to preserve how pristine and beautiful our state is. And I think that we all need to make sure that this is something that we cross the aisle to work, Democrats and Republicans, to keep our environment as clean as we have it for our children. Hurricane Helene and Milton bring up another subject. Look, I grew up in Miami. It was always obvious that we were going to have a couple of hurricanes in Florida every year. And I think it is outstanding that the government is still not ready for it. We see in the news that people are without food, without electricity, without water. We know these things are coming. And as a physician during COVID, I could tell you it was very frustrating to sit there and have to wait for PPE to come from China because we were not ready for that pandemic. We need to have a rainy day fund. We need to be prepared for natural disasters, and we need to preserve our environment. Our country has the strictest laws on preserving our environment. Let's bring manufacturing and industries back to America instead of outsourcing it to countries that don't care about the environment.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Senator Cantwell, what are the most important policies you believe Congress could pass to reduce carbon emissions?
I'm going to get to that, but I wanted to just say, Monique, I want to make clear, the legislation we passed regarding TikTok said that we just couldn't have government influence. Hopefully they'll sell it to somebody and they'll continue to operate, but just not with the interference of a foreign actor. Climate change is critical. We must address it. We have been able to successfully diversify our grid from 52% reliant on coal on a national basis down to 19%. I have helped in those policies that have incented clean energy, wind, solar, biofuels. Also now with the hydrogen hubs, looking at everything from battery technology at our PNNL labs to doing everything we can to diversify hard to decarbonize sectors. Our challenge of the moment is we've done a good job of getting the industry moving towards electric vehicles. And now we're talking about aviation jet fuel that would be from a cleaner source. But there are hard to decarbonize sectors, maritime being one of those, agriculture being one of those, and making sure that we make progress on industry that uses heavy chemicals. So what the Inflation Reduction Act did is it put into law more incentives and clarity for a longer period of time so we can continue to unleash the hundreds of thousands of jobs that have been created in these new innovation sectors. That innovation, higher wages, is helping us diversify off of fossil fuel.
Thank you, Senator Cantwell. You have shared your differences civilly and respectfully today, but it brings us to this next question, which is according to a Gallup poll from last month, a record high 80% of American adults believe the nation is divided on its most important values. That division
no shit.
is also evident on Capitol Hill with partisan gridlock. So the question here, if elected, how will you prioritize country over party?
Yeah, I'm organizing the stories we're going to do real fast before the next debate.
To protect and strengthen our democracy. Senator?
Well, thank you. I had to do this. I actually saw people storm the Capitol. I saw the discourse that came from people just getting on cable TV every night and just arguing instead of trying to solve problems. I made a commitment that I knew that our state didn't send me there to just argue. You sent me to get things done. And so we passed one of the most monumental pieces of legislation, the Chips and Science Act, in the aftermath of that attack on our Capitol. Why? Yes, it was very important policy. It was. Bring the supply chain home. Don't be overdependent on Taiwan. Drive down the cost of things. Unleash manufacturing. There's thousands of chips in cars, in computers, in planes. It was important. But it was also important to show the rest of the world that the United States wasn't so divided as that showed on the steps of the Capitol, and instead pass monumental legislation that brought the innovation investment into the United States. Billions of dollars of private sector investment has now been unleashed across the country. And not only that, it is helping us grow the middle class again. This policy of having the manufacturing supply chain come back is critical. Now, we got to do other things, Bodig. We have to save local journalism. I'm the leader in the United States Senate in fighting to make sure that we stave off what the social media companies have done to our local community, both newspapers and radio and TV stations. But we're going to continue to fight for that.
That's the time, but thank you for looking out for my job. I appreciate that. Dr. Garcia, if elected, how will you prioritize country over party to work across the aisle, and what actions would you take to protect and strengthen our democracy?
You know, when I came from Cuba, I never thought that I would get in a football game in America where Democrats were competing against Republicans. When I came from Cuba, I thought of a country that had freedom of speech, that had freedom to do anything you wanted, that had the best innovation in the world, that were always leading. And those people were Americans. And I fell in love with America before ever stepping foot in this country. Coming from a totalitarian system, I could tell you that appreciating what that American dream means is not lost on me. And I have fought hard throughout my life to defend this country for what it's worth, for what it stands, for what we created with that fire to build a better place in the world than anything else. You know, I've already said a couple of times that I'm a Dan Evans Republican, and he said, I'd rather cross the aisle than cross the people of Washington. And that's what I intend to do in the United States Senate, with hard decisions, you know, talking about abortion, talking about climate change, talking about the topics that usually my party doesn't have great answers to so far. Well, I want to bring my scientific mind to politics and be a bipartisan group.
His scientific mind.
Americans.
Thank you both very much. We are nearing actually the end of our time. This has gone quickly. Now each candidate will now have 90 seconds for their closing statements. And according to that coin flip done before we began,
would come
Senator
quickly.
Cantwell,
No,
we
I'm
start
not
with
going to
you.
say it.
I'm asking for your support in this race for the United States Senate. As I said earlier, I didn't go to Washington to argue with people or get on cable TV. I went there to get things done. And we've been able to do things that are lowering cost and increasing wages. And we have an opportunity to grow the middle class again, to make our country the land of upward mobility. This is so important to us. We need to invest in skilling and training people in apprenticeships. We need to invest more at our colleges, community colleges, to help high schoolers who want to take courses while they're still in high school, and continue to invest in those policies that are going to help us lower costs, like on prescription drugs, stopping these middlemen who are pocketing so much money. They're literally causing problems here in our communities by closing pharmacies, and continuing to make sure that we as the United States stand up, like on privacy, and continue to advance the health care that we need. I'm going to defend a woman's right to choose. I am going to fight for what Washingtonians know is what they deserve in their lives. So I ask for your support, and I thank again Cairo TV and the League of Women Voters for having us here in this debate.
Thank you very much. Dr. Garcia, you have 90 seconds.
Well, I want to thank everybody for this great opportunity, and my goal was to instill in you and the hope that together we could build a better Washington. I know that change is hard. Now, my opponent has asked you 4 times to give her another chance at making it right. I'm asking you for one time. As a healer and a candidate for unity, I ask today for your vote. But more than that, I ask you to join me and creating a new path forward for the future. That we can put away the shadows of death in the streets, of division, of the things that we want to change in our communities, and give America a new morning. Washingtonians have always been pioneers. Well, let us be the example of accepting our diversities and unifying and giving America that new morning where we don't have these problems anymore. As your next United States Senator, I promise you that I will be present and reliable for Washington State to make these changes happen. And every day, with every step that I take and every action that I take as your U.S. Senator, I will defend the greatest country in the world. And I will pay her back for everything it's done for me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garcia. Now, we hope this debate
got a little emotional.
is close to you and you feel better prepared.
Like every time Monique comes on camera for me.
You can watch this debate in its entirety on our website.
That was the Washington Senate debate between Maria Cantwell, the incumbent Democratic senator who is more than likely going to win, Raul Garcia, the Republican nominee. I had a hard time paying attention because of the drama that's playing out in Texas that I'm going to catch everybody up with. Earlier today, a subpoena was issued by the Texas State House in an attempt to spare the life of a man who is innocent. His name is Robert Robertson. He was scheduled to die tonight. That subpoena has been rejected by a criminal court of appeals, and apparently the execution is going to go forward, and it could happen at any minute. I don't know how up-to-date this reporting is. I just gave you the latest. That was breaking within the last 20 minutes or so.
Surrounding the planned execution of Robert Robertson tonight in Huntsville.
Unprecedented territory. He's set to die for the 2002 death of his young daughter, who doctors say died of shaken baby syndrome. But his legal team and a bipartisan group of lawmakers say evidence and a shift in the medical field shows otherwise.
So a lot has happened in the last 90 minutes. At 4:30, a judge in Travis County temporarily blocked the execution. That's after lawmakers decided to subpoena Robertson to testify before a committee, which is an unprecedented move. About 4:50, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to stop the execution, but that decision has nothing to do with what the Travis County judge decided. So, happening now, the state says it's appealing that judge's decision in an effort to proceed with the execution, which had been set for just after 6 p.m.
And as we said, the case really is in uncharted territory right now. So many eyes all across the nation for all kinds of reasons are on Texas. We want to go live to ABC 13's Alex Bozargian in Huntsville. So Alex, Roberson's supporters are gathered outside the prison. We just hit the 6 p.m. hour. Is the execution moving forward?
Well, actually, Jonathan, I got a text message from Representative Lacey Hull, who's inside right now. She was planning to be a witness for this execution, and she says that the TDCJ just got this temporary restraining order that was granted by a Travis County judge, and that is where the gray area stands right now.
Once again, this restraining order has been overturned.
Inside of the prison that told us that they had everything in place. Preparations were in place, but they were not going to act until they got clarity from the court, until they got court papers in their hand. So right now, Representative Lacey Hull is telling me that is the case. Now, to recap of what's going on, this was the time that Robertson was expected to be executed, but a subpoena that was filed by lawmakers on both sides of the aisle went to the Travis County judge, who then ruled to have that execution blocked. And the Attorney General's office did say that they were getting right to that appeals process, and that's where things got into a gray area where we kind of were frozen in time. And I can tell you the mood out here is really heavy. You can almost hear everyone's heartbeat. There's such a sense of urgency because we're talking about ending a man's life, and we have people from both sides of the aisle, people, strong public figures who are out there talking and questioning whether or not this conviction should have been overturned under the 2013 junk science law, because as you mentioned, this conviction of Roberson's was hinging on the shaken baby syndrome case, and that has since been debunked in the past by medical experts. So that's something that is a central part of this case and something that needs to be, according to lawmakers, reevaluated. And if this execution does go through, which again, Rep. Lacey Hull says that they have the court papers which could stop the execution, she says if this goes through, this would be a stain on the conscience of the state of Texas.
We definitely don't want to be executing innocent people, and so it should give all Texans pause if Robert Robertson.
I got some news for you, lady.
Pause, because Texans should have faith and know that we are not executing innocent people. They should know that we have a fair justice system, and that if a person is executed in the same,
I know we don't,
that they are guilty, and we don't have that here with Robert.
Yes, this is a very stressful situation. It's something that a lot of people have very heavy opinions about because, again, we're talking about ending someone's life when there's a shadow of doubt casted on his conviction, and that's something that lawmakers want the state to take another eye at. But we're still in a holding pattern here, waiting to see if this is going to go through. But again, it is heavy out here. Jonathan and Gina.
And that's the key, Alex. I'm looking at the Supreme Court decision, the United States of the Supreme Court, saying they don't have the power to grant it, but that the examination of the credible claims of innocence is imperative. Not everyone is saying that he should be pardoned, but that at least that Texas law that you mentioned, the junk science law, at least warrants due process and a new trial.
Yeah.
Ironic. Good evening.
It seems that they're kicking the ball over to the governor's court.
DJ Dub, Missouri Balls.
Reprieve. That's kind of what lawmakers were hoping for, but we've reached out to the governor's office. We haven't heard anything from him at all, and lawmakers say that they haven't been able to speak to him personally. So that's another thing that's up in the air here, and something that we're waiting to try to find out. But again, the latest update we have is they have that TRO in their hands, and now we just have to see what happens next. Back to you guys.
Alex, thanks so much. High drama, high stakes right up to the very minute here.
I'm going to leave their live stream up, see if they go live again. This is video that was posted in the last little bit outside of the prison in Huntsville, Alabama, as we wait to see if they execute an innocent man tonight. Once again, the House issued a subpoena. The Texas State House issued a subpoena for him to come testify. A judge issued a restraining order based on that subpoena. The Texas Attorney General, who, as you guys may know, is a piece of shit by the name of Ken Paxton, who was indicted for fraud 5 or 6 years ago. Ken Paxton filed a writ, got the restraining order overturned with the appeals court, and we are now waiting to see if the state of Texas executes an innocent man. That's where we're at right now. This is the scene outside of the prison at about 8:11 local time. Abattoir, good evening. So that's one we're going to continue to follow. Trump going to be speaking at the Al Smith dinner shortly. I believe Jim Gaffigan, who's been playing Walls on Saturday Night Live, is speaking currently.
I don't own a musket. Have we decided who's wearing blue and who's wearing gray? Because I look better in blue because of my eyes, you know? But, of course, let's acknowledge
this is live at the Al Smith dinner where Trump is.
Timothy Michael Cardinal Dolan.
Speaking momentarily, you can see there's Eric Adams.
You know, I tell you, as the father of 5, saying that name feels like I'm trying to get my kids to come to dinner.
It's a Kathy Hochul. This is Jim Gaffigan speaking.
My wife and I, we do have 3 boys, and I hope our son Cardinal doesn't feel too much pressure to become a priest. Full disclosure, Cardinal Dolan is also a friend of mine.
You see Chuck Schumer.
Never put him on the spot, but Cardinal Dolan, I'm curious. The Pope did say
Donald Trump.
This election is,
you know, I've warmed up to Gaffigan over the years. I've seen him live. He was funny when I saw him live.
1, do you agree? And 2, who's more?
I want to keep an eye out on. There's a new appeal coming, apparently. Roberson's attorneys are filing an appeal with the Texas Supreme Court. Texas lawmakers are lobbying the Texas Supreme Court. Can you imagine being this man and coming this close to... He might have been strapped to the gurney already. It's insane. Do you know we're missing a Navy jet? By we, I mean the country of the United States, apparently. I feel like we've done this before. Didn't we do this about this time 2 years ago?
The urgent search for a Navy pilot and a crew member after their jet crashed in a remote part of Washington state. Here's ABC's Melissa Adon tonight.
Tonight, the Navy says it's located the wreckage of a jet that crashed near Mount Rainier while on a routine training flight, but the status of the 2 crew members remains unknown. The Navy says the EA-18G Growler jet.
Well, at least they got they found the plane.
Whidbey Island in Washington state when it crashed around 3:20 p.m. Tuesday. And that responders are facing mountainous terrain, cloudy weather, and low visibility.
Where this airplane went down is in very dense, very remote forest area that can swallow up an airplane and make it very difficult to find from the air.
The jet, part of a high-tech electronic attack squadron that recently completed a deployment to the Middle East.
It's designed to do electronic attack, which means it jams radars, protects the fleet, protects any aircraft that would be going after enemy targets.
David, it still is early on, but the cause of this plane crash is under investigation. David?
Melissa Adon with us here tonight. Melissa, thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. I greatly appreciate that. It is a day that ends in Y. in the United States, so you know what that means. An elementary school was placed on lockdown after... What'd you think it meant? After shots were fired.
Breaking news in Orange County, a gunshot was fired during a bank robbery.
Oh, it was just one gunshot?
Let's get up to Gil Lavis. He's overhead in Sky 5 with the latest. Looks like they have the canines out there.
That's right.
Just one gunshot.
To search for a bank robbery suspect here in Foothill Ranch. Let me come out to a wider shot and show you the bank that is in question here. It is
really shouldn't have made it on my radar then.
6,700 block of Portola Parkway. The cross street there is Bake Parkway. You can see here as I zoom in, investigation underway. Now this bank robbery happened just after noon today. Orange County Sheriff's got the call of a bank robbery in progress with shots fired. Now we understand that a single shot was fired as the suspect was leaving the bank. It's unclear if that round was fired by the suspect, by security, or by a civilian. But luckily nobody was hit by that gunfire, and that active search is underway here as I come back out to a wide shot. The neighborhood off of Rue de Fortuna and Bake Parkway, just north of the bank here, is locked down right now as the Sheriff's Department search for that suspect right now. But again, an airship overhead looking for that suspect at this hour, and the active search underway with the canine team there on the foothills there just north of the bank. But again, a bank robbery suspect here robbing this Chase Bank, leaves with one shot fired. It's unclear who shot that round, but luckily...
Well, clinically, I got some stories you're going to enjoy tonight.
I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Banks are usually pretty tough to rob nowadays. Just throwing it out there. We had a good old-fashioned bank robbery. We had a train robbery the other day. That was a lot of fun. So elementary school was put on lockdown thanks to a shooting at a bank. Meanwhile, multiple firearms were found on a middle school student in Alabama. Alabama, by the way, executed a man tonight. Just throwing that out there.
Thanks so much for choosing us for Way 31 News at 6. I'm Tori Dunnan, and tonight on Way 31 News at 6, a Huntsville City School student now faces potential jail time after bringing guns onto school grounds.
Serious disciplinary consequence, and that will be addressed accordingly.
Officers have arrested a McNair Junior High 8th grader on Tuesday morning after he tried getting past security with two guns in his backpack. Way 31 reporter Paige Meyer now joining us live. And Paige, the district tells you security protocols made this arrest possible.
Tori, that's right. Huntsville City Schools weapon detection system here at McNair Middle was up and running when the student walked through, therefore notifying the security team as soon as he came into the building. The district tells me that if it wasn't for this security system, things could have looked a whole lot different.
We're fortunate this system was in place on Tuesday and ultimately helped us discover and confiscate these weapons and make sure the student involved was addressed accordingly.
A close call at McNair Junior High School.
Hey, what, Monsieur? What?
8th grade student. The district's weapon detection system stopped two handguns from entering the building Tuesday morning. After retrieving the firearms, police took the student into custody and his parents were notified.
Unfortunately, when it comes to older students in particular who may have access to weapons at home or may have access to weapons
Quesadilla, good evening.
in the neighborhood, we really want to make sure that those weapons aren't able to make it into our school buildings.
The student responsible now faces a charge of minor in possession of a handgun, which could lead to jail time and fines. The Huntsville Police Department did confirm they are looking into other charges for the student. At this time, they do not believe there is an ongoing threat. In light of this event, Huntsville City Schools now asking for parents' help to keep their schools safe.
If you're a parent or family member, that means making sure that students are not able to gain access to weapons, whether it's at home or in the neighborhood or in the community. We want to make sure that parents know that weapons have no place in our schools. Our schools are gun-free zones and they don't belong in our buildings.
I didn't notice Melania was there with him.
Schools is now asking parents to check their children's backpacks before sending them onto campus. They tell me that this particular student is no longer allowed back on their campuses moving forward.
No longer allowed on the campuses moving forward.
And not just because you make me,
The audio is horrible.
you know, this seating arrangement is weird, right?
Not only is Melania there with him, I saw RFK Jr. and his wife, Cheryl, I almost said David, Cheryl Hines.
Actually, let's be honest. This entire room is filled with some of the most
I
powerful.
might try to get a different feed of this, so maybe we got a better audio.
Remember, Brian? I told you. Brian
Students have been treated after ingesting some sort of substance.
Breaking news at this hour, a medical emergency at Walter Reed Middle School in North Hollywood.
Gil Lavis overhead in Sky 5. Gil?
Glenn and Lou, you can see the response by LA City firefighters here to the Walter Reed Middle School. This is off of Irvine Boulevard here in Studio City. Now, the call came in just before 10:30 of students here that were sickened by something, some sort of substance possibly. They responded here, and they have a total of 14 students that were affected by some sort of substance that may have been ingested or were exposed to. At this point, we understand that 2 of the students that were exposed or sickened are going to be transported to St. Joseph's Medical Center. In fact, one was just loaded into this rescue ambulance here just a minute ago. But again, 14 students exposed to some sort of substance here on the campus of Walter Reed.
What do we think it was?
14 of them in total, and it sounds like the majority of them will be released after they are evaluated. That's the latest overhead up in Sky 5. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Kids ingested what? Was it drugs? See if this sounds any better. Still sounds horrible.
Okay, Junior. He, of course, is.
It's better than PBS.
America. He's
that was on Fox.
Make America healthy again.
This is PBS.
Right? I don't know if he's seen what Donald Trump eats, but Donald Trump eats like, well, me and the Cardinal. Okay? And anyway. Now the prompt.
Trump seems to be taking it in stride, but also I can't imagine that Gaffigan's been too hard on him.
Anyway, I'd like to also welcome Mayor Adams, brought to you by Turkish Airlines. I was told to say that. It's a sponsorship deal, people.
It was Adams that told you to say it.
On the dais tonight, all right? Former mayors, former governors, former respected journalists. Is there any other kind, really? Now, I understand some people may have an issue with a journalist appearing on a dais, hobnobbing with the rich and powerful. It would appear like a clear conflict of interest, and that's because it
feels so weird to have this going on, while
the days of
the country is executing an innocent man.
Most journalists have their own TikTok. The President Trump regularly appears on a show called Fox and Friends. That's not a mistake. He's their best friend. Former Mayor Bloomberg is here. Mayor.
Both Roberson's and Roberson's attorneys and state lawmakers have filed appeals.
10 million. Can you just non-agree
with the state Supreme Court?
Okay. Now, by the way, there are rumors that Mayor Bloomberg is planning to run for mayor. I don't know if that's true. Quick question, Mayor Bloomberg. When you buy an election, do you put it on a credit card
so hopefully there will be no execution of an innocent man tonight, at least, by Texas.
Because that's what I would do.
That's live at the Al Smith dinner. We're going to keep doing news. We've got the Nevada Senate debate at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 7 o'clock Pacific Time. That is a crucial race for Democrats. They need to win that one, retain that seat in a swing state if they want to retain the Senate. We've now got a string of some cop stories that some of them are going to make you laugh, some of them are going to make you angry.
All right, we're going to switch gears now. A tragedy in the Detroit Police Department tonight has left a cloud hanging over the city.
Police responded to a call involving one of their own, threatening to take his own life. The heart-wrenching drama unfolded at St. Aubin and Davison on Detroit's east side.
The chief says an officer having a mental crisis shot 2 fellow officers. They suffered non-life-threatening injuries before he was shot and killed.
7 News Detroit's Brett Cast has been on the scene all evening as the city comes to grips with the unthinkable.
Well, it all started with a 911 call just before 2:30 this afternoon of a suicide in progress near St. Aubin and Davison, which is basically right underneath the Highland.
I think this is Tuesday.
Officers then encountered an armed suspect who was wearing a DPD uniform.
Radio, this is a serious. We got a sergeant shot and shooting up in the air.
A Detroit police sergeant making a suicidal 911 call, then confronting his fellow officers with a high-powered rifle, firing rounds into the air.
He is off duty. He is threatening suicide. He is asking for suicide by cop. He is struggling with a mental crisis.
The large scene closed for hours with numerous evidence.
Well, he got what he wanted.
Around. Chief James White says when responding officers took cover behind a vehicle, the sergeant began shooting at the car. 2 officers were struck, one in the leg and one in the thigh. One of the officers then returned fire, killing the sergeant.
We have officer down, or was that the white male subject that's down?
Sergeant's down that was shooting. We got 2 officers that were grazed. They en route to DRH at this time.
The
more for the good guys.
Were heroes. Once they recognized it was one of our own members, they still had to do their job and make sure that everyone else was safe.
According to the chief, the 45-year-old sergeant had been with the department for 13 years. He came back this month from medical leave and had no known mental health history. He was an active member of their special response team, an elite unit that handles the most violent and sensitive cases, including barricaded gunmen, sometimes in mental crisis.
It's extremely tragic. I mean, it speaks to that we're not immune to the mental health crisis in this city, in our country, in our state. It affects everybody, including law enforcement officers.
I think cops are taking time bombs, all of them.
They were going to be confronted by a highly trained and armed officer in the department who was having significant mental issue.
Mayor Mike Duggan also on scene, praising the responding officers, who were all expected to be okay.
It's a tragedy for the city, but it's just a reminder that every Detroiter should just be enormously grateful for the commitment of the service, the men and women of this department.
And more information will likely be released down the line. Michigan State Police will be investigating this shooting. On the east side of Detroit, I'm Brett Cast, 7 News, Detroit.
Was I muted that whole fucking time? That whole rant about how Brett looking to Brett that Brett was. Sorry. Dude look like a fucking Brett. Dougie, good evening. Going to Las Vegas where video shows an alleged illegal arrests.
Now. Fake arrest on the Las Vegas Strip. Now a Metro sergeant faces several charges. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Stop out here shaking people down.
And I'm Kirsten Joyce. It's a story our 8 News Now investigators first broke. Now they've obtained evidence at the center of the case, including video. Vanessa Murphy has this story. We do want to warn you, some language in this report is of a sensitive nature.
God damn.
What's up, man? What's up, brother? Hey, I'm the sergeant, idiot.
Kevin Menon pushing a Metro police officer. Prosecutors.
What's up, man? What's up, brother? Hey, I'm the sergeant, idiot.
Kevin Menon pushing a Metro police officer. Prosecutors say it's not just one of his own he targeted. They have a series of videos where Menon appears to create fake scenarios so citizens could be targeted and taken into custody without probable cause. That's a violation of rights. The incidents in April and May as Menon led a specialized group on the Las Vegas Strip.
Where am I going to jail?
You can see and hear the shock.
Y'all do this to white people? Yeah. I do to everybody, bro.
The majority of individuals identified in the criminal case against Menon are black men, stopped and searched in public, according to prosecutors, after Menon manufactured a reason like this. Officers later testified they saw this man with a knife larger than what's allowed on the Strip. As they walked toward him, Menon, dressed in plain clothes, bumps into him and stares him down.
Seems like you want to fight someone with.
He remains calm, cooperative, and confused.
He bumped into me, and then you guys were right behind me, literally. I didn't see like it was a setup.
At the Cosmopolitan, 4 men appear to be.
He even said it was a setup.
It's a crime to loiter by a restroom and say, hold on.
Loiter by a restroom.
I just got here.
Crime to wait on your friend.
Restroom and you said, suck my.
Officers later testified they never heard the men make those comments. They were just following Menon's orders.
Don't worry, you'll be out in like 6 hours.
Here, uniformed officers pretend to arrest Menon. The undercover sergeant then pretends to know this man who was simply sitting at the Cromwell Sportsbook.
What I do, man?
Also at the Cromwell, prosecutors say Menon tries to hand these 2 men fraudulent bills. They never accept anything from him, but officers stop and search them. One of the men demands to speak with a supervisor. They're released. Menon later returns dressed in a Metro jacket.
Whoa!
Months later, he's put in handcuffs, facing felony charges for abusing his power and trying to cover it up. Menon remains out of custody on bond. He's expected to be back here in court on October 23rd.
No, keep him locked up.
8 News Now.
At this point, no other officer has been charged. Menon is on unpaid administrative leave with suspension of police powers.
They all need to be charged. They all need to be fired. Well, I've said it many times when we have officers violating the law. I have a proposal. I call it the Higher Standard Act. We should hold cops to a higher standard. They should face double whatever a civilian faces. They should know better. They're cops. Double. Apparently, officials with an Arizona police department didn't disclose an internal investigation ahead of a hearing. Once again, pulling some funky shit. Reason why you should never trust the fucking cops. Never trust the cops. They lie about shit they don't even have a reason to lie about.
Fallout growing tonight from the violent arrest of Tyrone Mickelpin. His death has cerebral palsy and was repeatedly punched and tasered by 2 Phoenix police officers.
We broke the story and exposed the video of his arrest, now being watched by millions of people around the globe. For almost a week, Phoenix leaders stayed silent, but now some are finally publicly addressing that scandal. In a new statement, Mayor Kate Gallego says, "I've watched the body camera footage. I share the deep concern we've heard from some in our community, and this
video of them punching and tasering a man who is deaf and has cerebral palsy. These cops didn't disclose their internal investigation.
Fallout growing tonight from the violent arrest of Tyrone Mickelpin. His death has cerebral palsy and was repeatedly punched and tasered by 2 Phoenix police officers.
We broke the story and exposed the video of his arrest, now being watched by millions of people around the globe. For almost a week, Phoenix leaders stayed silent, but now some are finally publicly addressing that scandal. In a new statement, Mayor Kate Gallego says, "I've watched the body camera footage. I share the deep concern we've heard from some in our community, and this incident warrants a full and thorough investigation." Both the Professional Standards Bureau and the Force Evaluation Review Unit have opened investigations, and I expect them to offer complete analysis, thorough conclusions, and recommendations. In her statement, the mayor also stressed the need for, quote, accountability and transparency.
And that takes us to our next report from ABC 15 Chief Investigator Dave Biscabing.
Accountability and transparency. That's something city leaders keep stressing about their police department. Well, in this case, we learned when officers took the stand to testify against Tyrone and accuse him of aggravated assault and resisting arrest, police did not tell the court the case was under internal investigation. The arrest happened on August 19th. Taser. 11 days later, on August 30th, Phoenix police say they opened an internal investigation.
Hands behind your back. Get your hands behind your back.
Oh my God, why are you punching him like that?
1st, officers Benjamin Harris and Kyle Sue took the stand. It was a hearing to determine if there was probable cause. 19th. Taser. 11 days later, on August 30th, Phoenix police say they opened an internal investigation.
Hands behind your back. Get your hands behind your back.
Then, a month later, on October 1st, officers Benjamin Harris and Kyle Sue took the...
If you punch someone in the head repeatedly like that, you will be charged with, like, deadly assault. Attempted homicide. Like, seriously, you can't just punch somebody in the head like that.
The stand. It was a hearing to determine if there was probable cause for criminal charges to move forward against Tyrone.
During your initial interaction with Tyrone, you wrote that Tyrone raised his hands. Can you describe what that looked like?
Yeah, he raised them in a manner that appeared to me he was going to use them to...
Did you guys see how fast that was? Like, he has no goddamn idea what's going on. He doesn't even see the cop. Look how fast this is.
During your initial interaction with Tyrone, you wrote that Tyrone raised his hands. Can you describe what that looked like?
Yeah, he raised them in a manner that appeared to me he was going to use them to punch me.
For 2 hours,
he didn't know what the fuck was happening.
They were the victims of an assault.
Anything further by the parties or any record to be made?
But according to Tyrone's attorneys, no one, not the police or prosecutors, told the defense or the court there was an ongoing internal investigation into how officers handled the arrest.
Ultra X-ray taser, deploy more units.
The defense...
Well, you can see him walking, when he realizes the truck pulls up. He doesn't understand that it's the cops. He was looking at his phone.
During your initial interaction...
He looks up right there, sees the vehicle, and turns to go the other way. Like, he's like, oh, whoa.
With Tyrone, you wrote that Tyrone...
He has no idea that this has anything to do with him. Why is this cop even pulling up on him like that?
Tyrone raised his hands. Can you describe what that looked like?
He raised his hands because some dude rushed at him.
To me, he was going to use them to punch me.
For 2 hours, the two officers testified about why they were the victims of an assault.
Anything further by the parties or any record to be made?
But according to Tyrone's attorneys, no one, not the police or prosecutors, told the defense or the court there was an ongoing internal investigation into how officers handled the arrest.
Ultra X-ray taser, deploy more units.
The defense didn't ask specifically about any current internal investigations at the hearing, but they did ask this officer about his record.
Have you ever been disciplined for using excessive force?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of?
Bottom line, police opened an internal investigation into the arrest a full month before this hearing and didn't tell the defense. Legal experts say that's a problem, especially when the city keeps
broke his hand.
Transparency and accountability.
The height of iron, hypocrisy and just very, very troubling. Again, this poor man has to defend himself against charges that never should have been brought against him.
Jared Keenan is with ACLU, Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long history of delay and outright refusal to turn over exculpatory information, which prosecutors are required to do.
Before our reporting exposed this all publicly, Phoenix PD kept a close eye on the case. Now, we were the only news outlet that even knew about the arrest and this hearing. And while we saw 2 police spokesmen come to watch the testimony. News cameras are not allowed to shoot video of the gallery, but we pulled courtroom archive video. It's grainy, but 2 of these men are officers with Phoenix PD's Public Affairs Bureau. They left after the first officer's testimony ended. They didn't stay for the second officer and didn't hear the judge make his ruling.
At this time, I do believe the state has presented sufficient evidence to establish probable cause to counsel.
Again, Phoenix officials keep touting accountability and transparency. Well, Phoenix has a new independent police oversight office called the Office of Accountability and Transparency, or OAT, and they just gave us a short statement. It says, OAT filed a monitoring notice in this incident yesterday. OAT learned of this incident last Thursday via the ABC 15 story that aired. In a final note about Tyrone McAlpin, like you saw in that court hearing, he's still facing felony charges. Now, after he was arrested, he could not get enough money to post bond and spent 3 weeks in jail, away from his family in Newborn. I'm investigator Dave Biskobing, ABC 15, Arizona.
As we reported Tuesday, Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell has promised to personally review this case.
Phoenix Vice Mayor Deborah Stark also released a statement saying, I am saddened that Mr. McAlpin's disabilities were not accommodated nor taken into consideration, especially since Phoenix City Council was assured by the Phoenix Police Department that police officers received training on the appropriate ways to interact specifically with individuals who are deaf and hard of hearing. Friday, we showed video of officers testifying that they'd received essentially no training on the matter. You can catch up on all of our coverage at abc15.com/investigators.
We do not have a update in Texas just yet. Trump is speaking at the Al Smith dinner. Let's take it. Should be jovial. He should be cracking jokes. It's Trump, so.
Just saw on that screen. But my opponent feels like she does not have to be here, which is deeply disrespectful to the event and in particular to our great Catholic community. Very disrespectful. The last Democrat not to attend this important event was Walter Mondale, and it did not go very well for him. He lost 49 states and he won 1, Minnesota. So I said, there's no way I'm missing it. Actually, it was not easy for me to get here tonight. Because I wasn't going to miss this thing, no matter, I didn't care. I wasn't going to miss it. But that's true, Walter Mondale, 49 and 1. He was expected to do well, and it didn't work out. It shows you.
That's not funny.
For those people that are questioning it. I understand the real reason that she's not here is she's hunting with her running mate, spending a lot of time hunting.
Is there a laugh track?
Weird. You know the word weird. They call me weird. They call JD weird. We're very solid people. This guy is calling us weird, but this was weird that the Democrat candidate is not here and with us tonight. I want to also congratulate somebody's going to make us all healthy. RFK Jr., we love you. I don't see him. He's campaigning all over the place. He's campaigning. You're all over. Hello, you both. Nice to see you both. You're doing a good job. He's a great guy, too. He really is. He's going to make us a healthier place. We're going to let him go wild for a little while. Then I'm going to have to maybe rein him back. Because he's got some pretty wild ideas, but most of them are really good, I think. He's a good man, and he believes.
No, he's not.
The environment, the healthy people. He wants healthy people.
Chuggy boy does look like the big one.
And he's going to do it. He's going to have a big chance to do it because we do need that. I would not have missed the Al Smith dinner for anything in the world. I still remember coming here as a very young guy with my father, Fred. He was a great guy, my father. He was a tough cookie, but he
I have no clue who Alfred E. Smith is. Is that the character from Mad Magazine?
Too much anymore. There'd be people standing with tin cans, and he would always take out $100 and put it in that can. And I always thought it was beautiful. And frankly, I even think more so now it was beautiful, because nowadays you don't see it so much. But I miss him, and we used to come here.
Alfred E. Newman, yes, you're right, question mark.
And a great New York tradition.
Here at the Alfred E. Newman
79 years ago.
Memorial Foundation dinner.
79 years ago, and there are some.
But Chuck Schumer is not amused.
Almost that length. I know many of them, and it's not a pretty picture. Not a pretty picture. The two candidates for president are supposed to exchange good nature.
15 minutes away from the Nevada Senate debate. We're going to take that live.
I didn't like Biden very much, and now I like him quite a bit. You know, and now I say that she's much worse than him. He was a much better candidate than her, actually. And when we hopefully win, dispose of her, I like her a lot, but right now I can't stand her. It's true. I can't stand her. I've never liked people that I was competing against. When you do, a lot of bad things happen. And we are doing well. By the way, the votes are starting to come in. You got to get out and vote. And Catholics, you got to vote for me. Just remember. You better remember I'm here, and she's not. I could have done that too. But you do something that's incredible. The Catholic Church, you're helping the poor, educating children, and supporting the vulnerable. But if you really wanted Vice President Harris to accept your invitation, I guess you should have told her the funds were going to bail out the looters and rioters in Minneapolis, and she would have been here, guaranteed. She would have been here. Guaranteed.
We got booed.
She would have been
Dougie,
okay.
Joey, good evening.
Okay with that.
Alien.
I know this isn't my normal crowd tonight, because it just isn't. It's not my normal crowd.
Just isn't.
Believe me, my normal crowd is younger, has a lot more energy, but you have certain advantages too, like cash, lots of cash. But many of you are Manhattan liberals from the media and the Democrat Party. I always say the Democrat, you know, Chuck doesn't like that. He likes Democratic, and it sounds much more beautiful, the Democratic Party. I always say the Democrat Party because it sounds worse. It is true. He likes Democratic. Why don't they just change the name? This way, you know, it is Democrat. But I must say I was shocked when I heard
the
that.
The Democratic Party, dude.
Skipping the Al Smith dinner. I'd really hoped that she would come, because we can't get enough of hearing her beautiful laugh. She laughs like crazy. We would recognize it any place in this room, and all polls are indicating I'm leading big with the Catholic vote, as I should be. As I should be.
Oh, this is a Catholic thing?
Kamala has given up yet. She hasn't, instead of attending tonight.
Hide your kids.
In Michigan receiving communion.
Hide your other kids.
Gretchen Whitmer.
Professor Q.
That's not a pretty sight. But Catholics, please don't be too insulted by Kamala's absence. If the Democrats...
Why is Chucky there? He's Jewish.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If Democrats really wanted to have someone not be with us this evening, they would have just sent Joe Biden. You know, he's having second thoughts. You know that, right? He wants to come back. If she does any worse in the polls, they're going to bring him back again, I think. Chuck, he's going to do it. He's the one that got him out. That's the guy.
You have to explain much again. Republic means
Nancy, I will tell you.
You elect representatives.
He did it. Joe has almost disappeared.
You do that through Democratic vote.
Be seen less as if he had a show on
CNN. Democratic Republic. The founders even use the words interchangeably.
Fake news, right? Fake. That term wasn't good. You know, they say
this is Trump speaking at a...
Because it's much worse than fake. I don't want to...
Dinner for Alfred P. Newman.
All those cameras would shut off immediately. They don't like that. But apparently Joe didn't think it was fair for me to have the podium.
You can see Senator Chuck Schumer grimacing.
So he called, looked at
the
me,
former president,
and said, "Don't." Does anybody understand that? Yeah. I thought it was actually very good until just now.
A very wild
It was
setup on
announced
the
this morning
dais.
that at a funeral yesterday, in a rare moment of clarity, Joe told Barack Hussein Obama that, quote, only a few people got that.
I mean, I guess I can see the, like...
Or as Rush Limbaugh used to say, Barack
I can see the charisma.
Obama, remember, bro? He was a piece of work. We miss him.
Cult leaders usually
But as he
smart.
told Barack Hussein Obama, quote, she's not as strong as me. She's not as strong. Do you understand that? And Obama agreed, saying, that's true. Other than that,
most of them
I think
stupid.
the Democrats are getting along quite well. Right? Nobody got that one.
We are 10 minutes away from the Nevada Senate debate.
We need new leadership in this country. Right now, we have someone in the White House who can barely talk, barely put together two coherent sentences, who seems to have mental faculties of a child.
We're also waiting to see if Texas executes an innocent man. That's possible.
No intelligence whatsoever, but enough about Kamala Harris. Let's get on to something else. I know Kamala's word because she spends a lot of time complaining. I won't agree to another debate. But the truth is, I've debated twice this year, once against Joe Biden and once against David Muir of ABC. That was amazing, 11 times. None for the other side. Do you think that's fair news? I don't think so. That's fake news. I don't know what's going to happen 3 weeks from now. It's going to be very interesting. It just started. It's actually, isn't it sort of exciting? Right? It really, isn't it?
No, you're not exciting at all. That's why we're going to stop. We're going to go through a little bit more of the news that I have lined up. That was a Catholic dinner that they're speaking at. Catholic dinner. Speaking of Catholics, let's go to this story out of L.A. where the Archdiocese of L.A. going to fork up the dough.
Reached tonight with the Catholic Archdiocese of Los Angeles to settle more than 1,300 claims of childhood sexual abuse.
The Archdiocese will pay $880 million to victims, making it the largest single child sex abuse settlement with the Catholic Archdiocese. KTLA's Alina Bovian joins us live in downtown L.A. with more. Alina.
Hi, good evening. That's right. We're talking about nearly $900 million for this settlement tied to 1,300 cases of childhood sexual abuse, and all of them relating to the Archdiocese of Los Angeles. Now, this goes back decades, for nearly a century, and the reason it took so long for all this to happen is because of the newly enacted California Assembly Bill 218, AB 218, which provided a 3-year window to revive some of these civil claims of past sexual abuse.
Not a drag queen.
Is the largest single child sex abuse settlement.
One might consider it drag. No, it is totally not drag. Drag is so much better.
Some of them facing criminal charges going back to the 1950s to present. In 2007, the LA Archdiocese settled sex abuse lawsuits on behalf of approximately 500 victims for $660 million. According to published reports, more than 3,000 lawsuits alleging sexual abuse
anonymously, it's sometimes like
against Catholic
0.01% of the time is a drag queen.
Approximately 1,600.
You can find the rare outlier.
500 in San Diego County and about 200 in Orange County.
But almost none of the time is it a drag
Cruz
queen.
and San Diego have filed bankruptcy protection in the wake of these lawsuits.
I'd fuck a man in a dress. Wouldn't you fuck a man in a dress? You're not
for
man enough to fuck a man in a dress.
But to his credit, the Archbishop stepped up, and unlike other dioceses throughout the state of California and across the nation, didn't file bankruptcy.
You know, I really feel that no amount of money is going to make right the wrong.
What the fuck is Dusty Rhodes doing in here? Let the horseman get ready to pull him out of the car and break his arm. Ah!
The Archdiocese, they are tapping into their reserve to fund it. That is the very latest. I'm Lena Bovin here in downtown LA, KTLA 5 News.
Alina.
Sorry, that dude probably got raped by a priest when he was a kid. I'm fucking making jokes about his pain. My apologies. Speaking of child sex crimes, god damn, what is wrong with me? I don't usually bottom, but sometimes I do occasionally. So yeah, probably. I'd let a man in a dress fuck me. Probably. But I don't usually bottom. That's but you could call me like a top switch, I guess. In the gay community when I dabble my dick in it. Ooh. Now I feel really weird doing this story. I should just go back to Trump. The dude fled the country after getting charged with child porn.
A local child therapist is arrested for child pornography, but police say he managed to escape the U.S. Today, Fox 13 Seattle is looking at how the suspect slipped through the cracks so easily.
The details we're uncovering are frustrating and concerning. Fox 13's AJ Janival reports what went wrong from the airport.
Documents that I obtained show law enforcement stopped that suspect, Yusheng Ling, for a brief moment here at the airport. But those records show Port of Seattle police let the accused child sexual exploiter go.
Of course they let him go.
Over red tape. Port of Seattle police was on scene and declined detention of the subject due to a lack of a warrant. A one-sentence answer as to why
I mean, usually I'm in fucking favor of that.
Sexually
fucking fuck
is now free.
We believe that they absolutely could have arrested him, and we were under the belief that they would have because they didn't need a warrant.
Probable cause documents I obtained show 26-year-old Yusheng Ling, who went by Bruce, worked as a family and child therapist. According to the documents, Ling was employed with Valley City's Behavioral Health Care. Ling claimed in that role he collaborated with schools, DCYF, CPS, and Seattle Children's Hospital.
Extremely
insane.
Police discovered dozens of images of child pornography in a computer file alongside a file for his cover letter for an application to Seattle Children's Hospital.
That's just so awful when you read the details in those court documents.
I'm going to do the profanity and the weed when I come back from the restroom.
$7,500 out of his own pocket. He then somehow acquired an illegal passport, and despite Homeland Security flagging his planned escape and King County Sheriff notifying the Port of Seattle police
rooting on people to get away, but I am totally against this dude getting away.
They agreed to do. Officers at the airport let Ling board a flight to China.
What he could have been arrested on were two things. One is attempted bail jumping for trying to board that flight. The other is not following court orders by getting that passport and trying to get on the flight.
I spoke to officials with the Port of Seattle Police Department who tell me they have to have probable cause or a warrant to make an arrest. They say they're not sure if they had that at the time of this incident. Reporting here at SeaTac Airport, I'm AJ Janival, Fox 13 News.
All right, we're going to do the Nevada Senate debate, and it should be a wild one. It is a competitive seat. Democrats need to win it in order to keep the Senate. That's coming at you live at the top of the hour. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and I'll be right back. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked, sick aesthetic.
Not high enough for this shit. I guess I gotta thank Matt Wall for introducing me to JustinFREAKIN.
Hey there, y'all. We're about to get stupid, locked into what that news be doing. Fu Manchu and a slick bandana. Colder than ice, smoother than Santana. Audio, video, chat, and calls. Right-wing nut jobs haunt the halls. What you wanna watch? Hey, what you think? And there's only one choice. It's JustinFREAKIN.
The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the call.
Light one up and tip one back. It's a right to be high. Let's grab a snack. It's fucking news, quit panic, attack, and play your cards right and get a titty slap. Jump in Discords, have some fun. The man will talk to everyone. Get high and try to debate. When shit pops off, chat thinks it's great. What do you think you're doing? Join the troll patrol. Wherever discourse is brewing, he gives it that southern drawl.
So let's go ahead and bring in Justin. Hey Justin, how's it going, brother?
First of all, I want to say you're poser South. I'm in Alabama. I'm the real South.
Okay, all right. So why don't you tell us what it takes to be in Indiana?
Well, I don't know. I'm in Alabama and I'll fuck a man in a dress. Why won't you fuck a man in a dress? Are you that insecure that you won't fuck a man in a dress?
That's fantastic. So you're okay with that, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Good.
Right-wingers are morons.
Like one it and hit one back on one more clip where we hit the set an alert when that shit goes live. Social fucking support and hit subscribe. Light one up and take a hit. He does no harm, but it takes no shit. He's the last one standing when the ship is sinking. Let's take another rip for JustinFREAKIN.
Light one up, tip one back. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
Not high enough for this shit.
Yes, holiday. But I have so many of them I can't tell you which one it is that works for me. However, I can tell you that whatever YouTube did in like the last week or so is fucking with the one that I use on my main browser. So I know that's not a lot of help. I have Brave browser now. 20 all failing for a month now. Yeah, that's why I had to really work at it. I mean, I think on this browser that I use for the Troll Patrol, I think I've just got like every goddamn ad blocker there is. Here we go. This is the Nevada Senate debate.
War. But I also know, most importantly,
Sam Brown, the Republican,
finding hope on the issues that matter most to you.
Mainly the economy. It's just the price of goods, the price of gas.
High crime rate. We just basically want a better life. That's what's driving me.
It's a critical seat in a battleground state. Tonight, you get to decide which candidate will
Jackie Rosen is the
and your vote.
Democrat incumbent.
Nation's capital. I'm your host, Leland Vittert from News Nation. It's debate night, and the stakes are high, not only for Nevada, but the country.
Leland Vittert again
takes center stage. Moderating tonight's debate is 8 News Now anchor Denise Valdez, Politics Now host John Langler, and reporter Joshua Piguero. The debate is airing around the state here on 8 News Now and the CBS affiliate KTVN in Reno, in Spanish on Univision in Las Vegas and Reno, and across the country on News Nation. Before we get to the questions, here are the rules. Senator Rosen and Mr. Brown, you will have 60 seconds to answer a question. For a follow-up question or rebuttal, you will have 30 seconds to respond.
Oh, you guys know profanity, which is easy during a debate.
When time's up,
most of the time,
this bell.
And I owe you guys some bong rips.
We'll have 30
Let's get high, fuckers.
Statement.
Light one up, tip one back.
LAS studios in Las Vegas. This is debate night in Nevada.
And thank you, Leland, and welcome to debate night right here in Las Vegas. Welcome to both of our candidates. We appreciate you being here. And welcome to everyone who is watching at home tonight. We have got a lot of important issues to cover.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
Everyone to share your thoughts on X using the hashtag NVSenateDebate, where you'll also see the sources we use in developing our questions tonight.
Troll Patrol
and John Langler has our first question for the candidates.
Thank you, candidates. Let's start with the economy. It is consistently the #1 issue for voters in Nevada. The nation is battling high prices caused by inflation. Right now, the average Nevadan is paying nearly $1,200 a month more on groceries than 3 years ago. We'll start with Ms. Rosen. Can you give us one specific policy you would support moving forward to lower costs for Nevada consumers? You have 1 minute to respond.
Well, I want to first of all thank everyone for tuning in, and I want to thank Channel 8 for hosting this evening. And I know that families are being squeezed by higher costs, and we have to work on it. So what I would work on first, and what I have legislation to do, is affordable housing. I have a bill called the Home Act. It's to make sure that those corporate investors that come to Nevada, they continue to buy up our homes and they jack up the prices. we need to make sure they're not able to do that. I have a bill that will hold them accountable, that will fine them, that will put money back into affordable housing. The other things we've done is what I've done is bring $500 million to the Home Means Nevada program to help thousands of families get into affordable housing. And we've asked for lower interest rates because when it's lower to build and lower to buy, it's lower for everyone. My opponent, Sam Brown, actually calls for higher interest rates. He said it wouldn't be pretty or easy. In fact, it would be painful. So instead of making sure that Nevada families have the pride of home ownership, he wants to inflict pain on them.
Ms. Rosen, 15 seconds to clarify here. Sure. Beyond affordable housing, groceries, ways to lower costs for people who are going out and shopping for groceries.
I'm glad that you asked that. We've been working with the Federal Trade Commission because Kroger and Albertsons are the two main grocery stores chains here in Nevada. And we know that they want to merge. And what happens when they merge? Well, they limit competition, they may close stores in some of our smaller communities that may lose jobs and only end up with one store. So we are working with the Federal Trade Commission to hold them accountable on price gouging and on against competition. This is what we're doing for them. We're also doing the same thing for big oil. They're ripping you off at the gas pump. Grocery stores, the grocery chains, the big oil, they're making record profits quarter after quarter.
Ms. Rosen, thank you. Mr. Brown, same question for you. Can you give us one specific policy you would support moving forward to lower costs for Nevada consumers? You have 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, John. It's interesting to note that Senator Rosen struggled to answer the question about groceries. As a family that has been impacted by the higher grocery prices, let me tell you about a couple. But as we answer multiple questions tonight, I want the viewers at home to contemplate a question. Depending on who wins this election,
I believe he was injured in Afghanistan or Iraq.
Us here in Nevada, or is it some special interest or maybe political party back in D.C.? Now let's get to talk about those issues of groceries and the higher prices. A lot of that can be impacted by our energy policy. This administration, backed by Senator Rosen, has chosen to prioritize energy policies that reward green energy projects,
IED in Afghanistan,
increase in taxes and regulations. All of those costs go into what we pay for at the grocery store. And look, there's locally owned grocery stores like Mariana's that do not gouge people, as Senator Rosen wants you to believe. They employ hundreds of local people here. Our prices are higher as a result of higher energy costs and regulations.
Time is up, but I would like to ask 15 seconds to clarify here. Once again, supporting a specific policy, what efforts would you take if you're elected to the Senate to try and lower costs for Nevada consumers? 15 seconds.
So again, everything moves through energy, our fuel prices. We need to prioritize cheaper, more efficient and reliable energy supplies. That's going to drive down the cost of everything. Not raising taxes like will happen at the end of 2025 if Senator Rosen stays in power along with Kamala Harris. And also reducing regulations. This administration has raised regulations that add to the cost of everything. Again, our grocery stores are not, our locally owned grocery stores are not gouging us. It's the policies of D.C. that is.
Can I have
15 seconds?
Can I have 15 seconds to respond?
Manufacturers are gouging us.
Well, what I'd like to tell you is
partially correct.
Nevada is a leader in the sustainable energy future with wind, water, solar, and geothermal. We have more solar jobs per capita than any other state in the nation, with thousands of jobs. We have critical minerals, the only active lithium mine in North America. And I can tell you there are billions of dollars that have come in investments to northern Nevada because of Nevada, UNR being named the lithium loop.
Thank you very much. And we will talk about clean energy and other efforts later on in the program here. We would like to stay on the economy here, though. Back in June, former President Trump first proposed his no taxes on tips idea right here in Las Vegas. And since then, Republicans and Democrats have supported the idea.
This guy looks like a breadtube.
But the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget estimates it would cost the nation more than $450 billion in lost tax revenue. So we'll start with you, Mr. Brown. Who do you think should qualify for this?
Are you Jimmy Ray?
Policy? You have 1 minute to respond.
Look, we have thousands and thousands of hardworking Nevadans right here that would benefit by this policy. And at the end of the day, some people may want to dismiss it. I'm glad that this is something that I think there's a bipartisan opportunity for us to work together on. And I'm glad that Senator Rosen has supported it as well.
Got the coolest Halloween mask on.
At the end of the day, tax on tips is not the only thing that we need to eliminate. We also need to do the right thing for our seniors and eliminate taxes on Social Security benefits.
Cancel Justin.
You know, if we eliminate taxes on tips and Social Security benefits, that can be the difference between someone not being able to pay their rent, not be able to afford their groceries, or having that stable life. And so I think we need to eliminate both of those.
Mr. Brown, I beg your pardon. The question was specifically about the no taxes on tips policy, and specifically who should qualify for this policy. 15 seconds to answer that.
Look, again, if you're receiving tips, then you ought to be not have to pay taxes on those tips. This is something that clearly, as a result of the economy that we have, the higher prices that Senator Rosen has voted for, people are desperate, and this is a policy that will give them the ability to keep things together.
That's time, Mr. Brown. Thank you. Ms. Rosen, same question for you. Who do you think should qualify for this no taxes on tips policy? You have 1 minute to respond.
Well, I can tell you that I put myself through college as a waitress. In fact, I was a member of Culinary Union 226 when I was a young woman. I was grateful for the union and grateful for the job, and it's the first time our entire Las Vegas Strip actually is union. So I'm actually chair of the Senate Committee for Tourism. 25% of our hospitality workers are in hospitality in Nevada. It's a heavily tipped industry. So we need to make sure that our servers, our bartenders and waitresses have that ability for no tax on tips. We also have to address the
just the tip clinically.
In other places around the country, servers often make an average $3-4 an hour. It's not a livable wage. Tips are variable. The other thing we have to do when we work on these bills is make sure we put in guardrails so that giant corporations, those greedy CEOs that are ripping you off, making record profit.
T-minus, what bandana color did you want?
Their salary or bonus is a tip, and they don't pay taxes. So I do believe we have to make an actual definition of who the servers are that, or bartenders, however we define that, get that benefit.
Ms. Rosen, thank you. I would like 15 seconds to clarify. Should the policy, if it goes through, only apply to hospitality workers? 15 seconds.
Well, I think that we have to look more broadly at who gets tips. And so we do know that servers, typically in restaurants, bartenders, waitresses, and the like, are probably the most heavily tipped in this country. So we can start there. We can also have a discussion and analysis and see if there are other industries that also work heavily in tips.
Ms. Rosen, thank you very much.
Yes.
Denise, to you.
To something you both already touched on
Yes.
earlier here tonight, the housing market and certainly the housing shortage that we have here in Nevada. Take a look at this graphic. It
Wait a minute, you're horny for Jackie Rosen?
That Southern Nevada needs about 80,000 more affordable homes.
I went with random and I got blue. I got blue bandana.
Federal government. You both agree more of that land should be released so we can have construction.
You know what I'm talking
We have very different ideas when it comes to how that land can be used. So, Ms. Rosen, you're first here to answer with 1 minute. You've proposed legislation to prevent corporations from driving up prices, buying homes. You mentioned the Home Act a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Why should the federal government even be involved in who can buy a house?
Well, I don't think the federal government should be involved in who can buy houses, but we do have to protect the consumer from price gouging. Everyone knows the difference between someone making a profit and someone taking advantage of our community. So the Home Act is meant to determine that if you're in a housing shortage and these corporate investors come and buy up all the homes and they jack up the prices to unreasonable rates, that's hurting your community. We're going to fine them. We're going to put that money back into affordable housing, just like we did when we brought $500 million to the Home Means Nevada program to get people into affordable housing. We need to continue to work on these issues. We lowered interest rates in order to be sure it's cheaper to build. That makes it cheaper to buy. Those are things we have to do. And of course, as you stated, in Nevada, about 85% of our land is owned by the federal government. So we have to have lands bills in order to responsibly release federal land. I've done that with my Washoe County lands bill. We brought in all the stakeholders, the environmentalists, tribal communities, business leaders, our municipal elected leaders, and so many others to craft a bill, a consensus bill supported by the Reno-Sparks Chamber of Commerce to release over 15,000 acres for economic development with an emphasis on affordable housing.
Ms. Rosen, you mentioned greedy CEOs and these developers coming in. Who specifically do you think is price gouging?
Or is she just really short?
Well, I know that we have large corporate investors that are coming in and they are buying up the homes. They either aren't good landlords or they are taking advantage of us. So my bill allows the Housing and Urban Development to take a look at each community.
Is there a specific one, though, you want to take a look at?
Well, I think that we have to look at some of these big Wall Street investors that are coming here. There are multiple investors. It's not the person.
Yes, and it's Nevada, and it's a blue, or it's a purple state
that are coming and buying up all the inventory.
That's our
The Democrat wants to look conservative, and Republican wants to look liberal.
Cut the red tape. Give these developers the incentives.
Nailed it, Warlord.
Give us a specific regulation, though, that you'd like just to cut the red tape so they can provide.
Purple state. That's why you see the cross.
As someone who bought a home here 6 years ago, by the way, it's a humble home. It's
humble home,
1.5 bath. I was able to afford that home because my dollar went further 6 years ago when I bought it. Interest rates were lower, and no one wants to see interest rates go up, but we can see because of the spending of this administration and Senator Jackie Rosen being the deciding tie-breaking vote that has led to the increased cost, that interest rates had to go up to decrease inflation. What I would like to see.
Do we retire the Biden graphic?
Housing. It's interesting.
After January 20th?
A desire to want to find greedy corporations. What if we find greedy politicians who make things more unaffordable for us? But at the end of the day, increasing supply of homes by getting rid of this really expensive auctioning process that goes to the lots go to the highest bidder would decrease the starting price for those new homes. And at the end of the day, when she talks about affordable housing, Senator Rosen, why did you only include 35 acres of affordable housing in your lands bill? That doesn't sound like much when you have 1 million acres at
Ms.
stake
Rosen,
here.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds if you'd like to respond to that.
Yes, if Sam would have actually read the bill, it was supported by the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce, built upon a coalition. There are actually thousands of acres set aside for conservation, set aside for our tribal communities, and over 15,000 acres set aside for us to develop churches, parks, schools with an emphasis on affordable housing. We worked with everyone to come up and craft a bill that worked for Washoe County.
Senator Rosen, however, out of a bill that
Mr. Brown, that's going to be the final word on housing. John has our next question right now with foreign policy.
And Denise, I would like to switch gears to foreign policy. Recently, we've seen fighting.
The bill is jarring.
Hezbollah and Hamas increase. There's obviously some news just today about the leader of Hamas. But right now, a small number of American troops are going to be on the ground in Israel. Mr. Brown, I'd like to start with you. Is there a line?
There's video of him throwing a stick at an Israeli drone.
Supporting it in the Middle East. You have 1 minute to respond.
No, and let me be clear about this. Israel has a right to defend itself. If you go back just 4 years ago, people used to say that President Trump would lead to more wars, but we saw quite the opposite.
He did.
In the Middle East, Israel was establishing peace between multiple neighboring nations there, and it was only in this administration that we saw the conflict explode. The major agitator here is Iran. And this administration, along with Senator Rosen, allowed for sanctions to be lifted. We sent billions of dollars to Iran, and Iran has funded their war through Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and also now directly against Israel. Israel should be able to defend itself. The United States should not inject itself in any sort of decision-making process, but we need to stand with Israel and allow it to take care of its own business.
Mr. Brown, thank you. Ms. Rosen, I'd like to ask you the same question. Is there a line the Israeli government could cross in this war for you to stop supporting it in the Middle East? 1 minute to respond.
Well, I can tell you that I will always support Israel's right to defend itself against terror. Iran is the leading state sponsor of terrorism. We saw it with Hamas. We saw today that
I'd argue the U.S.
was eliminated. We know that Iran is a leading state sponsor, Hamas, Houthis, and the other rebels. We have to stop there. I tell you that I went to Israel 1 week after October 7th. I met with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I met with the War Cabinet, and I met with the hostages. Sadly, I've met with them too many times. But when I came back, I got busy. We had multiple extra batteries of Iron Dome. I asked the President, along with Senator Rounds, we asked the President to move them to northern Israel. They did. You see them in action today. I passed something in Armed Services called the Defend Act, which was integrated air and missile defense. You saw that again, protecting Israel today. On Passover this last year, I was proud to vote for the supplemental, which supported Israel against Iran, Hamas and all the terrorists. It also supported Ukraine against Vladimir Putin.
Ms. Rosen, thank you. I would like to
Yes.
ask 15 seconds to just clarify if possible. Again, the question was if there was a line the Israeli government could cross that may get you to rethink or not support as much what they're doing. 15 seconds. Is it unconditional?
I think when it comes to terror, we always have to stand up to terrorists around the world and brutal dictators like we do with Xi in China, with Putin in Ukraine, and against Iran and its proxies in the Middle East. At the same time, Israel does have a responsibility to limit civilian casualties. It does have a responsibility to be sure that the humanitarian aid gets in. And it does have a responsibility with all of us to bring back...
Well, when do we have a responsibility to make them do those things that they aren't doing?
Ms. Rosen, thank you. Denise has more on this subject.
So just a couple of days ago, in fact, the U.S. government told Israel that it needs to provide more humanitarian aid in order to help Palestinians in Gaza. And if they don't do that, in the next 30 days, it could lead to the suspension of U.S. military aid to Israel. So, Ms. Rosen, you're first with 1 minute to respond here. Do you support this position that the United States has taken on this?
I do believe that we have to get humanitarian aid into Gaza to the citizens there that need it. I do believe we have to continue to negotiate for the hostages. I will tell you that I was proud to co-lead and co-found the Abraham Accords Caucus. We're with our partners and allies in the region. We continue to work on a path forward, what will be the day after, and how will we support the civilians that have been used by the terrorists that are Hamas, the Houthis, and others. And so we need to continue to get that aid in. We will go back to work in the next few weeks, and I believe we'll be passing another supplemental aid package.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Rosen. Mr. Brown, we've got a minute to respond here. Do you support this new position that they're taking, this hard line that just happened this week?
Absolutely not. I do not support that position. It's amazing that Senator Rosen dodged answering that question explicitly. Look, as someone who has seen the horrors of war, I can tell you, no one should have to go through that. And that was the amazing thing that we had in the leadership of President Trump. That is what we will have again when President Trump is back in the White House, and I can be an ally to his in the Senate. But when we have these conflicts, again, this is something that should be an easy answer from any politician. We do not need to be drawing red lines on what Israel can or cannot do or how we will support Israel.
Can I just have one sentence,
I'm going to give you just 15 seconds here. I mean, do you support this ultimatum that the United States has given?
I do not support the ultimatum. I believe that we need to support Israel in its fight against terror. But what I do support is our responsibility to help those civilians who are suffering in Gaza, or to help limit civilian casualties. We can and we must do both. Fight terror and support the innocent civilians.
All right, we appreciate that tonight. We move on to the next question with Joshua.
So we're gonna discuss an issue that you both brought up, energy. So if you take a look at this map, it shows Nevada has more than 130 pending renewable energy projects.
Yeah, Jared, I kind of agree with you.
Hundreds of square miles across the state. Mr. Brown, we're going to start with you. You have 1 minute to answer. How would you help small counties in Nevada manage the growth of these projects?
Look, energy is a national issue, and we need to have the most available, efficient, and cheap energy possible. That is what Nevadans are demanding. Again, we go back to kind of the economy issue here. Most of us can't afford basic life at this point. And it's easy for
moisturizes his skin,
who lives in a gated community, who's known to have violated the Stock Act multiple times and has a $15 million trust to sit back and say, oh, let's pursue these green energy policies. At the end of the day, what these local rural communities want is a chance to be able to develop in their own way. Again, this gets back to lands bills where
kind of shiny.
We free up land for them, but we also need to have incentives like people being able to keep dollars in their pockets. We must extend the tax cuts that are set to expire that Senator Rosen won't commit to extending at the end of 2025. We've got to decrease regulations that add to the cost of our life. And these are issues that an elitist like Senator Rosen just doesn't understand like the rest of us.
A 15-second point of clarification, Mr. Brown. You say you want to help these counties develop these projects in their own way. How?
No, I'm talking about just develop in general. So a lot of these counties, the smaller communities there are landlocked. And we need to be able to, just like a federal lands bill here in Clark County, the one discussed in Reno, we need to free up more land around those smaller communities so that they can build out whatever sort of business projects, residential home projects that they see fit. Again, D.C. doesn't know any better than our local and state officials.
All right, Ms. Rosen, you also have 1 minute to answer this question. How would you help small counties in Nevada manage the growth of these projects?
I'm really glad you asked that, because Sam would have voted against all of this investment that we've made in Nevada that's bringing billions of dollars to our state. So our geography and geology, like I said before, lead us to be part of the sustainable energy future. Wind, water, solar, geothermal. Like I said, more solar jobs per capita than any other state in the nation. Companies are moving here to build component parts for solar panels. I can tell you that we've been designated the lithium loop through UNR, and we've had companies commit over billions of dollars of investment to increasing battery storage, research and development. These are thousands of
Light one
jobs
up, tip
across
one back.
Nevada. And as I travel around the state, and I'm very proud to have so many mayors, Republican mayors, endorsing me, because my team and I, many of my team even raised in rural Nevada, we go around the state, we talk to them regularly about how they're going to be sure that they develop in a smart way, in a way that retains the personality of their community but allows for new development. It's really important to rural Nevada that we retain the flavor of their communities. And so we've brought millions of dollars to our smaller counties in order for them to start building their infrastructure out to accept some of these projects.
A 15-second point of clarification.
Sure.
These counties have many jobs, but they don't have many employees. How are they going to manage that?
So what I want to tell you is this. We've made these historic investments, billions of dollars of Bright Line trains coming to Nevada, 30,000 jobs, billions of dollars of economic impact. The next thing we have to do is be sure that we build out our apprenticeships, whether they're labor, whether they're cyber, whether they're high-tech, advanced manufacturing. We have a shortage of nurses and medical professionals in Nevada. I've been working with community colleges, particularly in our rural communities.
Okay. Mr. Brown,
yes, we need to build out our workforce, is my point.
To
this
respond,
is what we have to invest in.
She said you would have voted down these bills.
Against the bipartisan infrastructure law, he would have voted against it.
30 seconds to respond to that.
Look, this is exactly the sort of thing that Nevadans are tired of, is this kind of insider politician talk. The reality is, Senator Rosen, when you hear words like sustainable energy, think higher cost of energy. When you hear billions of dollars of investments, think where are the homes for all these new workers? Who's going to pay for that? How are the local communities going to be able to afford that? Whenever you hear things like, I know these rural communities, but you can't even talk to the issues that they're talking to me about, this is concerning.
There's a reason the Republican mayors are endorsing me in rural Nevada.
That most of us live in, and there's a Nevada that Senator Rosen lives in. They're not the same.
Okay, we're going to move on to another environmental issue, something that is the lifeblood of Nevada. Water. Water that comes from the Colorado River specifically, which is experiencing a historic drought. Hundreds of years ago, 7 western states agreed to share that water. Now, California uses 20 times more water than Nevada, mostly for agriculture. Ms. Rosen, we're going to start with you. You have 1 minute to answer. What is the one thing you would demand in a new agreement protecting the future growth of Nevada?
Well, I think that we have to be sure that those of us who live along the Colorado River, every single person, every single community, that we are doing everything we can to invest in water smart technology, water smart farming, resiliency, all of those things. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act, which my opponent would have voted against. And I can tell you, I visited a farm up in Winnemucca, or a potato farm, best t-shirt ever, it says people, potatoes, possibilities. They're using smart farming. They're increasing their yield. They're using less water. These are the kinds of things we have to do when we work along the Colorado River Compact, to make sure that everyone is doing their fair share and everyone is using and developing the best water smart technologies that we can.
Mr. Brown, the same question for you. 1 minute to answer. What is the one thing you would demand in a new agreement protecting the future growth of Nevada?
Let me be clear. I would demand that California become more responsible. They are not entitled to a permanent large share of this water when Nevada has led the way on conservation. Now look, I've written
California
article about this. There is probably very few families that enjoy the great outdoors as much as I do, well, until I got on this campaign, and I've got to be in a suit a lot more. But the reality is, we all love our environment. We love the great outdoors. Nevada needs to be celebrated for what we've done, and we cannot allow California to get away with the way that they allow water to be wasted. This is a precious resource that's important to us. California is not managing it. They're not stewarding the resource well.
All right, we're going to move on to John, who has a question on another important topic.
Yeah, Joshua, thank you very much. Let's turn to immigration if we can here. Since the Biden administration started, nearly 11 million migrants have crossed into the U.S. Former President Donald Trump is promising mass deportations. Mr. Brown, we'll start with you. 1 minute to respond. Do you think that's a good idea?
Look, I'll tell you what's a good idea is securing the border.
Nothing's wrong with California. I like it.
Look, when President Trump was in office, we saw
enjoyed every time I've been
illegal crossings. We need that again. This administration, on day one, President Biden went in and started dismantling the secure border and the policies around that we have. Now, here's one of the things that an insider like Senator Rosen won't tell anyone, is that she sits on the Homeland Security Committee. She's supposed to have our back. And in her 6 years in office, she's been to the border one time. Where is she to defend us as over 10 million people have come across our border? We're talking about drugs. We're talking about terrorists, human trafficking. This is a crisis, and we must confront the cartel. This is a very serious issue that President Trump has a track record on. I will support making sure that criminals who are here illegally, like the 13,000 murderers that we just found, convicted murderers that we just found out are here. By the way, Senator Rosen, why have you not told us about this? Congress has known. They need to be deported immediately.
Mr. Brown, thank you. And Ms. Rosen, I'll get to you in a moment, but I would like to clarify with you for 15 seconds, Mr. Brown. Again, the question was about former President Trump's promising mass deportations. Do you support that? And if so, how would that happen?
Look, I mean, that's a very big logistical undertaking. What I can tell you is we start with securing the border, and then we deport those criminals, like the 13,000 people who are convicted of homicide. We have convicted sexual assault people here as well, criminals here as well. We can start there, but this is a huge undertaking, but it starts with securing that border.
Mr. Brown, thank you very much. Ms. Rosen, the question for you. You support increasing funding and security on the border. Illegal crossings are at a reduced pace after President Biden brought back immigration policies, somewhat similar to the Trump administration. 1 minute to respond here. Would you encourage the next president to keep some of those policies in place? Again, 1 minute.
The first thing I would do is pass the Border Protection Act. My opponent, Sam Brown, said he was against that bill before he could have even read it because the bill text wasn't out, because President Trump said he wanted to use it as a political football. I speak with our Border Patrol regularly. I've been to the border multiple times, and our Border Protection Act, negotiated by a Democrat, Independent, and Republican, gave the Border Patrol what they needed. In fact, it's endorsed by the Border Patrol Union. Gave them the tools, techniques, resources, and training at our ports of entry. So when those trucks and cars go through, they go through these X-ray bays. They can use artificial intelligence to stop the flow of fentanyl, to stop human trafficking. In fact, when that bill didn't pass, we do have a fentanyl crisis. I had 2 bills in that package, the Stop Fentanyl and End Fentanyl bills. I pulled those out. They are now signed into law because our Border Patrol agents need to take care of that. I will tell you that since I've been in the Senate, I've been calling for comprehensive immigration reform, one that secures our border, one that stops the deadly flow of crime and fentanyl, has a humane and orderly asylum process, and pathways to citizenship for our Dreamers and TPS holders.
Thank you very much. I would like 15 seconds to
Sure.
clarify again. The question is about if you would encourage the next president, whoever that might be, to keep some of these tougher policies in place. Would you support Remain in Mexico, things along those lines? 15 seconds.
I think we have to do what we did with the Border Protection Act. We can take it as a whole, and we can see what we need to do to be sure that we're securing our border. But we have to do more than that. We have to secure our border and then have pathways to citizenship. I want to address the deportation. How would that happen, mass deportations? Who would get caught in that? How many innocent people would get rounded up? And so we have to be thoughtful about what we do and not use it as a political football.
Thank you very much. 30 seconds to respond, Mr. Brown.
You know, this is again, what you would expect out of an elitist from D.C. whose own neighborhood has more security than our border, with gate and security guards.
He's freezing up on us.
Too. Our communities deserve that. This bill would allow for 8 million people to come, guaranteed, to come across as asylum seekers. It would pay for their legal counsel. It would pay to fly people into our country illegally. This, and we want to talk about the Border Patrol Union. They endorsed President Trump. And President Trump has endorsed me.
They
So if
also
someone wants to
endorsed
see
this bill.
someone who will be serious on the border, it's President Trump, it's Sam Brown,
thank you
for this issue.
To respond, Ms. Rosen, 15 seconds.
Thank you. I want to tell you that my opponent is so stubborn and so extreme. He often uses the words not negotiable and no middle ground to discuss what he's doing. I want to tell you I'm one of the most bipartisan, effective, and independent senators serving today. Over 90% of the bills that I introduce are bipartisan. I work with everyone in order to craft solutions, pragmatic problem solver solutions. That's what I'll do in this case.
We have to move on. Thank you very much,
Thank
Denise.
you.
All right, it is time for us to take a short break. We're going to be back in a few minutes with questions about reproductive rights and also this from our chief investigator, George Knapp.
What's out there? It's a mystery that could take a government to solve. Up next, I question our candidates on the secrets our government keeps.
Oh, shit. You guys ready for that? Okay, so it looks like Texas is going to go forward with the execution. I haven't heard any word that the Texas Supreme Court is going to step in. It's a Hail Mary. We're still waiting on exactly what's going to happen. If I can find a live stream or something we can take from a news station, we're going to take it. Robert Robertson is apparently close to being executed. The death warrant actually expires in a couple of hours. If they go past the time of the death warrant, they can't carry out the execution. So far, there doesn't appear to be an update if the Texas Supreme Court will intervene. There's all kinds of media outside of the jail, so surely we're going to have some sort of a live feed. If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you're just joining us, I will catch you up after the Nevada Senate debate. That's currently what we're watching between Democratic incumbent Jackie Rosen, Republican challenger Sam Brown. Brown injured by an IED in Afghanistan. Take it back to News 2. News 2 in Nevada.
Welcome back. Now we want to go to a topic that was made famous right here in Southern Nevada. Our chief investigator, George Knapp, who many of you may know as the UFO reporter, has our question.
What's out there? There have been recent revelations of several government agencies looking into UAPs, more commonly known as UFOs. This is video of one of the most famous ones, the Tic Tac UFO. We don't know what that is, but it appears to be a matter of national security. The Pentagon says all of these instances can be easily explained. New UAP hearings are slated for both the House and the Senate. Do you support more UFO transparency, and should Congress create something independent of the Department of Defense to conduct the research?
So, Ms. Rosen, you'll have 1 minute here. Should Congress do its own independent investigation into UFOs?
Well, this is a topic that we have talked about. I sit in the Armed Services Committee, and we know that, as your video showed, Area 51 is here in Nevada, in the center of Nevada, and it's a top secret military site. I do think it's important that we do our independent investigation. Of course, in the Senate, we are responsible for oversight. We have committees in both houses. I do think it would be important to see what we're doing there and if there is any merit to this.
Mr. Brown, you have 1 moment here to respond. Should Congress do its own independent investigation into UFOs?
Look, I think I'm just as curious as anyone. I'd love to know what's going on. I never saw any sort of technology like that when I was in the service. I'm not sure I fully trust Congress, to be able to figure it out. Maybe Elon Musk can. But when we talk about secrets, here's the sort of secrets I think Nevadans deserve to know about.
Elon Musk.
Senator Rosen has violated the Stock Act multiple times. As someone who has a $15 million trust, who's
hit by an IED in Afghanistan. He's the Republican, she's the Democrat.
With the higher prices and less take-home pay, we're worried about paying rent, putting food on our table. Some people even having to leave the dignity of retirement and go back to work. We want to know, what is Senator Rosen trading on, and why does she have hundreds of thousands of dollars of big pharma stock while she continues to profit and we suffer?
Ms. Rosen, let me give you 30 seconds here to respond to that.
Because it had nothing to do with UFOs, but I do want to tell you this. I'm the granddaughter of immigrants on my father's side. My grandparents, my grandmother was a cook, my grandfather a barber, my father a salesman. And on my mother's side, my grandmother a single mother, a union worker, a factory worker, third shift her whole life. I put myself through college as a waitress. I always worked hard. This has been debunked. All of this has been debunked. I introduced and sponsored bills to prevent members of Congress to not trade stocks and not own stocks when they're in Congress. And so this has been debunked. I always work for hardworking families. I came from that kind of a family, and I'm going to continue to work in middle-class taxes.
Ms. Rosen, thank you. Now we're going to move on to a different
UFOs.
Individual questions for each of our candidates. There is no rebuttal. It's just for this specific candidate. And we'll begin with Joshua.
All right, we're going to start with you, Ms. Rosen. This question is about, you have 30 seconds to respond, but you're already sponsoring legislation on ethics reform for the Supreme Court. Would you take it a step further by adding justices to the court or imposing term limits?
Well, I can tell you that our Supreme Court needs to be held to the same code of ethics that every other judge and elected official is held to in this country. I don't agree with increasing the size of the Supreme Court. Some people have talked about creating term limits for Supreme Court so that there is a rotating group of Supreme Court justices. I do think we have to look at how the Supreme Court rules, and we absolutely 100% need to hold them accountable and transparent in their transactions for cases that come before the Supreme Court.
So 50-second point of clarification.
Yes.
Would you add more justices?
I would not add more justices.
All right, we're going to move on to John, who has a question for Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Joshua. Let's talk about the proposed but never completed Yucca Mountain nuclear waste dump. It's about 60 miles outside of Las Vegas. Back in 2022, Yucca Mountain is, I'm quoting here, an incredible loss of revenue for our state. Back in May, you said, quoting again, it's abundantly clear it's dead. So, Mr. Brown, the question for you, 30 seconds to respond. Can you explain why you changed your position?
Look, I didn't change my position. All I said was that there's opportunities for us that we should explore on what can drive revenue for this state, and I made no determination on Yucca at that time. But having done the research, I can tell you, Yucca Mountain is dead. I would not support a reopening of Yucca Mountain just to store the fuel.
He's got nice hair.
But what is clear is we do need to take seriously our energy future in green energy, like a proposal from this administration to cover millions of acres of Nevada with solar panels is probably not the right solution either.
All right, Mr. Brown, thank you very much. Denise, over to you.
So that's the end of our individual questions. Now we're going to move back to questions for both of our candidates. Let's turn now to the topic of women's reproductive rights. There have been legal protections for abortion in Nevada for more than 3 decades now. In fact, right now the issue is on the ballot to put it into the state constitution. Mr. Brown, we'll start with you on this question tonight with 1 minute. What's your position on a national ban on abortion?
Look, I've been clear, and let me just state this up front. I would not vote for any national ban. However, this is a very, very personal issue for so many people, for so many women and families. And I come at this as someone who is informed by my wife's experience. Unfortunately, she had an unexpected pregnancy and a traumatic situation that ended with an abortion. And it was very traumatic for her. And what she told me as she was recovering from that was that she wishes that she had more support. I think that this partisan issue needs to be, we need to refocus on supporting women. I also stand by Nevada's law that allows for abortion up to 24 weeks.
Good on him.
And allow, that we should allow for women to have exceptions for rape, incest, and threat to the life of a mother. Nevadans have made our law clear 34 years ago. I stand by that law, and I would not vote for a national abortion ban.
Thank you for sharing that personal story as well. Ms. Rosen, with 1 minute here, are there any limits on abortion that you would support?
Well, first of all, I support restoring Roe v. Wade, and I support Question 6, which my opponent says he will not support. He says he's a no. He says his positions are not negotiable for him. He has a decade-long record of saying that he's against any exceptions on abortion, even in the case of rape or incest. Not negotiable. Women are dying. 1/3 of American women don't have access to care, and you can see in cities after a city in this country, women are being turned away from emergency rooms or dying in hospitals. This is fundamentally about freedom. And I will tell you that complications late in pregnancy, they are tragic, they are horrific, and they are rare. And I will also tell you that a doctor's office and a hospital room or an emergency room is too small a place for a woman, her family, and her doctor to have a politician like Sam Brown, Mitch McConnell, or anyone else sitting in there telling them what they can and can't do, watching them potentially die like they did in Georgia.
I would not do that.
Too crowded. And if you don't believe that he would support a nationwide abortion ban, then I've got some oceanfront property to sell you on the
Mr.
Las
Brown,
Vegas Strip.
Let's give you 15 seconds to go on the record here to respond to what she's saying.
You know, thank you. It's sad that I have to go on the record again and again because of the deceptions of Senator
This
Rosen.
is his decade-long record.
Ms. Rosen, this is his time.
This is a serious issue. This should not be a hyper-partisan issue. We are talking about the lives of women. I have been clear that I would not support a national abortion ban. I don't appreciate, and I don't think the voters of Nevada appreciate when people lead with deception on this issue. We need to lead with...
Republicans make it a hyper-partisan issue.
Thank you both. A follow-up,
May I have
follow-up
one
question
sentence
here.
on that, please?
No, we're moving on. Kamala Harris has proposed getting rid of the filibuster in order to make Roe v. Wade federal law. So, Mr. Brown, you're first here, 30 seconds to reply to this follow-up. Is there any scenario where you would support getting rid of the filibuster?
Absolutely not. When Republicans had control of the Senate, I was against getting rid of the filibuster. When Democrats have control of the Senate, I also would be opposed to getting rid of the filibuster. The filibuster is there for the minority. And at this point in time, as in our entire history, it is important that we protect the minority voice in this country. The Senate should not be a place where we just ram legislation through, and regardless of which party has control, I would not eliminate the filibuster.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
The Texas Supreme Court has granted the relief in the case. An innocent man will not die tonight, at least not tonight.
And Brown and his record, and that women can't trust him when he changes his position. It's his third run for public office.
But the question, though, is
and
about
the question is this. The filibuster. We have supported carve-outs for the filibuster to restore Roe v. Wade and restore voting rights. But I do support reforms that help make us less stuck in the Senate. There are ways that we can reform the filibuster that make it work for everyone so that no one on an extreme side, on either side, can use it as a weapon, and we can continue to pass bills.
Thank you. John has our next question.
Denise, thank you. Right now, there is an ongoing controversy over transgender athletes in college sports. Some University of Nevada, Reno women's volleyball players are refusing to play against San Jose State because of a transgender member on its team. And this raises questions over federal Title IX protections for gender equality in college sports. Ms. Rosen, I'll start with you. You have 1 minute to respond. What rights, if any, should transgender athletes have while competing in women's sports?
I can tell you that all student athletes deserve to have a fair competition and a level playing field. So I support parents, coaches, and the governing leagues. They are the governing bodies. They are the experts. I believe that they are the right ones to make these decisions, not politicians. So, as in every other sporting issue, we allow the governing bodies to make those decisions. I think we should do that now.
All right, we'll move on. Mr. Brown, same question for you again. 1 minute to answer. What rights, if any, should transgender athletes have while competing in women's collegiate sports?
Nevada, let me be clear. What we just heard was a politician say that she does not have enough knowledge on this issue to know whether or not biological males should be allowed to play in women's sports. I will not support biological males playing in women's sports. And I was proud to stand with the University of Nevada at Reno's women's volleyball team on Tuesday evening.
Trans women or women?
And a stand in a courageous act to defend their ability to have a fair and safe and also private locker rooms for their own sake. It's sad to me when these young women are having to take a courageous stand and our politicians can't even say that they have enough expertise to be able to weigh in on this issue.
Dicks and pussies out in the
Mr. Brown, thank you. Ms. Rosen, you were sort of addressed there. Would you have 30 seconds to respond? Do you care to respond to that?
Well, we do have governing bodies. We have coaches, parents, and leagues, and they make all the decisions for sporting events. So I think we should leave the decisions to the experts who make them, not to politicians.
You're not going to stand up for trans rights, at least.
That all athletes should have a fair competition
deflect
and
in the
a
right
level
way.
playing field, and allow the governing bodies that we have now, like the NC2A and others, depending on where you're competing, to make those rules and set those parameters.
We finally found something that should
Ms.
be
Rosen,
locally
thank you very much.
controlled.
Mr. Brown,
That's amazing.
Mr. Brown, please. Joshua.
We're going to focus on a topic that's dear to both of you and to our country as well, veterans. VA facilities in Southern Nevada have been investigated for the deaths of 2 people. Mr. Brown, 1 minute. You are a veteran. Do you feel you received adequate care when you were treated at a VA hospital?
Yes, let me tell you that as a veteran, I do get my care from the VA hospital. In fact, I was just at the Reno VA hospital this morning. I also realized that the VA system, just like any federal system, doesn't cover everything it needs to. It doesn't have perfect care. It's one of the reasons I started my business when I moved here to Nevada, to provide emergency and urgent care access to pharmaceuticals for veterans when the VA hospitals were not able to. So the VA is a very important part of our healthcare system. It's one that I personally utilize. My wife, as a veteran, utilizes it, but it does have room to improve and get better. And largely what I see is incredible
another one of those things where the answer is
nurses,
Medicare
doctors,
for
and
all.
so on. But the bureaucracy and the processes create some of these missed spots where people end up in a really bad situation.
You also have 1 minute, Ms. Rosen, to respond. You sit on the Armed Services Committee. Even though you are not a veteran, would you feel comfortable having the VA as your primary care hospital?
I can tell you that we were proud to support and pass the PACT Act to expand health care for our veterans exposed to toxic burn pits. I can tell you that I asked the president to put in his budget a new VA hospital in Reno so that our veterans did have the best care possible. He said yes, they're currently searching for that 50-acre site. They're going to be announcing it in the spring. We've expanded telehealth. We are making permanent. I built a Veterans Assistance Helpline to make it permanent. We are doing everything we can to expand our medical workforce. I can tell you we're thousands of nurses short in Nevada. I've been investing in building out training. My Train More Nurses Act passed unanimously in the Senate, so we can have better medical professionals here to provide that care. So what we need to do is increase our medical workforce. We have a new hospital here in Southern Nevada. We're going to get a new one in Northern Nevada. Our veterans deserve the very best care. My father was a veteran. All of my uncles, my grandfather. I come from a veteran family, and I'm going to do everything I can to support veterans.
So a 15-second point of
Yes.
clarification. Do you feel comfortable with the care the VA is currently providing?
I know that the men and women who work at the VA hospitals and work for the VA, and you know the VA is the largest employer of veterans, only above the post office is actually the second largest employer of veterans, but the VA hospital, largest employer of veterans in our nation. And I know that they do everything they can to serve their fellow veterans, the men and women who served, who come for care. My dad got his care at the VA for his whole life, and so he got excellent care there. We need to continue to support it.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Denise.
We've had a lively discussion so far. It's time now for our closing statements.
The VA has a better satisfaction rating than like private insurance. Just
Look,
throw that out there.
We have a choice to make. This is a choice about our future. This is a choice
It sucks, but
about
so
our
does,
families.
every other option.
This is a choice about whether or not we continue to have the leaders, the insiders like Senator Rosen, continuing to vote and to cast their vision for us. You heard tonight that she wants to hit these talking points, these DC, buzzwords, make accusations, and it relies on so much deception and money from the coastal elites that support her while we are hurting. It's time for a champion to go to DC who understands our issues, for someone to be there who knows what it's like to be a small business owner, to be there as a veteran, to go there to work to make sure that we lower our taxes, that we decrease regulations, we make life more affordable again, we secure our border. I'm asking for your vote. I'm asking for your trust. We cannot survive another 6 years like this.
Ms. Rosen, you have 1 minute tonight for your closing statement.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your United States Senator, and I've hoped that I've earned your support and trust to continue serving in this role. I'm proud to be one of the most bipartisan, effective, and independent senators, with 90% of the bills I introduce being bipartisan. And everyone knows that I'm not afraid to stand up when it comes to somebody hurting Nevada. Just check out how I kept the postal mail in Reno and fought against the post office. But I can tell you this, I've lived in Nevada nearly 50 years. I worked here, I raised my family here, I took care of my parents and in-laws as they aged here. I buried my parents here. They're buried at Boulder City Veterans Cemetery. I love our great state, and that's why I'm running for re-election, to continue to serve all of Nevada in a pragmatic, problem-solving, bipartisan way. I'm Jackie Rosen, and I'm humbly asking for your vote.
Candidates, thank you
Thank
very
you, Jackie.
much. So thank you for both taking part in this, and thank you at home for watching this lively debate here for the race for Nevada.
She's good.
Valdez and Joshua Pagaro. I'm John Langler.
Before we sign off tonight, we do want to remind everyone that early voting in Nevada is right around the corner. It starts on Saturday. You can vote at any polling location. Same-day registration is also available. You can put those ballots in the mail or drop them off.
I'd like to point out early voting probably starts in your state this week or next week. If you have early voting, which I think most states do now. Do not go anywhere. We've still got plenty of news to go, but we're gonna start off with the update in the Texas execution. The latest news is that the Texas Supreme Court has stayed his execution. I'll get you caught up with exactly what's going on in the case here with this video package.
Hectic day, so we decided to bring in the experts. Jeremy Rosenthal, a lawyer with the Texas Defense Fund, joins us now to help us break down and understand what is happening with the Robert Robertson case. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you for having me. It has been a crazy, dramatic day. A lot of high stakes, a lot of high drama. So as it sits right now, Mr. Robertson is on death row. He was scheduled to be executed this evening. Probably about 2 hours ago, he has a temporary stay of execution. That stay was because a legislative committee subpoenaed him to testify. The Texas Criminal Jurisprudence Committee in Austin subpoenaed him to testify, and a Travis County judge ordered that the execution be halted and that Mr. Robertson be allowed to testify. That is going to be appealed perhaps as soon as this evening.
So that leads me right
was
to
appealed?
my next question. This execution.
So yeah. He appealed, or the Attorney General of Texas appealed.
We begin with breaking news this evening at CBS 19 News at 5. A judge in Travis County has granted a temporary order stopping the execution of Robert Robertson.
Yeah, see, this is still old. The Texas Supreme Court issued a stay of execution late on Thursday night. So this is the final word. This is the... Apparently they got to the point of strapping him to the gurney. How horrifying must that be? Texas Supreme Court in the last 30 minutes issued a stay of execution for an East Texas man who has maintained his innocence over 2 decades. Robert Roberson III, 57, was originally set to be executed tonight at 6 p.m. for the 2003 capital murder conviction and the death of his 2-year-old daughter, Nikki Curtis, that has been highly contested. If you don't know the details of the case, they accused him of inflicting her with shaken baby syndrome. But it was actually she had pneumonia. He sought treatment multiple times. The doctors gave the baby the wrong medicine, exacerbating it, and the baby died. Roberson is autistic, and the police took his lack of emotional response as a sign of guilt. So everything about this story is absolute bullshit. Texas House Committee on Criminal Justice had held a hearing on Wednesday over the 2013 so-called junk science writ in Roberson's case, and at the conclusion of the hearing, the members issued the subpoena. That hearing, they subpoenaed Roberson, who for the scheduled October 21st, 4 days after he was scheduled to be executed. During a hearing on Thursday afternoon, Mangrum asked the representatives if the subpoena was legal and valid. State Representative Joe Moody responded the legislature has authority to issue a subpoena and do its job. Ed Marshall with the Texas Attorney General's office defended the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in the hearing, and he told the judge that the subpoena was valid as far as he could tell. This was not a shaken baby case, Marshall told the judge. Roberson was not indicted for shaking a baby. He was indicted for blunt force trauma and murder of a 2-year-old. The evidence supports the fact that there were multiple blunt force trauma impacts to the child's head. An appeal from the AG's office later caused that temporary order to be vacated. In 2003, Roberson was convicted of capital murder in the death of his 2-year-old daughter, Nikki Curtis, who was found unresponsive and taken to the hospital by Roberson. He maintained his innocence for roughly 2 decades, with his lawyer citing junk science as the reason for his conviction. His defense team has long said that Nikki's death was not caused by abuse or violent shaking as suggested in Roberson's 2002 trial, but an autopsy showed she had undiagnosed pneumonia and had been prescribed opioids. The defense says the now debunked shaken baby syndrome hypothesis, which no longer holds up scientifically, was used to convict Roberson. A 2013 Texas junk science law in question allows people to challenge wrongful convictions by showing changes in the field of forensic science. On Wednesday afternoon, the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles voted against commuting Roberson's death sentence to life in prison or delaying his execution. His last chances to be saved from execution were assumed to be the U.S. Supreme Court or Governor Greg Abbott's intervention. On Thursday, the U.S. Supreme Court denied Roberson's request to stay the scheduled execution. In a statement regarding the court's decision, Justice Sonia Sotomayor emphasized that very few cases more urgently call for a stay of execution than the one where the accused has made a serious showing of actual innocence, as Roberson has here.
We want to bring in Vanessa Potkin, Director of Special Litigation at the Innocence Project and co-counsel for Robert Roberson, to join us now. Vanessa, thank you so much for being here with us this evening. I know this is just breaking news in the last 30 minutes. What do we know so far about the halt of Mr. Roberson's execution tonight?
Well, we are just about an hour away from when Robert was scheduled to be executed, and in a very unprecedented move a judge in Travis County has issued a temporary restraining order because Mr. Roberson has been subpoenaed to testify before the Texas House Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence, who yesterday took up hearings on the application of Texas's junk science statute. This is a law that was put in place to provide relief, excuse me, for people like Robert, who were convicted based on science that we know is no longer valid.
Vanessa, talk a little bit more about how big this day is, just a couple of hours before he was scheduled to be executed, as you just mentioned.
Well, this is a culmination of years of fighting to try to correct this injustice. And we've been trying in, so many different venues to get relief for Mr. Roberson and to get his innocence claim finally heard. And yesterday was the first day that testimony was presented where experts who talked about what happened to his daughter and why she died, and we were able to.
I drank a cup of coffee as we were coming on stream, and I drank one before I came on stream. That explains my my issues. Before we did the debates, we were doing cop stories. This is part of my cop block that I was doing that we did not get finished with. I hope everybody likes the Halloween graphics. I enjoy the pumpkins this year. Last year I had a video and it didn't quite look right when it looped. So I went with the simple pumpkins this year. Happy Halloween.
Neighborhood in shock.
Officially that time.
Community devastated after one of their own is gunned down inside her own home. Sergeant Monica Mosley was also a mother and a grandmother. Good afternoon to you, everyone. We're also streaming live on CBS News Philadelphia. I'm Natasha Brown.
And I'm Siafa Lewis. Police say it was a home invasion, and now they're searching for answers. CBS News Philadelphia reporter Josh Sanders joins us from Bridgeton with more. Josh, what can you tell us right now?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Good to be with you. Yeah, this community is.
You're not fooling me. This is Brett.
Are asking how could this have happened? While police have released information, they have yet to say if the detective was a target or if this was random.
I'm devastated. I lost a good friend.
Friends of 51-year-old Monica Mosley are heartbroken.
It just hurts. It hurts. I don't know what else to say.
Bridgeton police responded to Sergeant Mosley's home on the 600 block of Buckshottam Road around 10:30 Tuesday night after reports of multiple people kicking in Mosley's front door. They found her inside bleeding from a gunshot wound. She died on scene.
She was just a gentle person inside and out, and her smile, I'm gonna miss her having fun.
Gary Walker Jr. says he grew up with Mosley. His sister lives next door and made the call to police.
She heard something, some loud noise, and she went to go call her name, and she didn't get no response.
Diane Sapp lives on the other side of Mosley and saw her nearly every day.
I was like, this is not normal. Then once I saw the yellow tape, I knew. I said, somebody done passed away.
Mosley was a detective for the Cumberland County Prosecutor's Office, serving in multiple departments, including the Special Victims Unit and Internal Affairs. In a statement, Bridgeton Police Chief Michael Guy Mary says in part, all of law enforcement feels the loss deeply, but our hearts go out to her family. It's truly devastating.
Please pray for the family, pray for their family, and pray for this county.
Praying for rain.
We're told by New Jersey state investigators that they do have a person in custody for questioning who was being treated for a gunshot wound at Cooper University Hospital in Camden. Police have not identified a suspect and no arrests have been made. Siafa, Natasha, back to you.
Shut up, Brett. Okay, we're going from New Jersey down to Pennsylvania. A driver is apparently facing possible DUI charges after he hit a cop on a motorcycle.
A police officer from Upper Darby hurt on the job. The officer riding his motorcycle in Drexel Hill this morning when he was hit.
The driver who hit him now facing possible DUI charges. Action News reporter Maggie Kent live outside of Lankenau Medical Center with more.
Who wouldn't want to get high or drunk and go out and strike a cop? That's just good old-fashioned fun.
On the officer's injuries. Maggie.
That officer, an 11-year veteran of the force this morning, riding his service motorcycle when he was thrown off his bike. He was first aided by a Good Samaritan and then rushed by medics here to Lankenau Medical Center, where it was found his leg was broken in 2 places.
He's an 11-year veteran. He's a fighter. He's got a long road ahead of him, but thankfully he'll be okay.
An Upper Darby Highway Patrol Division officer was thrown off his motorcycle along Garrett Road at 7:30 this morning. The 46-year-old driver of this striking vehicle, a red pickup truck, is now in custody.
We believe that the male that hit him is under the influence of a controlled substance.
I mean, probably.
Our AID investigative team is working it, and we do anticipate charging that male.
The officer, an 11-year veteran of the force, was hit when the pickup truck driver failed to stop at a stop sign. The crash
500 points
on the ground, suffering 2 broken bones in his leg.
Bunch of police officers and fire trucks. I didn't see the motorcycle at all because there was so many people. I didn't see that until, I guess, they put him on an ambulance.
I want to thank the medical personnel that assisted our officers today, as well as the Good Samaritan that stopped to help our officer until other officers got there.
Police say video shows the driver who hit the officer trying to get away.
He walked up to the officer and realized it was an officer and then ran back to his truck. We believe he was trying to leave.
It's a busy road, especially during the morning commute. This crash, a reminder to take it slow.
We need flashing lights or something because this is a busy street.
You hear it every day, hit and runs, accidents. Everyone's in a rush to go nowhere. Here you have someone early in the morning rush hour going through a stop sign and hits an officer. Anybody, like, people have to slow down.
And the superintendent says the officer thankfully will make a full recovery, but says he has a long road ahead of him. As for that driver, he is in custody right now. Officers are waiting on toxicology results before formally setting those charges. We're live at Lankenau Medical Center. Maggie Kent, Channel 6, Action News. Sarah.
Okay, Maggie, thank you.
Thank you, Maggie, for bringing us the news of a cop that got hit. This guy is on the run after allegedly killing his wife. I believe she might have been pregnant. We've got a manhunt underway in Richmond, Virginia. Wait a minute, is it Richmond, Virginia? Is there a Richmond, Texas?
Speaking with the family of a woman found stabbed to death in her Richmond home.
Now a manhunt is underway for her husband, who is charged with murder. The young wife's family just arrived from Colombia today, where the couple is from. They're speaking with our Anieli Ruiz live at the Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office tonight. What
just got here from Colombia?
Well, the family is worried because they said the suspect has spent his entire life in the jungle, and they fear that he can survive in rural areas out here. And also are worried about the residents because they believe he could hurt someone else. It's news the family of 23-year-old Angie Montealegre feared. They knew the relationship between Angie and her partner John Venegas wasn't the healthiest.
Eran muchas peleas entre ellos, sí, y nosotros nos metíamos.
Her cousin said the couple would constantly fight, and they tried to intervene several times.
Ella ya le había hecho un intento de homicidio a ella.
They say in Colombia he tried to kill her, but she wouldn't leave him. Instead, the couple migrated to the U.S. in hopes to raise money to send back home to their family and their 2-year-old daughter they left behind. That is until Monday, Angie was found dead by her landlord.
That was her. Covered in blood sheet.
He said he went to check on Angie after receiving a call that John was acting strangely and that John had injuries on his hand.
I just saw her hand, like that. And I figured out he killed her.
The Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office says there is now a warrant out for his arrest for Angie's murder.
There was history of domestic violence between husband and wife, so we thought that could be a motive.
Investigators say they received a tip later that Monday and searched a property for John, but came up empty-handed.
To locate his vehicle. He was nowhere to be found, though.
Angie's family is destroyed.
Es muy difícil.
They say it's heartbreaking to lose someone so young, full of dreams and kindness. She was just trying to support her family. Now they hope authorities find John before he hurts anyone else. Now, John is considered armed and dangerous. If you spot him, you're told to contact police immediately. By the way, as part of his search, the U.S. Marshals have joined the search, as well as a Gulf Coast Violent Task Force is also helping the Sheriff's Office look for him. Reporting live, Anayeli Ruiz, KHOU 11 News.
I hope that's the last of the really graphic shit. Maybe everything else is on the fun side. Fun side. Okay, yeah, let's do that. That's the only death story I got left, I think. Let's do this one. You didn't see today's meme of the day? I'm gonna fight this hotel balcony. I don't even know who the kid is. I don't know enough to make fun of him. Don't even know if that meme is funny.
The 31-year-old died after falling from a third-story hotel balcony in Buenos Aires, Argentina. In a statement, they said in part, quote, "We're completely devastated by the news of Liam's passing. In time and when everyone is able to, there will be more to say.
Kid.
For now, our thoughts are with his family, his friends, and the fans who loved him alongside us. We will miss him terribly."
I don't like hairy kids.
Zane, Niall, and Harry. Meanwhile, there are troubling new details surrounding his death. A preliminary autopsy report reveals the singer died from multiple traumas and internal and external bleeding. Photos shared with ABC News by UK news outlet ITN appear to show drug paraphernalia and a smashed TV inside Payne's hotel room. Plus, in a 911 call, a hotel manager calls for help, saying there's a guest who's drunk on drugs and alcohol.
What's he doing? Heroin? Is he snorting Dove soap? What is going on in this picture? I would assume the cops took them. Maybe the paparazzi got in there before the cops were able to get in there.
Appear to show drug paraphernalia and a smashed TV inside Payne's hotel room. Plus, in a 911 call, a hotel manager calls for help, saying there's a guest who's drunk on drugs and alcohol, breaking everything in the room. And he says he's fearing for the guest's life because of the balcony. Fans the world over are now in mourning. And Eyewitness News reporter Ashley Mackey joins us now with more on that.
Now that sounds sus.
As teenagers, Liam Payne and the rest of One Direction burst on the scene back in 2010 on the show The X Factor. Since then, the British pop boy band has seen international stardom. Now, with the announcement of Payne's passing, fans all across the world have been reacting.
That was 1/4 most moisturizing cream.
After the news of
Dan Brown could use some
fans
Dove
in
soap.
Argentina gathered at Casa Sur Hotel, sang his songs, and laid out flowers as a memorial to the global star. And a day later, fans are still reeling. We spoke with one woman in LA who grew up listening to the band.
I didn't believe it. I was very shocked. I had to look through multiple sources just to confirm that it's true.
Psychiatrist Dr. Evita Limon Rocha wants people to know that feeling sad is perfectly normal. She says even though we may not know the person, it's the music that connects us.
Different artists and different musicians are there with us as we grow and feel and experience.
I like Harry.
So it makes a lot of sense that when someone
He's
that
all right,
had such an impact with their art, that had such an impact on our own memories, that we feel an emotion or have an emotional response to.
The Zayn one was on an MIA
like
song.
Bianca
And
say
it
they
sucked.
didn't believe the news at first.
The song was good. He just
I was
sucked.
very shocked.
Song would have been infinitely better without his part.
He's so young, and I think that it kind of puts into perspective like how many years it's been since One Direction, and like, oh, we're all older now.
Dr. Evita says the grief may come in waves, and while this is normal, it's important to be mindful of the ways we cope.
We may feel loss in a lot of different ways, and that's okay. However, if we ever feel that grief is impacting our well-being or
it's been like 10 years since they were a thing, right?
Or our work or our school, then it's important to reach out for help.
Nix, good evening.
Dr. Evita also mentioned something else unique to the times, social media. She says it's important to check in with ourselves and take those social media breaks as needed.
You jump out a window, there's only one direction you will go. Clearly he had a drug problem. Was he having a hard time coping with like the fact that he wasn't the famous one? Maybe. His drug problems are nothing to laugh at. Depression, yeah. Mental health is very untreated in this country. A LA homeowner confronts a suspected squatter in their home.
Well, a frightening encounter between a homeowner and a suspected squatter in one San Fernando Valley home. The homeowner says this is not the first time the suspect has tried to take over his residence. Kimberly Chang, live in Valley Glen.
Well, fuck him if he was abusive.
Details. Good morning, Kimberly.
Lou, good morning. It happened at this home right behind me in a separate unit that's still under construction. Late last night, the homeowner noticed that a light was on upstairs and he thought that was odd since the place had been empty. So he went upstairs to check and came face to face with the intruder.
I saw a light on the second floor of the property and, I'm like, there's nobody living there. So I got to go in. I went and opened up and I smelled crack in there, all kind of things. He locked the door, I knocked on the door, I told him open up. As soon as he opened, he tried to attack me, so I had to protect myself.
You smelled crack in there.
Homeowner Mike Martrosian, he says he wrestled with the squad.
That's exactly what I was thinking. He looked exactly like somebody to be a landlord. Also, how do you know what crack smells like, sir?
I told him open up. As soon as he opened, he tried to attack me, so I had to protect myself. Nobody living there, so I got to go in. I went and opened up, and I smelled crack in there, all kind of things. He locked the door, I knocked on the door, I told him open up. As soon as he opened, he tried to attack me, so I had to protect myself.
It has a distinct smell.
That's homeowner Mike Martrosian. He says he wrestled with the squatter and held him until police arrived. He took us inside the ADU where he says the intruder was...
I could... And there was like a specific kind of like a court when I was working at the shop where we made AV systems for courtrooms. There was like this cable holder, and when you like cut it to a specific, there's a specific machine that cut this shit, and when you cut it, it smelled exactly like crack, and I'm like, that's wild. I haven't smelled that in years. It was like a cable snake, and we had it like it was like a custom link thing. You just pull it out of the box, and the thing that cut it was like this real hot fucking knife shit. And
was staying in one of the bedrooms. It was empty and under construction. Martrosian showed us some of the belongings left behind, including clothing and toiletries.
God damn, Avalon.
How the man got inside, but the family thinks he may have been staying there for days. Police responded to the home on Hart Street around 1 a.m.
Yeah, he was rock bottom.
The homeowner, the suspect, had injuries. He was seen being loaded onto an ambulance.
Sorry, he didn't get the help he needed.
It's been a busy time for the Martrosian family. His mother recently passed away, and they've had family and friends over. So the squatter apparently had been brazen enough to stay under the same roof with plenty of people around. Mike Martrosian says he saw the same man about 2 months ago walking out of his side yard and called police then.
But he kept walking. I chased him down to Woodman. Cops blocked him there. But afterwards, I came, park my car, and walk back. They release him. I just,
Oh, no, you're right, Snicks. I will verify that statement for you.
But I said I caught him, coming out of my property.
I like offer sincerest apologies to all the women that I dated in my teens and 20s. Every single one of them. I'm so sorry. And like a lot of what I did like borders on probably mental abuse. Holy fuck. Yeah, men are horrible, Snicks. No, fucking I agree. Hands down.
And I kind of feel violated because all those taxes we're paying and we're not feeling safe in our neighborhoods.
Police arrested the suspect for misdemeanor trespass under a citizen's arrest. He's been identified as 35-year-old Tony Randall. According to public records, he was being held on $0 bail. Reporting live in Valley Glen, Kimberly Chang, KTLA 5 News.
Yeah, I think I'd actually make a pretty good boyfriend nowadays. I don't have the patience to go out and like date. I'm not gonna meet anybody just because like it's easier to just play video games. Okay, I'm gonna hit the content warning for this. I'm horrible for showing this one. I really am. An Atlanta cosmetic surgeon is getting sued. So, yeah, content warning. I can't believe I'm watching this. I might not be able to watch it.
Dr. Cole insists he complied with every reasonable standard of care, but a jury, they may see things differently. Meantime, Kayla has bravely decided to share her story with us, and she joins me now
poor Kayla.
with her attorney, Alex C. Thank you to both of you. Kayla, I'd like to begin with you. First of all, I'm so sorry that you've had to go through this. It's just got to be really overwhelming. And also, thank you for doing this interview, because it's very brave, especially coping with what you're coping with. How are you doing personally, but then also legally? How is the fight?
I'm sorry, Kayla.
Thing. I'm still having surgeries to fix what he's done to me. It's an uphill battle, but I'm so thankful that I have Alex there to help me through this.
She's suing the plastic surgery that did the plastic surgeon that did this to her.
And do you have any idea how many more you have to go?
Ugh.
Since I've worked with Dr. Cole, I have had about 5 eye surgeries and 2 regarding the implants.
And how many more do you think you have to endure?
They never told me. It's just a slow process.
Ah, Graham, you sick fuck.
My little to get to a good point where I'm.
You're in the right place.
In the health of my
Subscribe to this channel.
The pictures that we're looking at are just overwhelming, and
you
know,
live in sexual
you had
anarchy.
to live it. And again, I apologize for what you've had to go through.
Nix is happy it helps your ED.
Time for you to jump in here as the lawyer, because I think a lot of people watching, first of all, can't believe that this can happen. Second of all, probably wonder if Dr. Cole is not a plastic surgeon. Is it legal for a doctor who's not a plastic surgeon to be doing such significant surgeries like this?
That's a great question.
I think everyone is beautiful in their own way, and no one should have any kind of enhancement surgery, but who am I to talk? I always thought I would never do anything like that, but if I had the opportunity, I would probably get some kind of hair transplant of some sorts. I don't really care for being bald, so who am I to criticize somebody that wants any other kind of corrective surgery about how they look? So on the one hand, and also like something major like this, it get fucked up, and you really don't want that. That's the biggest worry I would have.
Once you have a medical license, any doctor can perform any procedure they want as long as they are credentialed to do that. And that's where the hospital who gave him the surgery center
exactly
to perform these
clinically
operations, that's where they come in. He had many of these procedures he did for the first time at Northside.
What?
And being an oculoplastic surgeon should not have been doing full facelifts, our experts tell us. Should not have been putting in chin implants. Many of the procedures
what?
Kayla into.
Did I miss a lot of titty? What? Oh shit, Avalon. That is a lot of titty. Perfect for slapping.
A titty slap!
Come on now.
I would love to whip my cock out, but I can't. Like, okay. So if I go to Pornhub or an OnlyFans or some site like that where I can have nudity, I can't have violence. I've looked at it, like all the TOS on the different platforms. I would totally go to a streaming site where I could have nudity as well. We'd be an all-out fucking show. But unfortunately, we can't.
Much like Mrs. Nesselhut in the early 2000s, she didn't need, and he had no business doing.
So Kayla, when you sought out the first round of surgeries, thinking I needed,
I have 4 monitors, Prometheus.
Condition I was born with. Did you have any idea about all these technicalities when it comes to doctors and what they're allowed to do with whatever training they may or may not have?
No. I trusted him. He knew of my condition because I was seeing a doctor that he had previously worked with that unfortunately passed away. So he made it clear that he knew
this poor woman,
showed sympathy for me. And so I felt it was very personal because he remembered who I was. And I told him I just wanted my eye fixed a little bit, more support. And that's when he just suggested all these other procedures.
Oh yeah, I had somebody build it for me to my specs.
How important it was for females and how their appearance.
Chatterbait, you can't do violence. I show a lot of violence.
Struggled with how she looked. I was very.
The violence is the best part. The nudity is secondary.
More feminine, give you more of a definition of your cheeks. I trusted his opinion.
Ugh. I'm so sorry.
People can be so cruel on the internet, even just out on the street. Have you been coping with a lot of the seedier side of humanity? Just people who are very cruel and
ladies with big titties, I apologize. It does seem like quite the burden you're bearing.
An article came out saying things like vanity. Oh, this is all vanity.
Troll Patrol live on Chatterbait. Believe me, I've thought about doing a separate stream of some sorts. I don't know. I don't know how we do it. Let's go to everyone's favorite mayor, the mayor of Dalton, Illinois, who apparently, despite all of the controversy, despite the multiple investigations into her, she is going to run for re-election.
She's facing multiple investigations, accused of misusing village funds, but that's not stopping Dalton Mayor Tiffany Hinyard from running for re-election.
Our Jermont Terry has been covering this saga for years and is here now with her announcement.
I would love her if I didn't think she was guilty as fuck.
Joe and Erica, the election is not until 2025, yet Tiffany Hinyard has officially decided she wants to stay as mayor despite the cloud of controversy surrounding her.
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution.
Back in 2021, Tiffany Hinyard was sworn in as the mayor of Dalton, the youngest and first black woman to hold the position. Yet since becoming mayor, she's made headlines in what some would say for all the wrong reasons. After 1 year in office in June 2022, voters recalled her. Yet Hinyard fought back in the Illinois Appellate Court throughout recall votes, resulting
on kick. Well, I used to be on kick.
A city council meeting.
Ain't no stopping us now.
Since then, Dalton trustees have been fighting to stop her every move. For 3 years, Hinyard's spending has been called into question. Back in April, shaky cell phone video showed 4 plainclothes FBI agents at the Village Hall lobby. Subpoenas later revealed the FBI was looking into Dalton's financial records. It's led to explosive city meetings where many have called for Hinyard to step aside. Yet on social media, Hinyard writes, "I'm running for re-election of Mayor of Dalton," adding, "If you support me and my team or would like to volunteer, inbox me." Hinyard has plans to stick around despite ongoing probes, orders from judges forbidding her from making any appointments, and possible eviction from her home. And she's done her share of suing, too. Last week, she filed suit against 4 board members and the Park District. She accused them of illegally holding meetings outside of Village Hall. And while Hinyard plans to seek re-election, the ticket is quickly filling up. One trustee, Jason House, has already officially announced, and others are the same before the filing deadline. In the control room, CBS News, Chicago.
I kind of hope she... On the one hand, I don't want her to keep ripping off the people of Dalton. On the other hand, I kind of want her to keep being mayor because I like doing stories about her. A councilman in California was caught on video snatching up flyers for their opponent. Who's horny in the stream, Michael? And I'm kind of, you know, I'm pro being horny. I'm not gonna fault anybody.
Candidates' flyers are taken away by another man during a campaign forum, and it's all caught on surveillance video. Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes is live in La Cañada, where the culprit accused of snatching the political materials is himself an elected official. Rob.
Ooh. Yeah, it's not very often you hear of news coming out of La Cañada City Hall, but a city council member here is in the hot seat after security cameras caught him removing a candidate's election materials.
With all the talk these days about stealing the vote, who'd have thought little La Cañada would be stealing the headlines? One man running for the La Cañada Unified School District says this surveillance video shows someone making off with an entire pile of his election mailers while leaving those of the other 2 candidates.
I was shocked, to be honest.
Josh Epstein says what makes this even more upsetting is that the man who took his flyers, 100 of them, is this man, La Cañada Councilman Keith Ike.
We've served together on committees in the past. I don't know that ideologically we're always in sync, but we've never had any issues.
In an email, Ike declined to say why he took the flyers, but wrote in part, "This is a private matter between 2 people. I attended last week's forum as a private citizen. That said, I did take more flyers than I needed. I made a mistake." The pamphlet pilfering happened last week during a candidate.
Avalon, I'm always down for nudes.
Epstein is asking for the city council to publicly censure Ike and remove him from any council interactions with the school board. The episode leaving him disillusioned.
I run for school board. I serve on the school board. I volunteered for the school district for 15 years because I love the schools
sexy.
And I want to talk about and make the schools better.
Hair and beard.
Instead, I'm talking about, you know, flyer gate.
I'd let him fuck me.
It's making me sad.
Now, the La Cañada City Council meets tonight. No word if they're going to discuss the pamphlet pilfering, but it is not on the agenda.
All right. It's short. I don't even know if it can be classified as a chase, but there was a police pursuit in LA yesterday. Grr. It apparently has a wild ending.
Some breaking news to get to. We're hearing word of a pursuit. Sky 5 overhead. I believe Rich Prickett has more information.
Well, if it is Rich in the helicopter, we haven't been told, but if it is, he is obviously. They're doing their best to follow this vehicle. We don't have any information on it. We're going to wait for.
Damn it, Rich.
Someone to give us some information, but it's Gil Davis in the helicopter. Gil, can you hear us?
Gil.
FREAKIN, Jessica, this is a.
We got another Mustang.
LAPD Harbor Division went into pursuit just a few minutes ago of this stolen Mustang, and they did lose it for a little bit. Now they've reacquired it and trying to get units back into position. We are in San Pedro right now, and the vehicle is here on Western.
You need to point out we're going to be on tomorrow night.
Go into some
we have a debate tomorrow night. I don't know who it is.
During the chase, and that's why the officers lost the vehicle. But now the airship has reacquired the vehicle, and the driver's trying.
Ooh, tomorrow night is Wisconsin.
Traffic to
Tammy Baldwin and Eric Hovde.
Units are trying to get back into position to take over the pursuit. And here goes the driver, wrong side of the road. Might be bailing.
It says
right
it's 7 o'clock, but that might be Central Time. Oh shit, he's stopping.
Over. No units directly behind him right now.
It's gonna be a short pursuit.
Just
casually getting out.
See the smoke coming out of the hood of the vehicle.
Oh.
Airship talking units to this location.
Yep, definitely got
something out of the vehicle. And
smoking engine.
Something else there. He's going to take off, maybe running here. Here comes one of the units. He's going to walk away like he's.
Oh shit!
He's going to go down on the ground.
Oh.
And guns drawn at the.
Well, this wasn't any fun.
Away. It might be a cell phone that he threw away there, but one unit here now has the driver of this stolen Mustang on the ground, and we'll see if other additional units get here, and there comes the next one. So they should have this driver in custody here shortly.
It's supposed to be a wild ending.
To see
6 o'clock.
A pursuit suspect get out of the car, pull a backpack out of the back seat, and then casually try to walk away.
Yeah. And went back a couple of times to grab things out of the car. But again, the corner of Santa Cruz Street and Western Avenue, Gil Davis was overhead. We were only over it for a short time, so it was brief, but a stolen vehicle, that red car that you can see there, top of your frame, stolen vehicle is what it's reported as, and now this person on the ground waiting to be arrested.
And this is happening in San Pedro. Gil, I don't know if you can hear us, but the item that this suspect threw to the lower left, I think, there's a dark colored object. Is there a way to see?
I am so let down.
It looks like it could.
So let down that I have another one.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it looks like a handgun there on the grass. Why that person was carrying
that does certainly look like a gun.
If it's a real gun or if it's a fake gun, it's hard to say, but the driver there smartly throwing it down on the ground, getting rid of it right away when the officers pulled their guns out. So,
will you please come over here and cuff me?
Multiple vehicles
get this over with.
The area now, like I said.
Oh my God! How many cops is it going to take?
Tried to pull the vehicle over. It was considered stolen, and they got behind it, tried to pull him over. He took off at a high rate of speed, made a couple of quick turns, and lost the ground units. The airship arrived just
Graham, who isn't, who doesn't,
for it, and that's when we located the vehicle. And
if you're going to play with ass, remember I always have
person into custody. So we'll see that happen.
Advice for you.
The vehicle continues to smoke. You see the smoke coming off the hood of the car there, meaning he was likely hard on the gas during this pursuit and has maybe burned up his engine. But at this point,
we'll give somebody an infection.
Making that felony stop on this person. Now they're going to
once you put your dick in her ass.
The officers wanted to make sure they had enough.
Don't go back to the vagina.
When you have a weapon that has been brandished, even though it has been tossed to the side.
Unless you wash off.
You want to make sure this person is taken into custody with overwhelming force if possible, and that's what they've done. They've obviously put their foot on the weapon itself, and now they've taken this the suspect into custody.
Same thing, you fuck
Gil,
a dude in the ass.
much for the coverage there, and
don't go back to her vagina after you fuck the dude
all of
unless
this.
you wash off.
We will bring it to you.
Yep, I'm so let down by that one. We're gonna do another one. I'm gonna go to my well of police chases. I don't think we watched this one. This happened a month ago in LA.
On to Bandini. He's going to go right shoulder.
believe the suspect is female.
Under the freeway. CHP's there.
Not sure exactly which vehicle it is yet.
Coming out, and he's gonna go left turn onto Telegraph.
Looks like it's the white vehicle we're following.
So northbound Telegraph.
Yeah, you can see the black and whites behind
Been on
him.
Telegraph once before.
I love how no one has said anything else, and just for minutes at a time on the screen, I'm horny and need vagina or anus. Just been like just sitting there. The troll patrol, baby. It's what I love. It looks like somebody's fapping in the helicopter.
Using the double yellows to pass once again on Telegraph, and
the reporter's saying he.
Traffic up ahead, heading back towards the Citadel outlets.
Thank you, clinically.
There's a red light. Oh man.
Oh.
Here's the Citadel. He might try to go in there. Let's see. Nope. Speed's too fast. He's going to pass all those cars. There's an on-ramp up ahead. He can get on the freeway again, but we'll see. Now we're hearing the vehicle is stolen. So we have a hit and run, stolen vehicle. Oh, what's he doing, Harry? Nowhere to go. He's gonna jump the curb, maybe. Here's a look at the driver. Short sleeve shirt.
That is definitely a woman.
Thought about jumping that curb. CHP there.
I mean, I guess it could be like a femme dude.
Continue here. This is going to be Telegraph and Atlantic.
But I already know that the suspect is a woman.
All right, you'll have a couple of opportunities to get back on the freeway here.
Greg, if you're out there listening, I'll have you know I had one in Houston, but it was long.
Nope, this is Atlantic.
Justin's hungry.
So he took Atlantic off of Telegraph. He headed towards the 60.
What was that restaurant they just went by?
Nope, this is Atlantic he's on. So he took Atlantic off of Telegraph.
Not it.
He headed towards the 60.
Hey, what's that place? That's very interesting to me. I want to eat there. What is it?
He headed towards the 60.
I can't see because of their speedometer, which I appreciate. Like a schnitzel place. They do have a map, Super. I've not seen them do this before. I've seen them flash up the street on a long shot, but not just have it up constantly.
Whittier Boulevard in Atlantic. Okay. Using the double yellows, he might go wrong side of the road here. Let's see.
Whittier. You tell me to use the map to figure out what the restaurant was?
Through Hubbard.
I mean, it's kind of telling me the address up there, isn't it?
Here he goes again, wrong side of the road, into an intersection.
Hell yeah, keep going. I have a story about somebody hitting a bollard and being really upset about it too.
He's going to go double yellows. A lot of traffic. Coming up on 4th Street. Passed everybody through that intersection safely. There's the sheriff's.
Everybody always compares the car chases to GTA, but
Nowhere to go. He's going to jump that
whenever
center
Need
divider.
for
Here he
Speed?
goes, right over the center divider.
Why not Burnout?
Difficult for the officers to
Love
do.
it.
One
Keep
officer
going.
Trail.
He's a maniac, maniac.
Forcing his way through traffic. Here's the 60 freeway. He's going to go underneath. Not going to take it. He's going to go wrong side of the road one more time. No traffic.
Burnout was awesome. It was about how much damage you could do.
Westbound turn, CHP on his tail.
I've thought about buying Burnout multiple times because it's always like $5, $6. Like, goddamn, I had so much fun playing that game.
Well, turn pocket there.
And Cassandra, the girl I referred to as the crack whore.
Go ahead, go ahead.
She used to play it with me. Had a lot of fun times. I really do need to stop calling her that because, like, as I said, my best friend, like, I was laughing about it. And, like, I was like, oh, why aren't you laughing? She's like, I liked her. She was always really nice. And, like his wife liked her. I was like, oh, yeah, well, I mean, there was a reason why I was with her, right? Even though it ended really bad. Another one of those in your 20s things. But then, like, she lost it. She went cuckoo.
We're getting some more updated information from Sophia on our assignment desks. We're hearing that this is a stolen rental vehicle. Female driver. We got a right-hand turn here, Jim. Oh, slowing down here. Not sure why.
Well, it looks like a school zone, so.
On the side of the road.
Maybe she's obeying. Maybe she got
Ford
kids
Street
to pick up.
Or Ford Boulevard. It borders the 710 freeway. So the driver will have an opportunity to get on the 710. We're hearing it's a stolen rental vehicle.
A stolen rental vehicle.
She's gonna go left, turn underneath the bridge there over the 710.
Fucking wow.
In East LA here, she's going to make a right turn northbound. This is going to be eastern. This will take her all the way to the 10 freeway.
Oh, he is calling her now. Stolen from a rental lot, I'm assuming.
Oh, look at that.
Whoa.
Oh, man. Almost. 2024 Expedition out of Arizona is what we're hearing now. Thank you, Sophia. Vehicle driving.
Man, Ford.
Completely out of control here.
The car choice of.
Had stopped.
Police chase suspects all over California. Built Ford tough. Ford, sponsor my stream. Like a rock. Oh, I'm sorry, that's
yes,
Chevy.
Sir, we are.
I don't know what commercial. I haven't watched commercials in 20-something
Hey,
years.
Booth,
So I don't know what
ya.
fucking Ford's advertising is like.
Hey, Booth.
Hey.
Okay, Glenn and Lou, right? Thank you.
Lalelulelo. That's what made her do it. The lolly lule low.
Right to the 710 here. We'll see if the driver gets on that 710 or not. Ramona, nope.
Tell your niece that I said they make a damn good car for a police chase.
I'm sorry, that was the 10, not the 710. Heading towards the 710.
That's what I was thinking. She's stolen it from the lot, maybe.
Going around the underneath the 710. Okay, so here we go. Right turn will give her an opportunity to get on the freeway, I believe, here. Corporate Center Drive, southbound. 1 minute. Okay.
I was going to make popcorn shrimp and a baked potato. I don't have time to cook a baked potato. I may just fry a burger.
Thank you, Sophia. Appreciate it.
We got bacon and blue cheese.
Corporate Center.
Got all the burger fixings.
Okay.
Lettuce, tomato.
You got her, Jim?
Fried onions.
You got her? You're the man.
I know.
Okay.
I got blue cheese and white cheddar. Oh, yeah. Burger might be the way to go.
30. Hard on the brakes. Intersection. And
I just hate they brought me white bread.
oh, boy. McDonald.
My Instacart driver brought me white bread. I asked for sourdough.
Bottoming out.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Almost losing control. That might be it. Might have done some damage there.
I think they might have lost the transmission. We've seen that happen
on the run
once before. Oh, yeah, she's running. That's the problem, Joey. I don't want to stick a potato in the microwave. You know, I got some broccoli left. I might make some... Oh, shit. Boom.
Yeah, tackle right there by the CHP is a pursuit of a hit-and-run driver out of Victorville. It's a female driver, also in a stolen
Can't make it very far.
out of Arizona. So here's the tackle made here.
I'm going to make some, like, cheddar rice and broccoli. That could work.
45 this afternoon, southbound 15 freeway.
Did she lose the transmission? Is that what happened?
Westbound to the 5.
You remember this chase?
Through.
I don't remember watching this. Are you telling me we watched this already?
Bottoming out, almost losing control. That might be it. Might have done some damage there. Doors opening. On the run.
That's how bad my memory is. Michael, that's sad. This was like a week ago.
Hold here.
Yeah, I'm thinking we just saw somebody lose their transmission.
Pursuit of a hit-and-run driver.
I swear I would have remembered this.
Driver.
I think.
A stolen rental vehicle out of Arizona.
Yeah. Oh, it's from a month ago. I'm sorry. Maybe on a Friday afternoon. Yeah, that does kind of sound familiar. Fucking stoner indeed. But also, like, my memory isn't good anyway, and then being a stoner on top of it. That's the problem. I thought I had an animal video saved here. Sorry, hold on. Let me go over here then. Or I'll just mow mountain mutts. That's fucking puppy bus always works. Don't forget, we're going to be on tomorrow night. We got the Wisconsin Senate debate.
Together.
Eric Hovde,
My two littles.
Tammy Baldwin.
And we have
another must-win for Democrats.
Murray. Murray sits right behind me because he's a very polite rider and won't jump on my head or on the baby or lick anybody or whine in my ear. So that's why Mr. Murray rides.
What if you want to be licked?
This is Mr. Fish. Hi, Fish. And Fish is a big licky boy, so he's going to go in the back. This is the corner of licky puppies. Here's Otis. Hi, good boy. Otis is going to go in the back. Fish. Isn't Molly and Slade going to sit in the front?
Yep, he got up here. Come here, bud. It's not your seat.
Off. Good boy. He's like over here. Otis, sit with
that's
Fish.
not your seat.
Back and forth. Back and forth.
There you go, buddy.
And these two sit together because they're going to make out and lick each other the whole time.
Oh, those wee babies.
Keep going, Mr. Dasher.
Don't you want to make out with them and lick each other the whole time?
Boy. Sometimes Fish jumps seats and sits with his brother. He's trying. Fish wanted to sit with his brother. Did a little seating arrangement. Otis, back in your seat, big boy. Good dog. Mina! And Mina also sits behind me with Murray. Hop up. Go seat. If you could move over a little bit, Murray.
Murray.
So Mina and Murray sit together. They sit behind me because they're very polite riders. They're not noisy. Nobody squeaks in my ear or slaps me in the back of the head with their big paws like these guys definitely would. Little seat hoppers.
Of course they would.
Party back there. Little baby puppy Molly. Hi, Molly.
Hi, Molly.
Good girl. Hop, hop, hop.
Baby puppy Molly.
Kiss attack. Kisses, kisses, kisses in the puppy corner.
In the puppy corner.
Molly, you gotten so big.
And you can see why she sits here.
Yeah, as Prometheus gave it away. If you're watching on Twitch,
Lumi's gonna sit.
you're heading over to Echoplex Media. If you're watching on YouTube, you should totally subscribe to Echoplex Media on YouTube.
You're going to come back by Otis.
Subscribe to Echoplex Media anywhere that you get your media.
It's good, bud.
They're on Odyssey.
Make out.
They're on YouTube. They're on TikTok.
See how wiggly all these guys are?
You need a dose of Dave in your life. You need a dose of the media win.
Tables go right in
It is
my
Satanic Panic. Who knows? I might even pop in later for some Fire by Night.
Coffee house.
Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. We're going to be on it.
That thought would have been good when
They're waving at Lumi.
At 7 tomorrow? 7:30. 7:30 probably. Light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before we hit the sack.